Gaga. Um, what's up, gamers? Oh my god. I continue to like slowly like I don't know what's happening with my hearing recently, but it's been getting like so sensitive recently. Not like sensitive as in like I could hear everything, but like there are very like specific things that I hear that like make me go crazy. And one of those things is whenever I start the stream, I play the music. Like, I have to turn up the music on that screen. And like but I don't have my headphones on during it because it's too loud for me. But I hear it. I hear it through my headphones even though they're off, and it's like there's something about it. There's something about it that makes me something's gonna happen. I don't know what, but something. I noticed that recently actually. There's this toy, I don't know if I've ever said this. There's this toy that the dogs have that I don't even know if it's for them. I'm pretty sure it's for a baby because it plays this there's like a mechanism in it, like when you press this like button in it, it plays this like this ear piercing like jingle, like a how do you describe it? I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Like you know, like super old, toys that whenever you played them, no. Atari. Okay, this is right. Like, it's like that really like piercing like Atari sound that you might hear when you like, I don't know. What Atari games are there? Pong? Not Pong. But like E.T. Were there any good Atari games? Good Atari games. Good Atari 600 games. But yeah, like super old like video game stuff where it's like if you die and it plays like a theme, like that kind of. But like imagine you like high shelved. We're gonna music term this here. You high shelved above like 1,000, 1,000 hertz. It's like that. Sucks. It sucks. And like I thought at first when I first heard it, I thought my dad was playing it for the dogs, and I was like on his phone, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? You probably don't like that. And then like every time I heard it, I kept like checking. Like I kept like I was in the kitchen at the time, and I kept like going from the kitchen to the entrance of the kitchen, which goes straight into the living room. And I'm like, he's not on his phone. How's he doing that? And then it was like one night, I was walking through the hallway, and the toy was up there, and I stepped on it by accident. And it played the thing, and I was like, shut up, but 2 o'clock in the morning, you hear, I don't even know I think it's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in like the most annoying sound you could possibly imagine. But yeah, like I started noticing that recently. Like whenever I heard that, I was just like, ah, I'm being assaulted. My senses. And now this is getting to me. I haven't even put on my headphones even now that I turned down the music. Maybe it's because I just want to hear myself talk. Or maybe my ear, I just don't want to listen to anything right now. But yeah, that's where I am right now. How are peeps doing? Man. Yesterday. I need to stop looking at this. I don't know. I opened a page of I searched when I was talking about it. I searched up good Atari 2600 games as if I would know any of them. I didn't. Maybe my AVGN like remembering brain would turn on during that, but it didn't. But yeah, yesterday I was just... First of all, it's unfortunate to say this, but my mother is sick. Right, so number one thing that was going through my mind the entire time yesterday was, man, I hope I don't get sick. It hasn't been that long since I was last sick. You know? Because when was that? What's today? The 22nd? When was the last time I was sick? Like 3 months ago? Which is way ahead of schedule. I brought this up before, but I don't get sick often. I just get sick. I get sick like once a year. Yeah, once a year. Yeah, that's good. That's a good like estimate. Once a year. And that's been going on for the past, like, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years. Get sick once a year, then like for the rest of the year be fine. And it is usually around like February, March, the usual time. Well, yeah, don't let that number go up. I don't want to be sick, more sick than I already am. Or is? One of them. Yo, Sock, what's up? So yeah, that was going through my mind. And also, like, I'll also be frank, yesterday was one of those days where I just didn't want to do anything. It wasn't. So if I'm being honest, I tried to sleep through yesterday. I just tried to do, I did what I had to do yesterday, bare minimum. Dungeon drafting, ooh, that's fun. Like you're making a dungeons. Making a dungeons. Writing the dragons. Oh. That's fun. Yeah, that was the If I wasn't so like tired yesterday, that's probably what I would have done too, honestly. Sit down, sort through some things. I didn't say anything about this on Tuesday, right? But I actually, or yes, I did. I just didn't say what I used it for. I have been fucking around so much on this whiteboard that I just bought. I didn't. I just erased a bunch of things by accident because it was behind my thing, but it's whatever. I know exactly what was there. Yeah, I don't know if I said this, but when I went out with Izu and them, where is my black marker? Hold up. Where is it? Give me 1 second. Maybe I shouldn't have behind there. I had it wedged between my laundry basket and like in a drawer or like a cabinet. But maybe I shouldn't put it there. But yes, I've been fucking around so much with this this whiteboard that I got on what was it, Monday? And I've been fucking around on it a lot more than I think I would have been. Cause I have so many like notes on it. Like I have a topics. I have a topics section. I have a what is this? A to-do list, and I have things for both editing and music stuff. And then I have a stream schedule just in case I forget. But in this like little corner, there's like this little corner that I took out. It's just like a free space for me to just fuck around, and it's so funny because like the whole thing is like generally clean because I haven't had this for a while. I haven't had this for a long time, right? So you know, like there are like some smudges here or there from like me erasing like a mistake or something. But if you look in like the small corner that's like my free space, it's like all like smudged. It's like blacked out of like smudges of black because it's because the eraser has so much like schnuzz on it. What is it? What marker? It has so much marker on it that it picks up all the marker and it starts to not erase good. You could tell how much I've just been writing here. My last dilemma that I was just having. Schnuzz. I think that's like an olden. I think old people say that. But that was the first thing that came to mind. Meaning. Whoa. A Swedish tobacco product. I did not. Nope. Schnuzz. Just like random stuff. SNUS. I don't know what that is. SNUS is a tobacco product. I don't condone tobacco. Don't use it. Schnuzz as in like random thing. Random dirty thing? I don't know. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, that doesn't make sense. But the latest dilemma that I was having with my whiteboard was whether I should write in. Oh, is chewing tobacco? Don't do it. Gamers, don't do it. Tobacco is never the answer. I did that as if I smoke. I don't smoke. But yeah, the latest dilemma I've been having is whether I should be writing with one finger or two fingers. You know how you like hold a pencil? Okay, so like for my whole life, right? I've always been someone who wrote with their pencil between their thumb and my middle finger. and then my pointer finger is on top of the pencil. That's how I've always wrote. But I look at everybody else write, and they write with with their pencil between their thumb and their pointer finger. And I've just been like, let me try that out, and I tried it out, and I'm like, oh, I get it. I will get it. Hey, man, you told me you were getting it for aesthetics, and I trust you. All right, so if I if I see in somewhere land, I don't know, but if I catch wind that you're using that for more than aesthetics, that you gonna be in big trouble, mister. What? Trusting me sounds like a you problem. I don't say that to me. Don't fucking say that to me. It's, as much as a bit that is, don't ever say those set of words to me ever again. How dare you? Don't you ever say that. You're not. I don't want to be. I'm trying to be the responsible online figure that is supposed to be a norm in today's society, but apparently it isn't. You really got to think about the amount of shit people do nowadays and what's popular and be like, why is this real? I'm just trying to be one of the good ones. But yeah, seriously, don't ever say that to you problem to me. Don't ever say that. But is it really smoky if you don't inhale? No. There are people who I mean, there's like those like herb cigarettes, right? There's like those herb cigarettes that people use that are flavored like strawberries or something. That people used for like TV shows and stuff. And they don't inhale that either. They suck it in their cheeks. That's what they do. Yeah, herb cigarettes. Yeah, that's all I can think of. As someone who is not constantly, but every time I see other people, specifically my family, I always see them smoking and I smell it. I'm like, this sucks. I hate this. Why am I here? Why are they here? Because they're always at my place. I had like I really don't like when people come over. That's kind of just a thing that specifically my family. And my parents know this. Despite my mother did this thing. Despite that, my mother did this thing where she, like, nobody knew that people were gonna be over until like the day before, but my mother had been planning that for the past week behind our backs. You fucking kidding me? That was to me, that was, I was like, you fucking lost me, man. How dare you? I don't like having my like family over in general because I don't like them in general. You smoke pipes in idyllic fields, didn't you know that? Like specifically in idyllic fields? Set the scene. You're in an open patch. Fields as long as you can see them. Pure green grass. It's the most beautiful field you've ever seen. You take out your pipe to start smoking it, like what a downer. Ah, the cool breeze. The I'll write the next slithering. You know what? And then you'll be just as popular, and then you'll go to New Zealand to shoot the 18-hour like film trilogy. And then I'll know when I'll get like the like the either the documentary or the biography about the creation of that show, and I see you like smoking in like an open an open patch of grass. It's not smoking if you don't inhale. There's smoke. There's so much smoke here. It's everywhere. That's what you said. That's what who said? Oh, the smoking thing? There's so much smoke. Is someone smoking in here? Nah, man, I'm just... What would you even call that? I did say that. Yeah, what would you even call that? Fake smoking? Unsmoking. Someone has the smoke machine on. I feel impotent. Don't. Stop. I encourage you not to smoke. If you really want to do it just to look cool, do the thing where they do the not inhale thing. Fine, alright, sure. Slowly realizing that I'm not cut out for this. This encouraging stuff. What if I want a deeper voice though? Take some... Why would you want that though? Do you want a deeper voice? Does that do that? No to smoking. Yes. Please. I actually can't focus right now because I have this whiteboard in front of me. For like the past like 15 minutes, I've had this whiteboard in front of me, and I was gonna start like writing something, but then I like it's just been sitting in my lap while I like try to think of like a response for these things, and I'm slowly realizing and remembering that I suck at multitasking. Slowly remembering. I can't. I tried to like write things down as I was talking to be like, maybe I'll think of something while I'm writing, and then slowly but surely I remembered. I can't multitask. It's like the one thing I can't do. I think I've told the story. Whiskey and smoking does. Ah, thank God I don't do either of those. Bless. I think I've talked about this before, but like, there was one time where I went to Korean barbecue with my parents, my family, basically, my like immediate family, and I was sat next to the barbecue for Korean barbecue, right? And I was like, oh, okay. Looks like I'm cooking things. And the thing is, right, it's a place that did Korean barbecue and hot pot, right? So I'm like, oh, we also ordered hot pot, and it was my pot of hot pot was like in front of me, right? That thing had boiled down halfway by the time I had started eating it, because the whole time I was I was cooking like all the meat on the grill for like 45 minutes to like an hour, probably like an hour. It was just an hour of me standing above the grill and being like, okay, gotta move on to this pork belly. as my soup just kind of boiled away there. And by the time I started drinking it or eating it, right, everybody else was done. And I was just there being like, hey, do we have any more sliced pork? It was really not mortifying, but I knew my brother saw me. And I was like, God damn it, man. The only reason why I was able to eat was because he took over in the first place. Fun times. I do love going to Korean barbecue. We went to a Korean barbecue place on Monday. But yeah, don't let me cook. Don't let me multitask anything. I feel like that's one of the reasons why I move so slow in a lot of things. Your boy cannot multitask. If he focuses on one thing, he's gonna focus it always. Forever. And then he's gonna stop. Don't let Hase cook. I love cooking. Yo, I made a really good like instant noodle soup for my instant noodles last night. And I didn't think it would go good, but it did. And I was like, damn, this is good. But like, don't let me cook when I also have to eat at the same time. Don't stop. Stop. You always cook. Who's cooking? Man, you know what? I would love, now that we're on the topic, I would love to do like a cooking stream. I would. There's just like, there'd be something so cool about it. Because actually, last night was the first time I'd used it was the first time I'd used like the new, my brother had bought a new knife for my mother, but like everybody uses the kitchen. Reflective things and such, right? Can you cook with a mask? Yeah, you can do anything with a mask if you try hard enough, right? But like, it's a full like gas mask. Full gas mask. Alright guys, now we gotta cut the onions. And I'd love to do it one day, but it's honestly, I would do it if I had an easy way to like set up cooking stuff in my room. It's mostly the fact that I have to go downstairs to the kitchen to cook is why I don't like it. Whoa! Why? Is she important? Whoa! Hold up. I'll talk about this in a second. But yeah, the only reason why this idea popped up, the whole cooking thing, was because I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and I had gotten a recipe for what is it called? What is it called? What is it? Fuck. It was a Hungarian thing. That's the only reason why I wanted to do it. Like a Hungarian soup. Stew? It might have been a Hungarian stew. Something like that. Hold up. I just gotta find it real quick. I think I liked it. Where are my liked videos? Did YouTube channel? Oh, there you go. What was it called? Oh, Hungarian goulash. Is that what it is? Yes, goulash. The only reason why, the only reason why it being Hungarian is the thing that. Yes, is that like a commonly known like Hungarian thing? Goulash. I had no idea what it was until I watched this video. But I saw it, and it being Hungarian is important because the Urfans. The Hungarian peeps that watch my stream every once in a while. And I was like, maybe I would love to do it. In my unidentified really? It must be popular then. I assume it is. Yeah, but like I saw it and I'm like, maybe. Just maybe. No, you did. Even if I did, I wouldn't say it out loud, you know? But yeah, I was like, maybe. I did the there was the Hungarian Duolingo that I did like a long time ago. I mean, you could. I just deny it. Yeah. Not on stream. I would never say it on stream. And that's the only time you ever hear me talk ever. I don't talk to anybody else outside of stream, so I'll just never say it. But yeah, it's like when I did the Hungarian Duolingo thing. just like you get like an envelope with like a bird on it. It's like, what the fuck is this? You open it, it's like, I found you. And that's all it says. I know where you are now. Hey, you know, sometimes you gotta keep them on edge. It's a reverse parasocial horror. I know, I'm right. I know where you are. Don't. Something's gonna happen. Living outside your walls. Inside your walls? I was gonna ask if your country is one of those countries that has like those solid walls. Cause I know Germany has like, I know their walls are like rock solid, right? While in America, our walls are made of like paper, like basically paper mache, and a dream. I can't live inside your walls if your walls are made of pure concrete. Dude. I'm jealous of that though. Germany. I wish my house was like that. I'm constantly like, it's one of the reasons why I don't really do voice acting things anymore. Like, with like the thing with like singing, right, is like, the thing with like singing, like I sing mostly Japanese, so like they never understand what I'm saying anyway, so they're like whatever. But then I start voice acting and it's like, sorry, I left and only heard you say Germany. Oh, I'm talking about how Germany has Germany walls. They're dense. And they're actually filled, while in America they're like really thin and they're like hollow. I was talking about their walls. But yeah, I'm like, what was I saying? Yeah, like I wish I had those walls, like those really, really dense walls. I started talking about foreign nations wall because you brought up the idea of a reverse parasocial horror, and I'm like, I'm living in your walls, but then I was like, wait, you're in Europe, and then I was like, I was gonna ask this, you don't answer this, but I was like, is your country one of those countries that has like super dense walls? And then I started thinking about the walls, and I'm like, damn, those walls are really nice to have if you actually have them. But yeah, they are nice. I'd love to have some really dense walls so that my neighbors wouldn't hear me. I haven't voice acted in a very long time, basically because of it. Who says I live in Europe? You're so right. You could be in any time zone in that. I always just assume everybody who comes into my chat is from Europe nowadays. Honestly. You might be. I don't know. I've kind of always just... Or are you? I don't know. I'm just gonna assume you are. But yeah, I want those walls. I don't voice act anymore. The thing is, I don't really... Even if I did have it, would I voice act more? What would I even voice act to begin with? Europe has like... yeah, right? I just assume everybody in my chat is from Europe because that's always just been a majority of my audience anyways. Even though... Actually, now that I think about it, you were in Germany a couple times? How was it? Was it clean? Did you find bikes in the river? They have thick walls? Yeah, right. I'm jealous of that. I want those. So much, like, the only thing you'd have to like soundproof is the window and the door. Right? I'm here in America, and like the only like plausible like soundproofing option I have is, I don't know if you know, but like there's like these businesses that do like that, like they're like, they put like booths up in your homes. So instead of like just a room being, so instead of like a whole room being soundproof, you have like one big room, and then you have like a box in the like not a bigger than a closet, but like a closet-sized box in the corner that is a soundproofed room. That's it. That's kind of what you have to settle for in America, unless you really want to build a house and room from the ground up, which you can. But in today's economy, shit, you know, a lot less clean than people say. But I've only been around city centers, and that's really unfair. Yeah, that's true. I see. Did you pick up some bikes from the river though, or is that another country? That might be another country. Wait. This is a different country, right? Yes, this is a different country. Okay, I'm about to get so much shit for this. Yes, of course they're not the same. Those aren't the same. I know those aren't the same. Okay. Is the bikes in the river a Netherlands thing? I actually don't know. Somewhere in Europe. Somewhere in Europe that looked really clean and had like really like cool bridges where they just picked up, or they just happened to pick up random ass bikes off the river. It might be that. Okay, sick. What was I gonna talk about? Damn, I just had a topic in my mind. Is it because it's just easier for them? I don't even know how to ride a... Actually, do I? No, I don't. I don't know how to ride a bike. I understand the basics of riding a bike, but I haven't had a lot of chances in my life to just go biking, you know? I live in America. YouTube censor me eating bikes. Stop eating bikes. It's like you talking about Sorcerer Kings. Oh god, I just said both those things at the same time, back to back. The stream just cuts off. They're saying, I see. Bicycles, man. It's probably, I mean, it's a lot safer than cars. You don't get any type of respect with bikes here in America with cars. You only like old cars? You don't like the Cybertruck? Pedestrianization? It's urban design and politics. Hey, no worries. It's bulletproof, they said. They're in the front to everything good. I believe you on that. I mean, who's it even for? You know, you look at it, and everyone there agreed. Why is this here? Who approved of this? And trash talked it. It's the only time I'll approve of it, you know? It's the only time I'll approve of trash talking. We live in a world where case by case. The words I use, you wouldn't want to hear. Yeah, I wouldn't. You're right. But I'm glad the action was caused. I'm glad the words were said for a just cause. God damn it. Oh, damn. I didn't think I was tired today, but I guess I am. to just see this, to see such a sight. How could such insolence be performed in front of me? Man, this is so strange. Okay, just to change the topic. Or sorry for the sudden topic change, but I was getting ready to open the game in just a second, like a child drew it. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah, but yeah, I was getting ready to open the game and I'm nah, man. Are you policing yourself? Are you? I'll ban you for that, but it's just one of those things. When that no. Yep, 5-week ban. Starting today. Sorry. Just how it is. But yeah. When conversation drives into that, like whenever I go at the whims of chat, or like I play like the responding role in a conversation, especially during stream, it's generally when I do not have anything to talk about. I wouldn't have anything to talk about if I was just here by myself. I'm thankful, you know. If that happens, it happens. If I'm talking about something else and then you bring up cars, then I'd be ticked off. But you know, I started it, and then you know, we go back and forth. That's just how it is. But yeah, I was getting ready to open the game because today's stream is actually gonna be pretty long, I assume. Because one, it's the last case of a detective game, so it's always gonna be the longest. And two, there's like other stories that we have to read after the main case, so it'll just be a long time. But more importantly than that, I opened up the page for the game, and there was a new announcement that they made a couple days ago, and I was like, what's this? And very surprisingly, and really funny actually, it looks like they're revealing voice actors for all the characters. Specifically in Japanese. They're all Japanese voice actors. I guess that's what they wanted to capitalize on first. Might have to skedaddle in a bit, or I'll just have it running in the background because I plan on DMing now. Ooh, like right now? It's fun. I'd voice act for Stafford case. Yo, who's the company that do Stafford? Hey, Tetrapod. I love your game. You know, I might not be, if you ever plan on doing some English dubbing, or, you know, it might not even be for this game, but like for your future games, you know, I'm totally open. You know, I haven't voice acted in a long time, but like you can ask me. Hey, you know, I would not have you running on the background if I was DMing. Yeah, no, don't. Focus on the session. Yeah. Focus on that session. You make a great voice actor. I mean, I've done voice acting before. Voice acting to me is voice acting is one of those things where it feels, I don't want to like toot my horn, right? But it's very natural for me. it's one of the things where I was like, if I like really wanted to capitalize on something that I was really that I could that I think I could be really good at. I mean, like I've always said that I've always said that I wanted to be a vocal talent, and not voice acting is under that umbrella. I mean, as it is right now, I haven't done it in a long time, and honestly, and to be frank, it's kind of embarrassing for me. That's the only reason I don't do it more. Also, I wouldn't have any ideas about it. If I said, thank you, I appreciate it. But yeah, also like, it's one of those things that would be natural for me. The one thing about it that I think that I would be terrible at, though, when it comes to voice acting, just in general, when working with, if I imagine I'm in a booth, you know, I'm Matt Mercer. I really can't do it in front of strangers. Like would you get embarrassed, or is it like something else? That's honestly, I had that when I first started voice acting too, on stream. The first game that I'd ever done that with was Paranormal Sight. Paranormal Sight was the first game that I voice acted in, and it was really nerve-wracking. Even though like nobody watched my streams at that point, right? It was a second series on my channel. That was really rough and embarrassing. Because we're being, yeah, right. I think it's a comfortability thing. But what helped me kind of not get over it. I still kind of have that disconnect sometimes. But what helped me kind of push through it was like the idea that, you know, when you voice act a character, you're not you're the character. You know what I mean? And sometimes, especially if it's a voice that you like really not confident in, what I end up doing is I end up doing like bits, you know, like there are like bits to do there, and you can disconnect it. I mean, that's what I do personally, especially on which streams, like when I'm playing Stafford Case, for example. When I like last stream, actually, the last Stafford Case stream, I had to do a little kid voice. I hated doing his voice. I hated doing the kid voice, but I I ended up doing this bit where I was like, what was something that he said? He was like, I could be a good killer goblin. Huh, like specifically a killer? We should say good, not a goblin murderer. And I already know a goblin murderer. Goblin Slayer got you covered. He was like obsessed with like detectives and stuff. I'm not gonna do the voice now because I still hate doing the kid voice. But no, a killer goblin as in a great goblin. Ha! What is Goblin Slayer? It's an anime. It's an anime about a guy who's obsessed with killing goblins. Yeah. I don't know what it's actually like fully about. I've only ever heard the concept of this anime and then like what happens during the first episode. Yes, I was like, ugh. I did this bit where I was just like, so you guys are not voice actors. You guys are investigators, huh? And then I was like, ugh. Oh. God. Kill me. And then there was this other bit that I did where I thought the kid was another character, And the other character, he talked like this. And then he came onto the screen and I was like, oh shit. That was really funny too. Like, you're either like really confident in the voice and you can do it, and you can do it well enough to like make it seem like it's a whole different person that's not you, or you play it off as a bit. The kid is one of those bit ones. I don't do kid voice. I hate kids. Unfortunately, I do. But yeah, Tetrapod. Hello. If you're watching my stream now, please, even if I don't have a demo reel or anything, but if you would like to hire me, or if you would like me to do some voice work, I would, please. I'd be more than willing. I love your game. Thank you. Oh wow, it's already 1. There is something else that I did want to talk about just for like a second, because it's just something that I want to address. It's just something that I want to address that happened last stream. It kind of the reason why today's rules message kind of has a bit of sass to it. Just a tiny bit of sass. And it's the last stream I got I wouldn't say pretty upset, but I was upset about what was happening towards the end of the stream. Specifically in regards to backseating and the whole like I generally don't want help when it comes to those games. Or like I don't like being barked orders. That's kind of a whole thing with me. So yeah, I still feel the same way. I'm not angry, right? I'm not angry about what happened. There is a certain level of disappointment within me, but I think a part of that also I think a part of that whole thing, of everything that happened, that stream happening, was my fault too, right? But I did update rules. I did update rule, was it 5 or 4? And I will continue to so I updated it, and then I will continue to also just, I put the rules message up in the chat for a reason, even if it's not obvious. Please read the rules before chatting in my chat. That goes for everybody. It's honestly the only comfortable way for me to set my boundaries, especially as someone as small as me. Because whenever something like that happens, right, and someone is either making me upset or uncomfortable, it'll always turn into something personal. Because of how small the size of the community is, And I hate that feeling. So even though that's like a rule, I don't follow my own rules. But yeah. If you read them, that's great. Just it is the way I set my boundaries, like I said. And even if I am like uber upset, I have a lot of reasons to not stream. I don't want that to be another one. And it hasn't stopped me yet, so I'm still here. So yes. That's all I wanted to say. I feel like it was just something that I need to bring up. I appreciate that you read them. Suck. I don't know when I can have. There's like the thing where like the community guidelines. Am I just too small for it to have that? If I am, that makes me upset. I feel like every channel needs that. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but it's like before you chat, it's like, hey, before you type in the chat, please read. Here's a warning. You know. I know. Like other channels have it, but those channels are generally like 100,000, 100,000 times bigger than me. So I don't know if I have that yet. So, but whatever. It's like whatever, you know. All right. What else did I want to talk about? I don't think I had anything else in mind really. So I think we're ready to just hop on. Hop on game. Oh right, I didn't even. This was like the main thing that I wanted to talk about when it came to voice acting. Voice acting it's like a natural thing for me, mainly because I do love a bit of role playing and getting into character, right? So it's more than it being natural, me saying, more than it being that, it's more I think about it a lot. But uh what I am really bad at, that's very apparent during these streams. I hope it's very apparent because it's the biggest like turn off. Specifically when I watch my own streams, it's the one thing where I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Is how much I stutter and have a problem with the live reading stuff. I think no, don't say that. That's not true. I don't know who Yo is, but I'm sure Yo is very talented. But yeah, I'm really bad at live reading. Live reading is terrible for me. And it's mainly I don't know why. I really don't. And I'm not going to know until at least like October. But I've always suspected that I have like a bit of like at least dyslexia. It was yesterday. I keep saying yesterday. Last week's it was very apparent for me. Don't say that. That's not true. There are 100 other worse viewers. I have 150. I have 150 subscribers that barely tune in normally. Sorry, sorry, other 150 subscribers. But there's like 10 to like 15 of you guys that regularly tune into the streams. And you're the ones that I like. And the ones I don't like, I don't know by name, so I can't even think of them as the worst. Group. But yeah, I do really struggle with it. It was really apparent because like it was really apparent the last Stafford case stream just because there were times where I straight up just skipped words, and I was like, she eat her. For me it was like it was a big. If I was watching my own stream, right, which I was at the time actually, I was very like, God, he sucks at reading. I don't know if that's me being very judgy. And it's not even me being very self-critical. I would say that about anybody. I would say that about anybody if they read like that. But yeah, it's just like yo, you can ask me to voice act. I'll voice act, right? But like, if I'm Matt Mercer, if I'm Matt Mercer in the booth, and they're like, all right, here's your words in on the screen in front of you. Match with the lip flaps on the screen, right? And good luck. You know, I'd be like, Sephiroth, son. I mean, you stole my wife. What does what does Vincent Valentine say? Vincent Valentine light. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold up. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I have one. I have one right here. I don't know what Vincent Valentine sounds like, but this is my interpretation of what he sounds like based on what he looks like. Cloud, take the ship to the northern cave. The time for flying is now past. My battlefield is now beneath the earth. The gates of tomorrow is not the light of the heaven. Shit. You know what I mean? Leo, the gate of tomorrow is not the light of heaven. But I inserted the, and then I like slurred tomorrow. Like, I'm like, whoa. And the only reason why I did that was because the line below it had the in it. The line below it was, wait, let me open it up again. What was it? But the darkness of the depths of the earth. Don't be a bunny. What are you trying to call me? No one's being a bunny. I am a bunny, apparently. I'm a bird, not a bunny. Yes, my name is Hase. No, I'm not a bunny. Yes, I'm a dodo. Is there lore behind it? Wait and find out. But yeah. Oh right, I forgot that I did this. Hold up. Okay, if you didn't watch, this is where spoilers happen. So if you didn't watch the last stream, good luck. You can watch this stream. What if you're a bunny that polymorphed into a bird? Should that give me? I need. Hmm. That idea needs to. I need to cook that one. It needs a bit more time in the oven. Maybe. No. Maybe. But yeah. Last time on Stafford case, we sent a child to his death. You remember that kid that I was just talking about voice acting? We essentially just killed him by accident. Mainly because we exposed him to be a threat to the world, and now the facility is going to kill him. But it was a case where it was revealed that there were two other classes of staffers above Estian. One of them being Oppenheimers, and this case was full of them. Everyone in this case was an Oppenheimer. Last time we sent the kid to his death. He was an Oppenheimer, so he was like a bomb, but they realized that he was stronger than a bomb. And they dubbed him a Noah, who is a threat against the world, and he died. He's gonna die. But yeah, the case was surrounded around Oppenheimers, where Hey, man. It happens. You, what can I say? So yeah, it was a case about this lady who was supposed to be invincible. She ended up dying. And what ended up happening was, the one of the Oppenheimers had convinced the staff to sprinkle the victim's food with painkillers, with a lot of painkillers in order to OD her on painkillers. And what ended up happening was, uh, another Oppenheimer who could time travel ended up seeing the results of that murder. So he went back in time, warned the victim about the food being poisoned, but instead of but when he warned her, her body immediately viewed her food as a threat. So her body was, after the warning, she was never able to actually eat, even if she ate, because her body wouldn't absorb the nutrients and like the caloric density of the food, because that's how her skill works. Everything that would harm her would instead just go through her, including food. So yeah, the guy who could time travel inadvertently had killed the victim instead of the other Oppenheimer killing the victim through the drugs in the food by convincing the staff that the drugs in the food was normal. But then, on top of that, we had realized that there were too many coincidences where the where this case had matched up with a case that was actually a mystery novel that was in the lounge of the facility. And we ended up discerning that the victim was actually a fake person that was made up by the kid whose quirk is to like make things exist without anybody noticing. So he had ended up making the the victim, like, the victim didn't exist before he made her exist unconsciously. And then we realized that her purpose in existing was just to die, and that Doug, the kid, was the main perpetrator in the crime, even though the time traveling dude killed her this time. And then the other Oppenheimer, the girl that convinced the other girl, or the girl that convinced the staff to drug the food, had killed her the timeline before. This will give you existential dread. It's so like that last case, it didn't start slow, but it certainly took its time, like, building up. But then you get to like all these like points, and it's like, oh, whoa. But yeah, on top of that, we got some characterizing bits for everybody, specifically Redfin's towards the end. Uh, Girl's messed up. Something's wrong with her. And then Thena and Brian are the same, really. But yeah, that's essentially what's happened. Kid's gonna die. Kid got after we realized all that. Kid got labeled as a Noah. Kid's gonna die. Uh, Time traveling dude's gonna kill himself because that's what the boy thought of when he made everything happen. And then the other lady really doesn't. Nothing happens to her. She's just always been like that. I really like. Hey man, it's just a story that I like. I really like when this stuff happens. This is really like when the game picks up. Really, it does. And I can't wait to reread it again and be like, I like this idea. I'm gonna take it for myself and steal it. I just like it. The only other thing that I think I could excuse me. Brr. My throat's all fucked up right now actually. But yeah, the only thing I could think of that I could think if I speak with a level of passion that that I assume you're taking in now. The only thing that I can imagine I talk like this, the only other topic that I imagine I talk like this about is like vocals. And I've thought about like doing like a vocal like I listen to people sing, like stream and be like, I like this. I've thought about it, but I'm not qualified for that. But maybe. If there's interest, maybe. But yeah, that's basically all that happened. Now we come to the last case. Who doesn't focus on anybody. Beyond. Present events, past events, and the truth that lies beyond. And then on top of that, we're gonna read these side stories too. Cool? Cool. Alright. Should I turn on my light for this? I'm gonna turn on my light for this, just so it can be a kind of a vibe. For me personally. Turn off my light, and then I'm gonna turn on my lamp. Hold up. My voice, my throat. I guess have I been having the sniffles lately? I guess I have, but not like recently. Not in the past like 3 days. Yeah, there's something wrong with me today. I don't know what it is. Let's get started. Well, hear me talk. I'm gonna stutter somewhere. It's to bottom up into a good-looking dungeon draft. How's it going? Are you? You're like trying to think of ideas of like, well, how could this? What could I add to this, or what can I infer from this? Maybe there's a point where it's like, I just gotta think of something. Let's put a dragon here. Spikes? A mimic. Okay. To the inspector at Kimbo Investigations Agency. Oh. Trying to figure out different meanings for this word. I see. Oh yeah. Like if there's like different terrain or stuff. Yeah, but you know it's D&D, so it's if you think something is there, and you can write it like if you think you could write it in properly. I mean, why not? Why not just try whatever you're thinking of? Yeah. Man, this is no trick writing. I arrived in London without incident. It's after I arrived when the incidents started piling up. I almost got kicked out of the office for not being a staffer. I'm regretting not looking up more about this place before setting out. Thankfully, they decided not to kick me out of the building, and threw me straight into a murder investigation instead. There was a murder at a circus located at a place called Trump Tower. Yeah, what a circus. The victim was the ringleader, and the suspects were none other than his 3 employees. Everyone from the victim to the suspects were staffers. Shit. There was the clown Yulia Geller, the magician Frederick Vernon, and the acrobat Oz Aston, and the victim/ringleader, John Henry Houdin. In the end, the murderer turned out to be... Oh wow, we have to... Oh wow, we're just recapping, huh? It was Yulia. It was none other than the clown, Yulia Geller. She fooled everyone about her skill in order to remain at the circus, leading to her being assaulted by the ringleader. However, her reason for murdering the victim was because he was intending to sell the circus. For the troop members of the Trump Tower, the circus wasn't just a job. It was the only community they could belong to. After all, they're staffers. In London, the Bureau assigns threat ratings to all staffers, putting limits on how they can live their lives. And now I'm a part of that very organization. I solved that case. Yet, I found the doubts growing larger in my mind. I plan to find out why I'm exactly here, and scout out my path forward. October 30th, 1960 Ooks. Note your case. Yeah, are we just gonna go over every case? Oh yeah, we are. Wow. Inspector, it's been a while, but this is Notrick writing to you. Sorry I haven't been able to write. Work has been really piling up around here. Most of my job involves handling paperwork and reviewing documents. But the sergeant does take me to a few crime scenes now and again. Today I solved a crime at a rather interesting facility. Inspector? Inspector, have you heard about creatures? They're the animals that have been mutated by phenomena. The facility we investigated was called Woods that tended to the creatures. The CEO of the company was actually eaten by one of the creatures they keep there. Our suspects were the people who worked there. Vice President Nine Beck, mammal handler Kendrick Hawes, and reptile handler Liza Moko. The person who planned out the murder. Oh man, yeah, we're just going over. It was me. It was Kendrick Hawes. I did it. That's right. That was the mammal specialist, Kendrick Hawes. He has the ability to control mammals, and that includes humans as well. He used all the people at the facility like chess pieces, with checkmate being the death of the victim. Everything to serve out the justice his dogma led him to believe was correct. During this case, I saw my colleagues in a new light. I also realized once more how little I know of the people in my division. Everyone has a different central belief that drives them to do this job. Do you think there will come a day where I form one too? November 25th, 1960 Grooks. Note your case. You're gonna staffer all them cases. Yo. That's basically what's happening. Note's like a secret staffer. Or something. Inspector, I've got rather embarrassing news to write about this time. I made a huge mistake during today's case. This morning, they found a body at the mansion near the theater that I work at. This morning, they found a body at the mansion near that theater I wrote about before, and it was in a rather interesting state. The body had been cut in half, vertically. I don't believe you've even seen a body in such a state. The victim was a collector of staff, and it was that staff that killed him. We talked about the wife of the victim, Elle Miller, his good friend, Willie Montague. From the information that we got from Montague, we located a staff merchant who goes by the name Zadvaring. In the end, the person who contributed most of the victim's death was Elle Miller. Elle Miller, the victim's wife. She didn't know the triggers of the staff inside the storage shed, leading to her accidentally activating one and killing the victim. The victim didn't tell his wife about his staff because Mrs. Miller wasn't interested in knowing. I don't really understand it, but it seems like they figured it was a way they could keep their marriage going. Yeah. I made a lot of mistakes during this case. Because of my own dogmatic view of the world, a colleague of mine almost got hurt. If only I'd kept my calm as usual, we would have been able to figure out a safer way to solve this case. Why did I let myself act out of impatience like that? It might be because I can't stand the thought of having anyone besides me having to suffer. December 10th, 1960. Note your case. Last one. Inspector, I felt a pressing need to write to you. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'll actually send this letter, though. We solved another case. I can't fill you in on the specifics, but I hope you understand. We went to another facility to investigate the crime. One of the people there died in the most mysterious of ways. The victim lived close to a white-haired woman and blonde-haired man. There was also a child among our suspects. Our prime suspect turned out to be... Oh man. What was so interesting about the last case was, there was a timeline where all of them were the culprits. First culprit, second culprit, third culprit. But it was young child. As gruesome as it sounds, it was the kid. Just as clueless as ever. I can't tell you how he did what he did. But he still has no idea what his actions led back there. But he still has no idea what his actions led to back there. And now I figured out what he's done. He's gonna pay with his life. I saved the world, though. I've discovered my purpose in this life. But I'm not sure if it's the right thing to do or not. I hope there will come a day where I can properly explain all this. Anyway, I've got documents to finish today, so I'll end my letter with this. By the time this letter arrives, it may already be the new year. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, ma'am. December 24th, 1960. No trick case. It was Christmas Eve when that happened. No trick case. 221N, Dartford Road, London. From the Rainfield Akimbo of the Akimbo Detective Agency. December 18th, 1960. No trick. I've gotten each and every one of your letters. Sorry I'm only writing back to you now. With each letter I get from you, I can see you're finding your footing out there. And I do believe you'll eventually find yourself. That's what I feared above all else. 10 years ago, I found you at the scene of a murder. All that hair in front of your eyes looked absolutely stifling. I took my pen out of my pocket and pinned it out of the way, just as a temporary fix. Never in my life thought you'd still be walking around with that thing stuck in your hair. You couldn't even read back then, but you figured out the case from the documents you saw. It was then that I knew it. Even though you're no staffer, I knew you were a boy with superhuman abilities. After all, I knew someone else like you. I was afraid someone might use those abilities for no good, so I brought you in and raised you as my own. For 10 years, I wouldn't let you step foot in town, just so those abilities of yours wouldn't blossom. That's what I did. But then that man came to me this Easter. There's definitely a case. You might not be a staffer, but I'm a no-trick case. No-trick case. Is this your first time? Hey, he got his license. It's the next day. It's Christmas. Huh? Oh, shit. Hi, Redfins. Driving to work. Is this a first? Yeah, it is. But now that I'm actually doing it, it's easier than I thought. Well, it's easier than putting an excavator through a wall, but you still look a little nervous. That's not because of the driving. It's because of everything that happened yesterday. Why did I say all of that? It's because of me. This is the wrong way. I know. Ah, it's right there. The place we just passed was Trump Tower, right? That's right. It was the first case you solved with us, huh? Yeah, but they took the sign down. That they did. A while back, I took a stroll around Miller Residence with Detective Brian. Mrs. Miller doesn't live there anymore. There's a new owner. Of course. I mean, after what happened there. You're probably right. Note, if you go straight right here. Never mind. Let's go another way. Huh? Where's this parade coming from? Is there some sort of Christmas event going on? No, turn around. We're gonna be late. No, we still got loads of time. But it's good to get there early, so... No more creature food! Ban it! Ban it all! Nonsense! I am having hard enough time putting food on my table. How are we supposed to get by? Why pick Christmas to do all this? Are you going to take responsibility if my restaurant goes under? Is all this... No, turn the car around. No, we still have time. Hold up a second. At least until the people pass. The man said he was the chief investigations at the bureau, and he knew everything that was there, and he knew everything there was to know. He knew about your abilities and about all the sins I committed in the past. I killed someone in London before. He held that over my head as a threat. He wanted to recruit you for the bureau. Either way, it was your wish to go to London someday, but I needed to tell you this. You may feel like this is a betrayal. If that's the case, I don't want you to forgive me. No trick. I bet you've seen things you never wanted to lay your eyes on. Still, there are things you have yet to see. Things you can't see from where you are now. Things beyond the fog. We're here. Note. Mind if I break the silence? Aren't you consistent? Whenever I ask you about something, I always get the response I get. If you don't like it, phrase things so I can understand them after a single listen. And what was all that back there? If you're concerned about something, ask away. Is it that obvious? Yes. Very. It's also confusing. The stuff that happened in the underground, what you set up on the roof, the letter I got from the inspector this morning, and all that we saw back there. I don't have a single clear answer for any of it. Yet, if I think about who's lying and who's the culprit for a single moment, I have my answer. I think that particular example only applies to you. But I know what you mean. In the end, there are problems in this world that don't have clear answers. In such cases, it's not about your logic to find an answer. Instead, it's about making a choice. A choice. A choice. Come to think of it, when the cabinet secretary led Doug away yesterday, I couldn't get a word out. I think I just couldn't bear the sight of Doug any longer. But now that I'm really thinking about it, not just with this case, but with all the others, well, out of all things concerning you, I think I can give you a clear answer for one of them. Me too. Note. Huh? I feel the same way. That's the answer to number 2. Number 2? Wait, what did I say before? You're quite consistent yourself, Sergeant. Wait, what was the questions? He didn't say the questions out loud, right? He doesn't have a clear answer for any of it. The stuff in the underground. Ah, Wait, about the thing on the roof? I don't know. Speaking in riddles even now. Saying whatever you want. Yeah. Saying whatever you want before disappearing. We're here. Hi. Knock, knock. Where'd the sergeant run off to? There's only one way to the Man Affairs Division. She can be a little selfish with her actions at times, saying that and then disappearing. Are you lost? Oh, hey. I'm fine. I was just looking for a coworker that ditched me. Okay. I don't know what voice to give you, man. Okay. Good to hear. I, on the other hand, am lost. If it's alright with you, could I bother you for directions? I'm sorry. I'd love to help, but I only know my way around the investigations department. Perfect. That's exactly where I'm going. Detective, could you lead the way to the Man Affairs Division? I'd be grateful. This is the guy that was talking to the cabinet secretary. We don't know a lot about him. Quite the gentleman, too. You don't seem like you belong hanging around the bureau. That's a rather awkward compliment to be getting. Right. You said your coworker ditched you, yeah? Has this happened before? Now that you mention it, yeah. The same thing happened my very first day here. I bet she's using a secret passageway. There are quite a number of them in this building. In fact, there's quite a few locations here that don't have any floor plans. After you work here for some time, you'll find that you'll start knowing a few things. If you happen to have a knack for the exploring, excuse me, you may come to know even more than that. Actually, that rooftop balcony wasn't on the floor plan either. You know more than I thought about this building. How'd you not know your way around How'd you not know your way to investigations? I've been working elsewhere these days. I haven't been this way for around 2 years, so I think it's quite reasonable for me to lose my way. Does that mean he worked here before? Speaking of which, do you have identification? I'm not suspecting you or anything. It's just that I've got another coworker who might point her gun at you if we don't have any. I guess Dina hasn't changed then. I figured she'd have that fixed by now. You know Detective Dina? Let's just say I won't be needing identification. They all know me. The gun will be pointed all the same, though. No use complicating things. Excuse me? Sergeant. You're late, Newt. You just sort of disappeared, so I came to find you. You're the one who disappeared. But more importantly, we have a visitor. Newt, get over here, the assistant. Assistant. Huh? Yet again, it's been a while. You shut your mouth. Wow, we're getting like new Redfin's portraits left and right. This is the third one. Why? After all this time, why? Are you here to kill me? Or is it that you want me to kill you? Sergeant? Neither. I have no desire to come back this way. But what am I to do after being demoted? Demoted? That's right. I've been appointed Detective Chief Inspector, head of all investigations on the ground floor. I look forward to working with you. What's that supposed to mean? Nonsense. You know I'm not one for jokes. If you got questions, I would direct them towards the previous Detective Chief Inspector. Damn it. No, wait here, and don't speak a word to this man. Sergeant, where are you going? Sorry. I'll explain everything when I return. Promise. For now, shall we head inside? 2 years. They keep bringing up 2 years. Something happened 2 years ago. We'll never know. Not a single thing has changed here. This is the only room in the bureau that stinks of humans. Actually, they did take one thing down. It's too quiet just to be waiting around. I'd love a cup of tea. Do you think you could put on the kettle? Right, she said not to speak a word to me, huh? You listen better than I thought you might, especially considering Sergeant Redfins is only half the investigator she used to be. Half? Oh, did that get a reaction from you? Brian, are you in here? Why didn't you respond to my calls? Detective Thina. Ah, note, have you seen Brian? I've been bringing him all more. Madan. It's been a while. You shouldn't be here. I'm not here because I want to be, but having to explain this to each and every single one of you is giving me a headache. Madan. That would make you John Madan. Previously in this very division. You spoke like you two worked 2 years before. And both Detective Thina and the Sergeant know you. Chief Madan, were you a detective at the Mena Affairs Division before? No. No. Then I was barking up the wrong tree. Still not bad. You got close. I'm Bernard Madan. Fuck. Bernard? I'm Bernard Madan. John was my little brother. Thus, when I was Chief Inspector of Operations, I was known to show my face around here. Until 2 years ago, that is. 2 years ago. There's that 2 years ago again. What on earth happened here then? Note. Sergeant? Note. Come quickly. Pandy? What is it? Where are you? The sergeant. She went to meet the chief. Wait up, Note. Brian, there you are. Detective Brian. Huh? What are you doing here? Why are you just standing? Sergeant. Uh-oh. Oh, you're fine. No. Oh. I thought she fell. I thought she died. Okay. The chief's dead. He's dead. Here's the report. On December 25th, at 9:30 in the morning, there was a murder reported at the London branch of the Bureau. The victim's name? Pimbert. That was his name? His name was Pimbert? You fucking kidding me with that shit? Former Detective Chief Inspector. The suspects. The members of the Mena Affairs Division. Oh! We're murderers! One of us are. Case 5 beyond. Imagine dying with that name. Imagine living with that name. Hey, I'm Pimbert. Death was a mercy. Case dismissed. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, knowing that, yeah. Would you have a seat? Would you please have a seat? You're distracting me. How am I supposed to just sit here? I feel like I've been locked in here half a day. Can't be helped. We're suspects now. From the state of the chief's body, I'd say he died from sometime between evening and midnight last night. That's around when we met with him. He had his brief conversation with Noed in the hall. Then after that, he called me, Dina, and Brian into his office in that order. What order? Let me just... Okay. If this was a murder, and there are no other suspects, it's obvious that the suspicions would fall on us. I've been investigating a number of murders, but I never thought I'd be directly involved in one. So this is what it's like to be on the other side of a murder investigation. This doesn't feel like the world I've been living in. It feels like I've been dropped somewhere else. What's going to happen to us? Well, that falls on me to explain. Madan. First of all, Case, you're innocent. Well, you're not wrong, but how can you be so certain? It's just as one said. You stopped by the upstairs balcony before heading straight out the door. I've had my eye on you ever since you left the underground, so I can say that with certainty. His keeping his eye on me is a bit concerning, but the thing is, then that clears up the sergeant for this too. She left with me. No, we can't say for sure that what she was doing before her rendezvous with you on the balcony. She could have killed the victim before meeting up with you. Blech. Excuse me. That's impossible. Pandy has no reason to kill the chief. Is that so? I don't know the man all too well, but I'm not hearing great reviews about his performance from those around him. Did you not say you wished you could get rid of him at times? That may have slipped out, and I may have meant it. You also got into an altercation with the victim yesterday, did you not? That makes you a prime suspect. But I was the last one to see the chief. He was alive up until that point, so doesn't that clear Athena and Saj? I found a few pieces of stuff in the area. With those, it may be possible to trick people about his death. Besides, there's a good possibility that whoever did the deed came back to the scene of the crime to do it. Then it could have been anyone. Well, you all are prime suspects. And there's no way to say for certain that another staffer wasn't involved. However, this isn't about finding the culprit. After all, this case is over. What? Our answer is clear. You're the only ones in charge of the investigations, and we can't let the suspects carry out the investigation. We can't exactly let the police inside the bureau, and it would be rather inefficient to bring in another department. So I'll ask my questions, and then we'll wrap this up. That goes for the case and the Men Affairs Division. What's that supposed to mean? You're being dismissed. All of you. What? Where is this coming from all of a sudden? It's not sudden at all. This whole department is inefficient. We held a meeting and unanimously voted to dismantle your department. Blah, 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 blah. Sure. What did you say? What did you just say? This can't be. Catching us off guard like that? No, it can't end like this. Yet again, you're burying us. Just like you did 2 years ago. If you're that curious about finding the truth, I won't stop you from investigating. It should be rather simple for you, no? All you need to do is lay one finger on the chief's body. Look here, you know about that! What does he mean by lay one finger on the body? Oh, you didn't know? I thought you two were close. Though I do understand why she wouldn't tell you. You're forcing my hand. Originally, I was going to pick the proper time and place to explain everything. Sergeant? No, here you go. This is... my bureau file. You can see the details at the bottom here, right? Unable to obtain visual information from inanimate objects. Then you're saying that you can use your skill on living beings. You can see everything that happened too? Not every living being. There are some I can't get visuals from. Obviously, I can't get it from plants since they don't have eyes, and everything gets blurry from most animals since their senses are different from ours. But when I use my skill on a human body, with senses exactly like mine, I get a nearly complete visual record from them. If that's the case, She could have solved all these cases in a heartbeat. But 2 years ago, Saj took the lead on most investigations and solved them herself. Dina and I were just there for support. Exactly. Up until 2 years ago. But wow. Who knew that one little case would make it where you could never touch another person? Shut up. What are you even talking? Why are you even talking? It's okay. Madan, I don't know what your goal is in all this, but I'm not gullible enough to fall for all of your childish provocations. He's right. I can't touch bodies anymore. I thought I was fine again, but seeing the chief's body right in front of me, my pathetic hands just wouldn't move. Plus, even if I did succeed in reading memories from his body, a suspect's word would have no bearing on an investigation. But it's fine. After all, it won't be me solving this case. Pardon? Note. Hold on to my bureau file for me. You'll need it during your investigation. Sergeant? Note. You're the only one of us who's been cleared of this crime. This case is yours to solve. You think I'll stand for this? Didn't you say exactly that? You said if we were curious about the truth, you wouldn't stop us. Did you really take such a pathetic attempt at humor seriously? Even if he's not a suspect. He's too close to you three. You're expecting me to leave the case in his hands. I'll allow it. Oh shit, Ermin. Was that the cabinet secretary's voice? Cabinet secretary. Isn't this matter settled already? I settled matters. I settle the matters here. You have no reason to deny the boy, Madan. This is the perfect opportunity to see David's potential. Or perhaps you're hiding something? No, sir. You'll start at once. He's getting ahead of himself. Alright. I'll allow you to investigate. But you've only got 1 hour. After that hour, consider this investigation closed. And you must keep your spork flip the whole time. Alright. Okay, Note. We're all counting on you. They might even change their minds about closing our division if you do well enough. I'll try my best. In the end, it's just as I said. The day has come when the investigation is in your hands alone. But my God, I had no idea things would play out like this. Indeed, but Note. Are you sure you'll be alright? Huh? In this case, even I could be the culprit. It could be Thina or Saj herself. Honestly, I've been doubting every person in here since I stepped foot in this room. No matter how hard I refuse to believe this, every little bit of faith I have in you must be turned to suspicion. Why are you whispering, Brian? And if the truth you uncover is less than ideal for us, you should know what to do. Detective Brian, I've been suspecting you too. I suspect Detective Dina and the sergeant as well. Until this case comes to a close, I don't think those doubts will be erased. If this case were to be buried without my having uncovered the truth, I imagine we take those doubts straight to our graves. I have no idea what lies in store for us, but I hate the thought of that. Thus, I must get to the bottom of this case. I can't help but to believe you're right. Or believe in what you're saying. Well, if you're going to take the case, you'll be needing this. Here's a bureau file on one of your prime suspects. I'm leaving it in your capable hands. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. Aren't you forgetting something? Here! Detective Thina. You can't be leaving me out, only me out, can you? Of course not. So this is how it feels, to be in the presence of a David. I have no idea what you're going on about, but I'm sure you're chasing your tail wherever it is, with whatever it is. Note is special. And it's not just because of his talents. Talents aside, and without him being a staffer, Note is the most capable detective I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Well then, that makes him all the more dangerous. Well, well, well. Fuck you, Madan. Hi, Chief. Oh, damn. You know, honestly, that painting scared the fuck out of me. So this is our chief's office. I walked by it, but this is the first time I'm stepping in it. I never thought these would be the circumstances of my first visit. Chief. I don't know where you're going, but I'm glad to see you off, Chief. Right. I guess this is goodbye. That was the last thing he said to me. Well, let's get started. I have to investigate the scene of the crime, but this time, with my own two hands. But what's that sound? Bzzz. 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 7 things? Damn. The floor. The bullet hole? Oh, we can't investigate the bullet hole? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, solve them. Did the chief keep an extra set of clothes here? I don't see anything special about him. Maybe I could turn his pockets inside out? Just a waste of time. Nothing. To have such a large painting hanging in his office. Was the chief wealthier than I might have thought? Than I might have imagined? Never mind. On closer inspection, it doesn't look like an expensive piece of work. There are a few smudged sections here and there, and the colors seem off. Huh? This picture wasn't painted on the canvas? It looks like it was painted on another type of thin cloth. In fact, the fabric's so thin that I can see through it. What is art anyway? There's a hole underneath the painting. No way. Is this a bullet hole? Well, if it's a bullet hole we're talking about, then I can only think of one person who could have actually made it. Chief, I hope you understand. My eyes were already drawn to this part from far away, but it looks as though the fabric around his chest area is darker than the rest. But it doesn't look like something was pushed through the fabric. Can I get a closer look? What is this? There's a hole straight through his chest. On top of that, it looks like the area around the wound was cauterized by a flame or something. Is that why there's so little blood? It's a clean circle. It looks like a hollow tube cut a section out of him. What on earth happened to that guy to leave him looking like this? Of course, I'm not able to make out his footprints with my naked eye. Even if such things were visible, it would take a trained eye to see them. As expected, things are harder without Detective Brian. I should give up on checking the floor. Oh, did it auto-click for me? I guess it did. Looks like the chief left a note. I should see what he wrote. Thank you for the parting gift. I shall put them to good use. Hey, don't forget that even though I'm going, I'll always be watching. His handwriting. Is it his? Let's finish reading it. Always watch what you say, and think of me before you act. If you don't, I'll expose the truth about you. I still have the documents. If I ever have the need to order you around again, you be sure you're here to lend a hand. Is this a threat? I figured it was a suicide note from the first part of it, but I don't think this guy could have resorted to that. Guessing from the contents, it looks like the chief has been threatening someone for some time now. It seems like he was about to pass on another threatening message. I can't be sure if this is related to the case, but it could have something to do with the victim's motive. On closer look, my bad. On closer look, I see the yellow remnants on the previous page. Did he rip that one off and store it somewhere? Unfortunately, if the sergeant were here, she could recreate that previous message too. Though she'd probably say something like, "What do you think of this notebook? Ah, that's what she was getting at with the notebook bit. Electric clock. A digital clock. That's where this noise is coming from. He has an alarm set. I'd love to turn it off right this second, but I should check it out before I do. Besides displaying the time, it looks like it's also got a radio and an alarm function. It looks pretty expensive too. He's got the alarm set for 8:30 p.m. and 9 o'clock p.m. That makes the alarm going off at 9 o'clock 1, I'd imagine. Good. Now I can turn it off. Ew. That makes me feel a little bit better. No, I can hardly call this mood better. After all, I don't think this nagging feeling will go away until I solve this case. All I gotta do is solve this case and... Kid jump scare, fucking... Hey! Fucking... it's a kid! Jesus. If I do solve this case, will everything be better? What am I thinking? I'm on the case. I don't have time to stand around. I should do what I can first. Huh? Isn't this flower pot? No! Is this flower pot really holding that? It's just I suspected. He's got that dried flower in here. This is from the case we solved about a month ago at the Miller residence. This is one of the pieces of staff the victim had. Its skill allows people to create a replica of themselves when they pluck a flower off the petal, or when they pluck a petal off the flower. Detective Brian and I saw it in action firsthand, and the ball next to it. Oh shit. That staff I sold was a yellow rubber ball. It was rolling around the storage room at my department store for a while. But then a mouse that was playing with it suddenly caught fire. Top part of its body was burnt to ashes, so it was dead as soon as it was as dead as a doornail when we found it, poor thing. The chief was holding on to the staff? Is he a collector too? I can't believe he's storing such a dangerous item out in the open. The light on the ceiling, making it hard to step onto the ball's shadow. If you were to make the wrong move... Come to think of it, Peter Miller had one more piece of staff. Where'd that one go? What if I organize what I've found so far? That is regular data. I guess that'll do. I think I've checked out everything I can. Normally, someone else would have said that. Feel sort of lonely. Still, I did find something. There's one thing I could tell from what I've investigated so far. I know what our murder weapon was. That's all I can say for sure. Gotta connect the pieces of evidence that tell me that. Yeah, Note doesn't have anyone to quip with, so... so it's just him talking. Which, thank God, Note, you're just my normal voice, and it changes all the time, but it is lonely. Alright, before we go on though, I actually have to use the restroom real quick. So, give me 1 second while I use the restroom. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. I went out. I went to use the restroom. I opened the door to come back, and then I just see my cat. Like, I've never seen my cat do this. It was really funny. Her face was like, it was like fully. Her face was like, it was like digging into the into the bed that she was laying on. And I was like, what are, like an ostrich? You know how like the cartoon ostriches, they do the thing where like they put their head in the ground? She was doing that. And I'm like, what are you doing? And she was purring. So I was like, oh, you must be having a good sleep. I petted her and then I came back. What? I was like, she never does that. So I'm just like, what's happening? Like full like face and everything. You know, cats, they rest their neck on like the edge of the bed usually. But her face was like full down. She's like, I'm tired. All right, let's get back to it. Gotta connect the pieces of evidence that tell me that. Oh, we're going straight. Okay. Straight into a logical. Oh, Sergeant of the Mana Affairs Division has a knack for investigations, generally avoids touching others. Head investigator at the Mana Affairs Division wears a uniquely shaped monocle. Head interrogator at the Mana Affairs Division, always wearing a rather large hat. Former Chief of London Branch's Operations Division. Older brother of John Madan, former detective of the Mana Affairs Division. Cool. Let's see. Corpse? The area around it seems to have been burned. Oh. It was the ball? The ball killed him? I thought it was a gunshot wound. What? How do you do that, though? Damn. The chief's body showed evidence of only one wound. A scorched hole in the center of his chest. It's clear that this was the fatal wound that led to his death. On top of that, there's a piece of staff in this room able to light fires. Light a thing on fire, turning them to ash. Of course, it's that yellow rubber ball. That rubber ball was procured from the Miller residence, and the woman who sold the ball was very clear. The mouse that stepped into the shadow of that ball was burned to ashes. This piece of staff has the skill to turn an object into ash, and its triggering is something coming to its shadow. And that's what I know thus far. The shadow of the ball has been centered on the chief's chest. That's how he got the wound. It's weird that there's no hole in his shirt. But now that I'm really looking at it, there are no burns on the wall or floor either. It seems like the ball only burns living tissue. Would you consider that the mouse was burnt to ash while the floor was unscathed then? That explains why the shirt is fine while the tissue within was burned straight through. I see. What? I'm certain of it. The murder weapon was this piece of staff. And that's it. I can't be sure of anything else. No matter how this goes, I'm not able to go and solve a phenomena case alone. What? Where's the boisterous bloke from before? You investigating the scene of the crime in just 10 minutes. Even going as far as to name the murder weapon. You've still got plenty of time. How about giving it another go? I've already given it enough thought. There's nothing else I could figure out by looking over the crime scene. Of course. Time to think it isn't really a problem with you. My throat. Then how about getting statements from your suspects? My suspects? Statements from all of you? But I don't really feel comfortable questioning my colleagues like this. You might even be able to clear one of us using our statements. And if you make good use of them, they might even help in your investigation. Of course. I see what the sergeant is getting at. All right, let's do this. Leave taking the statements to me. You can write down what everyone says, but leave out the abnormal heartbeat part. What? Why are you acting so surprised? You're a suspect. Yeah. Did you think your abnormal heartbeats would have any bearing on this case? I mean, he's right. That's just how things stand right now. Well then, shall we get started on the statements? We should each talk about the events that played out from when we met with the chief last night all the way up to this morning. Note. Who would you like to hear from first? Are we choosing? We're just choosing who? Speech select. I didn't think we'd ever use this again. This is so specific. Redfin, Stina, or Brian. Yep, it's in that order. Let's just go. Left to right. Hi, Redfins. Redfins. It was a little after 7:30 p.m. when I entered the chief's office. The chief blathered on about meaningless things that had nothing to do with work. I admit that I stopped paying attention in the middle, but I must say it was rather odd. He wasn't the type of person who liked to discuss private affairs. It felt like the talk of a man about to leave. At least, that's what I felt at the time. I left the room and told Tina to head right up after. I didn't go back in that room after that. I just put a few documents away in my car and headed up to the roof. And, well, you know the rest. I was up there, and then we left together. When I talked with the chief, I had the same feeling that he was talking about someone about to leave. Today, Chief Madan was coming in to take over as Detective Chief Inspector. So where was our old chief headed? He was demoted, right? So the chief was gonna be replaced, or Madan was being replaced with the chief, right? Athena. The next person. When Penny told me when Penny told me the chief wanted to see me and I headed up, it was around 8 o'clock p.m. The chief told me to have a seat. Right when I did, he started talking, not about work, but he started reciting some strange philosophical view on the world, and it rubbed me the wrong way. So I wanted to give him a little scare. But then he froze up and called security. That's why I don't have my gun on me. They confiscated it. Then he kicked me out of his office. Athena, what? You pointed a gun at him? That's it. That's my statement. There was a part of Detective Athena's statement where I feel like she skipped over the most important parts. Should I point them out later? What, like the alarm? Probably. And then Brian headed up after Athena. It was exactly 8:10 when I met with the chief. He called me and I spoke. For some reason, he didn't look to be in the best of moods. He told me to remain standing as what he wanted to say wouldn't take long. The content of his lecture consisted of a rather inconsequential life advice. In truth, it was nothing but him tooting his own horn. I decided somewhere in the middle that it wasn't worth my time and walked out the room. Yet as horrible as the chief was, my behavior was unacceptable, and I couldn't let that go. That was why I headed straight to the chief's office this morning. And there, I happened upon his body. For now, that's all I can remember. And then Detective Brian was the last one to see the chief alive. Generally speaking, that makes him my prime suspect. I mean, I just can't imagine him doing such a thing, but I've got to leave emotions out of this. That's everyone's account of that night. Detective Thena wrote out all their statements, but without the abnormal heartbeats, it's impossible for me to tell who's telling the truth. However, that doesn't mean I'm out of ways to acquire any more information. If I could connect parts of the statements to clues that I found at the crime scene, I might be able to get a better sense of what happened. Even the smallest details will help. Let's connect the statements with the clues that can relate to them. Out of all the clues I found at the crime scene, I can tell who left one of them. Oh, did Athena leave the bullet hole in the wall? God damn, Athena. No, this is... Oh, yeah, this is Athena. So I wanted to give him a little scare. You shot at him? you shot at the chief, Athena? You'd be the culprit right now if he actually got shot, but no, he got burned. Detective Athena, you only wanted to scare the chief, yet they took your gun? Uh-huh. So? So the gunshot hole left at the crime scene right here is... Yep, that's it. Huh? I told you I scared him a little, right? I fired a round off next to his face. That's not a little scare. Are you in your right mind? You discharged your weapon. But the chief, that tosser, he said it was goodbye. And then he kept going on how I couldn't help it because I'm a staffer and all sorts of that grating remarks. He said Pandy and Brian never knew their place, and that would be better to tell me since I spoke my mind. Now that I'm thinking about it, he pretty much said the same to me. So I got annoyed and couldn't help it. Still, firing your weapon was a step too far. It's true that the security guards called in by the victim detained Athena yesterday. And that's why we confiscated her weapon. Then, they didn't let her go until 11 p.m. after their investigation of the incident was finished. Though she's still in no position to speak out considering the suspicions that follow her. Detective Athena. Sorry, Note. I made your job harder for you. No, you actually did well. Well then, thanks, I guess. No, it's not my place to say this, but if you keep egging her on like this, she won't break these bad habits of hers. I mean, I do agree that firing off a shot is crossing the line, but as far as our case is concerned, I think we could say that yesterday's incident may actually turn out to be in Detective Athena's favor. In her favor. Detective Athena was detained until 11 in the evening. That means one of the items I found at the crime scene gains a new significance. The alarm was still going off. He would have turned it off if he was still alive at 9 p.m. Right? There you go. Athena, you can help us. You're innocent, Athena, right? I'm sure you all know, right? There was an alarm going off at the scene of the crime just a few minutes ago. It was pretty loud in there. Was that the alarm going off? It was, and I do think it was an alarm set by the victim. And because the victim was already dead when the alarm went off, no one was there to turn it off. And the alarm in question was set for 9 o'clock p.m. I see. Then Athena was lucky indeed. If the alarm was still ringing at 9 o'clock, I see. If the chief wasn't able to turn off his 9 o'clock alarm, there's a high likelihood that he died before that. But if Athena were under investigation until 11 o'clock, that's right. Detective Athena couldn't have killed the chief. Oh, is that certain then? We can't say that for sure. The chief could have stepped out of his office for a moment around 9. No. The body was discovered inside his office. Even if he did step outside for a moment, he would have come back in before his death. If the alarm was still sounding, the chief still would have turned it off then. Yet, the alarm was going off at the scene of the crime until a few minutes ago. In other words, we can be certain that the victim died before 9 o'clock p.m. Yay, freedom! To think that discharging your weapon would lead to you proving your innocence. This case is getting out of hand. Come now. This is the very moment my outlook on life has been reaffirmed. I have a feeling that this incident may have worsened her bad habits, and that worries me. Oh, logical. That's right. It's actually kind of cold. I'm gonna put on my hoodie. Gosh. Yeah, it has been cold recently. Thank God. Cool. Well then, first things first. This clears Detective Tina, right? Sure. That leaves Red Friends and Brian as our possible suspects. We'll see about that. The most obvious consequence here is the faith in Detective Tina has been restored. So, that means Detective Tina is able to participate in the investigation now, right? Pardon? Can I? What are you even saying? Of course not. Why not? Tina has a close bond with both suspects. I'm concerned she might lie on behalf of both Brian and Redfins. The same goes for me. Why are you letting me carry out my own investigation? You see, the cabinet secretary. Then the cabinet secretary has a particular reason for allowing me to investigate. Of course he does. He's had his eyes on me. He's had eyes on only me ever since I left the underground yesterday. I can't be sure of what his particular reason might be, but it seems that the cabinet secretary still wants to keep that hidden. Then, Madame. Damn. Have I said too much? Oh well. Couldn't be helped. I guess he has no choice but to allow it. Seems you've learned how to make threats now. I have nothing left to teach you. Alright. I'll allow Thena to help you with the investigation. She can't do anything but add where she detected abnormal heartbeats anyways. What was that? Detective Thena, could you please add the abnormal heartbeats to the statements? I guess he has a point. Still, this is a stupendous addition. Maybe for someone who doesn't already know your skill. Huh? How many abnormal heartbeats did you detect during their statements? 1. I detected it when Brian talked about finding the body. But he was talking about a body, so an abnormal heartbeat was given. In other words, it's still impossible to point to one particular part of their statements. These two know your skill better than anyone else. It's extremely likely that they avoided making any risky remarks. It's no wonder you didn't detect any abnormal heartbeats. It's as he said. With just this one abnormal heartbeat, it's going to be hard to point out a lie in what the sergeant and Detective Brian said. However, the opposite is also a possibility. Is that what's happening here? Because I proved Detective Thena's innocence, I was able to add her investigative powers to my own. With the abnormal heartbeats added to the statement, if I can prove someone else's innocence. I didn't go back into that room after that. Oh, Red Fins is also innocent. Brian! What the fuck? In the sergeant's statement, she said she didn't go back into that room after that. We didn't detect an abnormal heartbeat in her statement. In other words, after her first time meeting the chief, she didn't meet him again. After that, the sergeant had her sit down with the chief, called in Detective Dinas and Brian, one after the other. Shit. That means that after her final meeting with the chief was still alive. From this, we can prove the sergeant's innocence. So, are you going to ask for her to be included in the investigation too? You know very well that I am. Well, my word. I did believe allowing just one person, Thena, to join in would be alright. After all, it's hard to push back against his orders. Well, what can I say? If he wants me to peel back the layers, I might as well peel them all back. I'll let Redfins join you. Great! That's rather unexpected. Because this is you we're talking about, I'd figured you nitpick about this, that, or the other. Why would I do that? It means nothing to me whether you catch your culprit or not. Well then, it seems there's only one suspect. The only suspect you have left is Brian. He was the last to see the victim, and he knew well of the staff used to murder the victim, right? Isn't it about time you named your culprit? Don't be ridiculous. This is Brian we're talking about. You really think he's capable of something like that? Your argument is steeped in emotion. Maybe you'd be better suited for operations over investigations. This investigation isn't over. Once Sergeant carries out a memory survey of the crime scene, we'll turn over another clue. With that, we'll clear Detective Brian's name as well. Indeed, yet you may also charge back on the people you've already cleared for this. Nah, Red Fins would never. Nothing would happen. Right, Red Fins? The chief. I honestly thought I might kill that man a few times. Detective Tina, I believe refraining from making such incriminating remarks, it would be a good call now. Just a thought, nothing more. However, it's not quite as pleasing a sight as I thought it would be. No, let's start our investigation. All right. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. I see the chief had an extra change of clothes. When I checked it out before, there was nothing in the pockets. Seems like that's a given. He hasn't worn this coat jacket in a month. Then it's just a spare, huh? How about the shoes down there? These shoes were worn just yesterday. Don't people normally change their jackets more often than their shoes? That's not the case with slippers, but all of these look like dress shoes. It's a bit odd. It is indeed. Let's put these shoes on our records. It's a painting of a Greek woman holding an earthen jar, and it's quite unpleasant. You think so? It was painted by something rather unique. That paint was applied to a especially thin-like material. It was. Touching only confirms that fact. That doesn't mean you should be caressing the thing. What if it's expensive? It's okay, since it's full investigation. Plus, it seems the chief touched it quite often too. It carries the memory of that? Yes. The memories that show he touched the jar pot. In fact, he wasn't just touching it, he pressed it down pretty hard. Does that mean something stashed away behind it? No, behind it is just an ordinary wall. Right, I knew that. I have been surprised if that wasn't the case. But what if it is? What? Why are we just writing that off like it's nothing? Sergeant, could you have a look at this notepad? Sure. Give it here. Isn't there something you wanted to say? What might that be? Never mind. This letter is threatening someone. Very much something that the chief would do. There's also clear pen indentions from the previous note that was written. I can restore what was written here with my skill. There was quite a lot of information written here. It's going to take some time. Dina, could you pull that note over? I think I should be moving some things around before I write all this out. Here you go. No, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I just found that thing. Of course. Can't teach your old dog new tricks. I suddenly wish I was the dead one. Oh, did he try to grab the thing? People... This is a list of all the staff in Chief's possession. Jesus. What a note. Look here. We can see that the rubber ball was written down on his list. It's not that it lights things in its shadow, but it alters the light that shines on it. He got quite a lot of details written down here. He even wrote a precaution for the dried flower. It's a rather dumb precaution. What are you trying to use that thing for? There's an empty piece of staff we don't know about as well. It seems as though Chief has been carrying out his own research. What? We had a person die due to unauthorized staff in his collection. And now to see the Chief collecting staff. What a greedy man. Still, I think this document will help us out during our investigation. We should be thankful you found it. That document reminds me, there was also a music box among the staff procured from the Miller residence. I don't see it here though. So where is it? Investigate. Why did it do that? Sorry. I'm like yawning a lot right now. Is this the part of the stream where I get tired? No, it's only 2:30. Okay, give me 1 second. So this is the digital clock. I've got to thank it for clearing my name. It's got a memory of someone turning it off last night. I hear the Chief's voice complaining about how loud it was, so it was probably him. What? But the alarm was turned off a few minutes ago. This is part of the stream where I returned from doing the map. Oh, how was it? Did you have fun? Did you figure out the 5, 6, 10 feet square? It kept changing. It's so weird that it kept changing. So they just let his corpse sit there for hours? No, As good try. It's just been here since what, like, at least it's been here since 9 o'clock last night, and it's like, I forget what time it is now. I think it's like 9 in the morning right now. Guy looks happy though. Yeah, he looks like he's like reminiscing. What? But the alarm was only turned off a few minutes ago, wasn't it? He has a little smirk going. Yeah, he's like, oh, yes, finally. I'm certain the alarm was going off when I reached the scene before. The clock only holds the memory of sounding for a long time after. The clock is programmed to go off twice. Once at 8:30 and once at 9. Then I see. Then the memory I was reading must have been that of 8:30 of the 8:30 alarm. And since it was the Chief who turned that one off, it means the Chief was still alive at 8:30. I missed these things. I missed all these things. The incident at the mansion was still so vivid. Feels like it happened last week. Though in truth, it hasn't even been a month. Pandy, are you gonna investigate the rubber ball? What if it burns your hand when you try to touch it? If it's the murder weapon, I have no choice. I should be fine as long as I don't move its shadow. Hold up 1 second. Right, you'll be fine as long as you come at it from this direction. Now, read its memories from here. Thank you. Still, I wish you wouldn't put yourself in harm's way on my behalf. I just put the investigation first is all. If you were to hurt your hand, Sergeant, we'd have a hard time with our investigation. Is that so? Yes, that's exactly so. Huh? What's going on? It seems as though the rubber ball was originally wrapped in a cloth. That's how he passed it by without knowing what it was. Wait, what? That's how he passed it by without knowing what it was when we came here. Is that because you're able to touch its shadow when it's wrapped in cloth? Might be. After all, shadows are carried by light. If you block a light, then its guild maybe doesn't activate. No, besides that. What was that look you two shared a second ago? Was that what I think it was? How about this dried flower? Has it been used? This flower has a memory of a petal being plucked, but it seems to be from a number of days ago. Well then, it seems unlikely to be related to the case. When the chief used it before, it seemed like it had a time limit. Let's hurry back and check something else out. We don't have much time. Damn you two! If it wasn't for the investigation, I'd keep pestering you two until you beg me to stop. I wasn't exactly trying to hide anything, but it was good to investigate it was good to focus on the investigation, no? I think we checked out everything worth checking out. Now it feels like a real investigation. After everything, this is the most notable clue we found, huh? The record of the 4 pieces of staff in the chief's possession? Right. After all, the staff in the chief had in his possession could have been used during the murder. Perhaps the suspect besides us perhaps there's a suspect besides us who could have done this. But the only staff left is the rubber ball and the dried flower, no? On top of that, the dried flower hasn't been used. No. There's actually 3 pieces of staff here. There's definitely one that stands out. Is that right? I've got a list of staff in the item in question. Should I show Detective Athena? You should. Me stretching, it feels like I'm like squeezing the tired out of me. Let's see. I think it's this. Yes. The other piece of staff is the cloth, specifically the painting. Among the 4 pieces of staff listed here, there's actually one we're unaware of. Ah, the wrapping cloth? Perhaps it's something the chief procured from another case or had in his possession beforehand. Its trigger is being pushed hard, and it's able to let you pass through a single wall it's stuck to. One of the items in this room contained a similar memory, yes? Ah, you mean the painting? Yes, that's right. The painting is actually a wrapping cloth, and it's our 4th piece of staff. This staff, like the others at the Miller residence, has been disguised as something to prevent it from being seized. It certainly seems that way with the painting / cloth. After all, it's clear on a closer look that it's painted on cloth, not paper or canvas. I never thought you could hide something like that in the open. You know what I'm saying. You know what they say. You can't see the nose right in front of your face sometimes. No one would go around touching a paint on display like this. Staff able to let you pass through a wall. No way. I want to try it out, but it's too high for me to reach. Do you have to climb up on his desk? If it's like you say, then I push right here and I'll see whatever behind this. Ah! Detective Dina, are you alright? I hit my head. You're lucky you didn't go through the wall and fall straight into the building. This place is smaller than I imagined. The painting looks so big. Is there perhaps another way out of there? No, it's blocked on all 4 sides, but there's a room in here for 1 person. A space cut out from the rest of the building with no other passageways leading out. Then it wasn't possible for the culprit to escape through here. Is there any other items hidden in there? It's too dark to see, but I don't think there's anything in here. It's completely empty. And that can only be a space for someone to hide inside in case of an emergency. It looks like our culprit was one of you who went in and out the door. Don't butt in whenever you want. We're not done our investigation. No, you're done. Redfins, you're off the case. All the documents you had in hand in creating will also be disposed of. What do you mean? You allowed her to join in the investigation? I did. But that was because it seemed impossible for Redfins to have committed the crime. But now the tide has been turned. We have staff at the scene of the crime. And now there's a chance that one of those pieces of staff was used in a crime. On top of that. Sorry. The only person who knew about said staff was Redfins. The victim wrote out all the information he had on his staff and then hid it away in a secret place. But none of you could have known about the notes he hid away until Redfins used his skill. Am I wrong? In other words, at the current juncture, the only person able to know precise details of the staff and how to use it all to commit the crime is Redfins. I don't know if she was just trying to avoid bringing suspicion onto herself, but restoring the information about the staff was a mistake. But the sergeant didn't return to the scene of the crime after her last visit with the chief. And after that, Dina said Detectives Dina and Brian both met with him. He's right. The chief was brimming with life when I saw him. Or what if that wasn't really the victim? Huh? You're talking about a replica. I don't think the victim made a replica during his own murder. It doesn't have to be a replica. For example, what about the staff that in the shape of that musical box? Every time I go quiet in the middle of like a voice acting line, it's because I'm yawning. Oh, am I too tired for this? Am I just a little bit too tired for this? For example, what about the staff in the shape of that musical box? I heard that it can create an elaborate illusion nearby. What if what Dina and Brian saw was some recording in the musical box displayed? What if Redfins killed the victim, hid at the scene of the crime, and then played the recording for them? What then? What nonsense are you spouting off? I share her sentiment. What I saw was no pre-recorded image or video. Are you sure of that? None of you have seen the musical box's skill at first hand. You can't know how elaborate a video it's able to recreate. And now that the musical box has disappeared off your crime scene, there's no way for us to check it. Do you expect me to believe that it's just a coincidence? I'll have you know that I was dragged away by security by the victim. Anyone could have called security. You said the victim was frozen in place when the security showed up, no? You really think that was because of the gunshot? And you said you left the chief. You left before the chief could even finish what he was saying. Your credibility on this issue is less than subpar. And that goes for all of you. It means nothing for this case. Damn. But what if it's about contradiction and not credibility? What do you mean? The version of the chief that Detectives Brian and Thea met was actually a recording played by the music box. What if we presume your assumption true but find a contradiction after? If Medan's argument is true, then there's a few pieces of evidence that disagree with each other. I should point them out. Yeah, what wouldn't be true? Using its skills 5 days after the original recording will cause it to record a new video? The illusion? Indistinguishable from real life? Oh, like him turning off the... Used 5 days after the original recording has been used. No. Damn. Shit. Okay, so the version of the chief that was actually recording replayed by the music box. So what if you assume your assumption true and find a contradiction after? If Medan's argument is true, then we got a few pieces of evidence that disagree with each other. I should point them out. Penny told me to go. I mean, a lot of these don't make sense, right? Didn't they respond to them individually? Using a skill 5 days after the original recording caused it to record a new video. No, that's not it. Eight. I don't. Yeah, this one's hard because I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be proving. I have a few pieces of evidence that disagree with each other. Okay. Covered by a cloth. Has not been used by anyone in the past. Pockets are empty, thin painted, thin cloth. Is it this? No, it's not this. Oh man, what is it? Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. Is indistinguishable from real life, able to record it up to at least, at the very least. It should be stored within a safe. Where's the music box? I don't know. Do 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 do. Only short. What? Bernard keeps interfering with the insisting on. No, okay, that doesn't tell me anything. Is it this? Is it about how he remarked off about it? I think it might be this. For more information, it does not change. Wow. So the issue, the chief, the version of the chief that yeah, it's about like how he was able to do things, right? Is it this? Nope. Assuming that it was a recording, what doesn't make sense? It has to be one of these, right? It has to be. Able to record at least to 12 hours at the very least. Using its skill 5 days after the original recording causes it to record a new video. In this case, the wall refers to anything. Pockets are empty. There's a round hole. What could it be? Hey, shoes? The thing is, I'm like so sure it's like it's something about the music box. It's one of these, and then like, and then something that he interacted with, right? No. Mm-hmm. Nope. Is it one of the statements then? Ready to go back in that room. Using its skill 5 days after. Is able to record up to 12 hours at the very least. Painted on a thin cloth. Man, really? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You told me to remain. Mm-hmm. What? Damn it. These two clue ones are supposed to be easy, right? The one clue ones are easier. I share sentiment. What I saw was no are you be so sure of that? None of you saw the skills firsthand. You don't know how elaborate a video it's able to create. And now this is hard. You're not checking. Do you expect me to believe that's a coincidence? And you have you know like anyone could have called. No. Of a gunshot. And then you said chief left before you. Okay. It's like it's this, isn't it? It's this. This feels so right. The electric clock. Able to record up to 12 hours at the very least. The illusion created by this skill was so elaborate that it's indistinguishable from real life. But yeah. I've already tried this. It's really none of these? You're telling me it's none of these? None of them? This isn't it. Nope. Do. Sorry, brain. Note your brain is taking a little bit to think of this one. Medan's argument is true, then there's a few... If Medan's argument is true, we've got a few pieces of evidence that disagree with each other. I should point them out. I'd love to. I'd love to point them out. The area around the room seems to have been burned. Do I hint this? It'll feel pretty bad if I hint this. It's not one of these. When I did, he started... What about reciting some philosophical view on the world, and it rubbed me the wrong way? Well, after 7:30. felt like the talk of a man who... No, none of these feel right either. Oh wow, am I dumb? Starting to feel stupid. Wore them recently. I don't think it. The thing is, they said that this file isn't we can't use this anymore. You mean okay? Let me just read all this again. A secret place, but none of you knew it. In other words, in the current juncture, the only person... Red fins, I don't know. I don't know if Shrine was a mistake, but Sergeant and crime until her last visit. That's right, Chief was worrying with life when I saw him. You talking about the replica? I don't think the victim made a replica during his own murder. It doesn't have to be a replica, for example. What? If Redvins had killed... What nonsense are you spouting out? I share his sentiment. What if... And I know... I'll have you know I was... Anyone could call security, you said. And you said, but you left before the... Means nothing for the case, damn. But if it's... But what if it's about contradiction? So the version of the chief that detectives Brian and Thena saw actually met was a recording replayed by the music box. What if we presume your assumption is true, but we find a contradiction after? If Medan's argument is true, we've got a few pieces contradict each other. Only one part of his palm, only one part pressed with palm. The dried flower, a piece of staff, has not been used by anyone in the past while. This is if they... It has to be one of these. What is it? This? One told him to seat, the other one told him to stand. Oh my god, it is that. Are you kidding me? What? I don't get it. Detective Thena, do you remember the first thing the chief told you to do when you went to his office? Oh my god, really? I think I was at that for like 25 minutes. Give me 1 second. Hold up. If I'm being honest, I was gonna do the thing where I was like, oh damn, I'm really tired. Maybe I should like take a sleep first. I should sleep first and then come back to this. But that like woke me up. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Are we getting to it? Hold up, give me 1 second. Checking something real quick. One second. Looking at something real quick. Really? Okay. Sorry, I had to check something real quick. Uh, um. Of course. He said, have a seat. I told you that, right? How about you, Detective Brian? I think I follow. Of course I remember. He said to remain standing. They heard two very different things. Could that be possible if the whole thing were a recording? Maybe they were just... maybe they were just recordings from two different times. No, have a seat and remain standing were the first things these two heard when they entered the room. If the sergeant were to have recorded the chief's conversation with her, she couldn't have gotten those two different phrases in one recording. There's always the possibility that the two of them were lying for Redfins to... Sorry, but they said the exact same thing when they made their official statements before. Note was only confirming their previous statements. I know you love to pin this on me, but don't you think you're pointing the finger the wrong way here? Alright. Sorry to interfere with the investigation. Continue. Hurry up and prove Brian our culprit. You little... It sounds as though you really wish that to be the case. Madan, what exactly is going on in that brain of yours? It's not what I want. It's only a logical theory, isn't it? You said that you're our last suspects to meet with the victim. Add to the fact that you're the only one not cleared for this. It's a given, no? I see where you're coming from. Madan, you tosser. Why are you butting in when you don't have the brain for this and simply can't tell heads from tails? What? Why are you staring at me? Nothing. Just looking. I'm glad the information I found turned out to be useful, but I'm still not getting an overall sense of what happened here. We're going to need Brian's help to solve this one. Is there no evidence that proves Brian didn't commit the murder at 8:10? If there is, we'll be able to get some more information by looking at trace evidence. Just move this. If there's enough, if there isn't though, maybe we can find some other clues left by our culprit. Focusing on finding something that could be a right move. Looks like we have two options moving forward: clearing Brian from this crime, or finding another clue left by a criminal. In our current situation, Which one is more likely to pan out? I should print out the transcript and match it with the evidence we can work with. Can we? Do we? Should we? Can we? I said that one already. Brian. Is there no evidence that proves that Brian didn't commit the... If there isn't, though, maybe we can find evidence. Maybe we can find evidence. Some other clues left by our culprit. Which I assume we support one of these, right? Didn't commit at 8:10? Oh. Right? Okay. I mean, yeah, he didn't do it at 8:10. Sergeant, this clock. You said the chief turned it off at 8:30, the 8:30 alarm, right? Right. There's no question about it. Detective Brian left the office at 8:10, so in other words, the chief was still alive when Detective Brian left the room. What do you say, Chief Madan? I mean, how do you know when the alarm was set off at 8:30 yesterday? Brian knows what skill Redfins has, so maybe he just reset the alarm. If that were true, we'd see Detective Brian's fingerprints on the clock. At the very least, we'd see some smudges from the gloved hand. From a gloved hand. Fingerprints. Are you seriously bringing up fingerprints? What are you expecting me to say? Brian's the one who checks the prints. You expect me to believe what he says? You're wrong there. My skill merely makes it possible for us to know what times the prints were left. For fingerprinting itself, anyone can do it with the right equipment. Even you could pull it off, Madan. I have the equipment in my drawer. Would you like to give it a try? Let's see if my prints really are on that clock. Whatever. I'm sure you didn't leave anything behind. Well then, is Detective Brian cleared for this? Not a chance. The possibility he committed the crime has gone down ever so slightly. After all, our only 3 suspects are from your division. For now, I'll permit him to join the investigation. Don't forget that he's still a suspect for this crime. Alright, that sounds more than reasonable. After all, I'm sure Note will see this case through to its conclusion. That's a given. But to that end, I'm going to have to add Detective Brian's power to ours. Anytime I can help. Cool. Logical. All right. My glasses are dirty too. I'm slowly waking up. Slowly waking up after that fiasco. Sorry, there was such like a slog there. The chief, in his own special way, held a place in my heart. The past 2 years, I have never once granted him a personal favor. Because of that, I don't have a single good memory with him, and for that, I feel sorry for him. Indeed, even for a guy like Detective Brian to say such unkind things about the chief, he was truly unremarkable in that regard. Detective Brian, are you alright? Indeed I am. After all, I'm the one who found the body before. Let me just save. Oh, so he may have had an idea deep inside that he'd meet his end like this someday. I'm keeping you all waiting. Let's get right to the investigation. Yeah, we're counting on you. Yay, before you do that real quick, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab something downstairs. Real quick, just give me 1 second. 1 second. Oh, mute. Jesus. Mute! Oh! It's quite upsetting, isn't it? Just watching him. Hey, I'm dead. But also, we had one more left. Sorry, brother. It's mine. He drinks it more than me anyways. Alright, clothes, painting, floor, staff. Okay, we're not looking at the clock? Whatever. When the Sarge checked this coat out, she said it hadn't been worn recently. But these shoes... I see that they were worn just yesterday. What time was that? 8:35 in the evening. The fingerprints are smudged, but they're probably just the chief's. Oh, if they were left at 8:35, then that would be after we all met him. Let's make note of that. It may work in our favor to have that information. Yes, ma'am. This painting is actually staff. That allows one to pass through walls, right? That's right. I just used it to check the other side and came back. I can see that. Your face left a clear mark on it. Looks like something from a dream. Or maybe something that could fit in a modern art museum? Hey! What exactly are you seeing? I'll tell you later. Let's focus on the investigation for now. You're the one who wasn't focusing. Is there any trace of the chief using that painting? I have prints of the chief pressing down on the painting of the jar. They're from 2 days ago. They may tell us something. They may tell us something. Make note of it. Right. Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm going to check something real quick, too. Sorry, I'm like constantly running maintenance today. I just need to check something real quick. Ow. Bleh. Okay, I think we're good. Sorry, I just had to check something real quick. You're still on. I was about to unmute without muting the stream. There are a number of footprints from the three of us around that chair. It's hard to tell the exact movements with how we all weave together, but at the time they were made is clear. Sarge's are from 8:40, Thena's are from 8, and mine are from 8:10. That lines up with each statement. As expected. More importantly, are there anyone else's footprints? Everything else was left by the chief. Not gonna make it easy for us. No, it might be easier than you think. What do you mean? There are footprints showing the chief leaving his office at 8:30. Then, I see his footprints leading back in at 8:35. Are you sure? His stride is a bit weird, but I'm sure those are the chief's footprints. That is quite the clue. What, like someone else, someone probably, right? Someone like wore his shoes? I have no idea. This rubber ball would be involved in another case. I also had no idea that I was sitting right here. That it was sitting right here when I came in yesterday. It was probably covered by a cloth then. So you didn't see it for what it was. I see. That's probably why there are still prints. How about on the dried flower? The most recent prints were made by the chief 10 days ago. The only ones besides that are the ones from the sergeant note from just before. That's probably when we investigated it. If I had known you'd be investigating too, we would have looked from afar, not touched. There are no prints for us to erase though. After all, no one has touched us recently. That's a relief. Also, I can see evidence of a box shifting from the shelf. I can see that it was moved from last night. That's probably the music box we confiscated from the Miller residence. As expected, it was right here. The question is, where is it now? Yay. Good. We've investigated all suspicious items. We found some useful trace evidence too. The chief's footprints after we all left are especially noteworthy. They take center stage in this case. So the chief was alive at 8:35, and saw no other footprints entering the room. On top of that, none of us has a skill that allows us to kill from afar. This is clear proof of our innocence. By the way, this last set of footprints made by the chief, could they be... Incredible. What are you doing appearing out of the blue? Have you lost your marbles? You think this makes you look so cool, huh? You're pathetic. How about you stop right there? You've embarrassed him enough as it is. No. I truly think you all are incredible. How can you lot spout all that nonsense with us with such confidence? What? The last set of footprints left by the victim. You should be able to see how odd they are. What do you mean odd? Are you nitpicking again? Those footprints were clearly left by the chief. The stride might be off, but the shape is clearly... Do you think... What do you think is the reason behind the odd shape? No. Are you trying to say the footprints weren't left by the chief? Eh? I hate to admit it, but Chief Madame may not be nitpicking with us. It's possible that the footprints weren't made by the chief because of the evidence left at the scene. Fucking Tina. Looking for her face. Presumed to be handprints. Madame claims that the footprints at the scene of the crime at 8:35 don't belong to the chief. Why would he think that? He thinks someone else wore them, right? Is that not what it is? Redfin, Stina, Brian. Is it because of this? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. At the scene of the crime, we have an extra set of clothes, right? There's no sign of the jacket being messed with, but there was a trace of the shoes last night. My skill told the same story. The only things with the memory of being touched recently were those shoes. Why exactly are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Why, you ask? Can't you use your imagination? There's only one reason Detective Brian thought the footprints made at 8:35 belonged to the chief. It's because they look like the chief's shoes. There's more trace evidence at 8:35. The trace left on the shoes at the scene. However, it is possible that the footprints weren't made by the chief. What? The culprit could have worn those shoes, walked around, and then left them. The footprints leaving the room, they're probably made by the victim. But the criminal waiting outside to kill the victim, that person was already wearing the same shoes as him, prepared beforehand. Of course. And then could have carried the victim back to his room. Madame, you really must want to pin this on one of us. If it's like you say, and the footprints were made when the culprit entered the room at 8:35, where are the footprints leading out? The culprit could have walked backward out of the room. That explains the strange stride patterns you saw. I'm sorry, but if the culprit walked in such a strange way, I would be able to tell. I'm sure the footprints were made walking inward. Well then, the culprit must not have left. What? Maybe he hid in his room. Then, after enough time had gone by, he pretended to discover the body. Aren't you the comedian? If anyone came in, he'd be done for. Well, like I said, he could hide. Isn't there a place in this room where a person could be unseen? A place where a person would be seen. Is he talking about that particular place? The painting at the scene of the crime, actually a wrapping cloth, is the staff that allows a person to traverse through a wall. There's a space for a person to hide behind that. As Detective Dean discovered before, there's definitely enough space for a single person to hide away. Right. Then our culprit hid back there. Then, after the body was left to decompose over a long enough period, the culprit pretended he was the first to discover the body. Then, if someone were to find the body before him, he could then wait until that person was gone and pretend he stumbled upon the body too. So the first person who found the body was probably... That'd be me. Of course. Carrying such a large man would probably be an impossible task for anyone without Brian's large frame. What? You're speaking like Brian Shirley the culprit or something. Don't stand there, say something. What is it? It's clear that Detective Brian is the only person who could have pulled off a feat that you described. So, your logic must be incorrect. Pardon. This idea about the culprit trying to replicate the victim's footprints. If it really was Detective Brian and not someone else, such behavior would be rather bizarre. After all, Detective Brian has a certain something about him. And then fabricated the footprints to hide his tracks. What, his own, like, skill? Yeah, right? Like, he would have thought of this. Or something. It's thanks to this trace photo that we were able to find out about the footprints left at around 8:30. If we hadn't known about the planet footprints, our investigation would have gone the wrong direction. But this document, it was created using Detective Brian's skill. Thus, Detective Brian doesn't need to falsify the footprints. He wouldn't have had to hide behind the painting. After all, it was his investigation that showed the footprints were planted. He wouldn't have needed to invent another set of footprints. All he had to do is lie and say the footprints at 8:30 were the only ones coming in and out. Even if his own footprints were left at the scene of the crime, he could say they were ones from before. Thus, your logic is mistaken. As expected, he's cleared it up. Then, why were you keeping your mouth shut before? I thought leaving it to note would be better than making up a bunch of excuses. You're just confusing me! Though it is rather odd. Madame, didn't you say you had no interest in how this case ends? With all these statements casting doubt on the three of us, it seems clear that you're doing this short of... It seems clear that you're doing nothing short of interfering with our investigation. Not bad, Brian. You finally used your head. You knew this would happen, and fabricated the footprints to confuse us, huh? What? No. Didn't you hear what Note just said? I did. He basically said that if Brian was the culprit, the footprints mean nothing. He could go back inside and kill the victim, without all the tricks and pageantry I spoke of, right? But if Brian isn't the killer, it means someone else went to the room. And if that's the case, who's the other person? Dina, Redfins. If the trace photo is real, it means the culprit knew of Brian's skill. How many people besides the three of you know about that? The person left no trace and knew about the skills that the Man of Affairs division was had in stock, but is there any other suspects who fill all those boxes? If there isn't, the result of your investigation the results of your investigation name you all has as prime suspects once more. So, doesn't that mean that none of what you've turned up can be trusted? We have no choice but to throw out everything we know. Unfortunately, that's how this case works. Why are you doing all this? Good question. We're in trouble. If there really is another suspect, have we collected all the clues thus far that might tell us who that could be? And if we haven't, is there some place we haven't investigated? Somewhere hidden away? I've got to keep my cool. First things first, I gotta clear up this crisis. Someone struck a chord with me. I'll just have to show them the answer they're looking for. Are we finally... I don't know if I brought this up earlier. It is strange that we didn't immediately just try to investigate the... We immediately didn't try to investigate this. Really? No, yeah, we be supporting her. Is there somewhere we haven't investigated? Is there? If we haven't, is there some place we haven't investigated? Somewhere hidden away. We're in trouble. If there really is another suspect, have we collected enough clues to tell us who that could be? Who could it be? Yeah, it's not this. That's kind of crazy. Crazy. None of these support it. No. Why are you doing all of this? Why? We're in trouble. If there really is another suspect, have we collected... Oh, like this? The threat? Uh-huh. Really? You two. It makes sense. How are these not making sense? If we haven't, is there some place we haven't investigated? Some are hidden away. Yeah, if it's not this, right? If it's not this one, the top one, then it has to be this one, right? A single clue thus far as not the notebook. Red Fins, Thena, Brian, Chief. Only the shoes were worn recently. Nope. It's really not that. Hmm. I guess they're saying we already investigated the small space, even though we didn't like look in it. And Dina said she didn't. I mean, Brian hasn't looked in it. We're in trouble if there really is another suspect. Have we collected a single clue thus far that might tell us who that could be? And it's not the notebook. It's not the threatening. The ball? No. Yeah, this is okay. Limited to body movements. After roughly 30 minutes, the replica vanishes on the sound. We do, like, we only have an hour left, right? Recently unused. They want Red Fins to use her skill. I don't know. That'd be like the only like. Yeah, that's like the biggest stretch. Hidden in their memories, damn it. Red Fins. Red Fins. Hidden inside the memories. Hit it inside the memories. Hit. Fucking damn it. Touch him. Redfin, touch him. Fuck. It was a good try. As a rule, she doesn't touch people. Her stupendous. Why are you doing this? I agree with that. What? Yeah, why are you doing this? I thought that was a really good pull. Someone said something that struck a chord with me. I'll just have to show them. The rubber ball. No, it has to be like a... It has to be a support, right? It doesn't make sense if... It doesn't make sense if it's a Rongan. Obviously, we haven't looked at the shoes. We haven't looked in the shoes. Or, can you just look inside the shoes? I guess not. You can't? Are you sure? You sure you can't look inside the shoes? I decided somewhere in the middle that it wasn't worth my time and walked out of the room. hidden away in his notebook. Hidden away in his shoes. Hidden away in your memories. Oh shit. No, why not? Does something else prove that there's another suspect? Chief remarked about the volume and turned it off. This is we have the clue. This is we have the clue. This is we don't have the clue. Where would the clue be? Where is the clue now? It has threats regarding the release of information. And it's not this? I think I tried this already. What could it be, man? Kick him out of my office. It felt like I didn't go back to that room after that. I had to put my documents away. I'm like, what other places have we not gone to? And what can I just say, you know? And it's not this? Why don't I keep... It's what? It's not any... Huh? Didn't I just try this? That I honestly thought that was gonna work. Tuning his own horn. My spork, for some reason he didn't look like best moods. Office this morning. Told me to have a seat. Rubbed me the wrong way, so I just went and froze up and called security. And it's not this? It's not this? This is the piece that says she doesn't like to touch people. Nope. The clock? The flower? We've investigated the flower already. Painting. Painting on. Yeah, 3 sets of footprints here. Whose footprints are those? And it's okay, it's seriously not this. Ah. I don't, huh? Rubber ball. are not disintegrated by light passing through the object. Oh. Some kind of safe. That may be it. A place we haven't investigated yet. Really? Where? I don't know. Yet, I'm sure it exists. What's that supposed to mean? Give us a proper explanation. Why is there no one who explains things that you can understand them all at once? The note that Sergeant restored contains information about his staff. About the staff that Chief owned and displayed here. But that's not all that was written here. I see. There was a note about storing the paper in a secret safe. A secret safe? Then there may be a new clue to be found there. A clue? Do you really think that? There's no guarantee that it's even in this room. No, the chief only believed in himself. He'd never hide anything where someone could get their filthy paws on it. Besides, his note contained information on his staff. If you think about it in the terms of convenience, there's a high likelihood that he stored the list in the same place as his staff. And speak up. Is there a place where he might have stored a safe? None of the data you've collected points to a place like that. No, it may. Perhaps we're just a little confused. I need to show him. There's a clue that shows where he might have been hiding things. Now we show the space. Okay. That's kind of a that's just kind of a back. It's not backwards, but I unless you're like really scrutinizing the evidence, you're not finding that. Really, you aren't. No matter how hard I think about it, there's simply no better place to hide something than behind that painting. But didn't Dina already investigate behind it? Right, and the place was completely empty. The painting is quite large, but didn't Detective Dina say it was so narrow that there was only enough space for one person back there? And there's another space back there we haven't investigated. If you check the trace photo, you'll see that there is some space behind Chief's handprints and the trace that Dina left behind earlier. So if we put our hand where the Chief touched and pushed... Good, I've got something. That paper. It's the original paper that Sarge restored, huh? As expected. This is the secret safe that the Chief used. Note, is there anything else in there? There are two file folders stashed here. Looks like they're filled with documents. One looks like case files and the other... the Tetrapod project? The contents of this folder. Hold up. Give that here. Huh? Alright. It's genuine. The detective chief inspector was far more dangerous than I thought. That's enough of that. Now I can rest easy. Huh? What did you just do? That's evidence we just found. What did it look like? It's a classified document. It shouldn't have been in here. So I just got rid of it. You can't be serious. That was evidence. Any person who reads those files has to be eliminated. Would you be okay with that? How about you? Would you have been okay with that? Pardon? Whatever was written in here, you were forced to hide it. Your actions proved that. The victim had information, and you knew that he had it beforehand. Chief Madan, from the things you said before, it seems that you are quite familiar with Detective Brian's skill. Do you know about the Detective Dina's skill and the Sergeant's skills as well? Then with all those boxes a person has to check to be a suspect, that would include you, wouldn't it? Well, I guess it would. No. What? Was it Madan? We have footprints that we think the culprit planted at the scene of the crime, but there's no prints left. Neither Detective Thina nor the sergeant could have pulled something off like that. Chief Madan, would you mind explaining your skill? I don't have one. Excuse me? No, Madan's no staffer. The Bureau doesn't appoint staffers as chiefs. Shouldn't you have figured that out after working here 2 whole months? No need for snide remarks. Given our security clearance, isn't it a given for him not to know? Clearance. What does that word even mean to that child? Well, it's simple that he clearly doesn't want to dig too deep. He doesn't want to get too closely involved with the Bureau. Are you just going to simply be a bystander forever, stubbornly refusing to make a choice? Stop changing the subject. You've got the same charges leveled at you that you were throwing our way. Same charges. You'd only be able to make them stick if you had evidence that I knew the victim had that file. I didn't even know that he had that secret stash. If I knew beforehand that he committed that crime, if I knew beforehand he committed that crime, I would have taken those documents with me, no? I think it's safe to say Madan didn't know the location of the chief's stash. But is it true that we have nothing on him? If he didn't know about the stash, there's a chance that he knew the chief had the document. Did he know the document? It's because he was threatening? Yeah? Yeah, there you go. Now everything's clicking together now. The secret fuck you message about the safe was the only thing that got me stuck. Perhaps the chief told you about it first? Are you serious? My apologies, but he's normally serious in these cases. I'm always serious. The chief told you about the documents first. Then, he held them over your head as a threat. You're just throwing claims out there. What are you basing this on? The chief left you a message in his notepad. I think he was still working on it. I can't be sure who the recipient was supposed to be, but it went something like this. Even if I were to vanish, don't let your guard down. I can always unveil the documents. The documents? The chief was threatening someone with the documents he had. And right when you laid eyes on the documents the chief had hidden away, you burned them. Is it really so strange to think that his letter has something to do with you? What documents are you referring to again? You little... Are you really going to play dumb in this situation? All of this because we saw you light those documents on fire. Indeed. And we refers to the 3 prime suspects and their colleague. Have you always been like this? I always focus on doing the best I can. You're right. Proving the existence of those documents is going to be difficult now. I'll give you that. Note, you said that there was another folder hidden there, right? You said case files? Oh, right. I haven't gotten a good look at them yet, but it looks like a medical record. Maybe the doctor's note? And this is a statement from Chief Madan? Madan? Hold up, no, that statement. These documents, when were they written? They were written all for a case 2 years ago on October 12th. 2 years ago? October 12th? Is it, did they say 20th or 12th? Hold up. 20th, my bad, I said 12th. Of course. Damn. Why is everyone reacting like this? It's not just Chief Madan, but Detective Thina and Brian too. Come to think of it, 2 years ago. Madan. Looks like there's another file for you to burn, yes? You know nothing. Sergeant, what in the world happened 2 years ago? Seriously, do I really have to explain it like this? Pandy, you don't have to exactly go into all the details. Detective Thina? No. Even without all this, I was going to explain it to him. No, I want you to know. No, I'm going to explain everything. And I want you to listen very carefully. Oh, oh, oh. Because of this was the case that changed my life. Two years ago. Man at Division 2 years earlier. Well, you guys look the same. I'm back. Good work out there. Good work out there. Good work out there. I see you two finished early as well. Good work to you two. No, work is money after all. It's the least I can do. Despite all our efforts, we only solved one case on your tier 5, Pandy. Don't flatter me. It'd be odd if I couldn't do at least with all the memories I read. It's hardly fair to say that all your hard work comes to your skill alone. So you should be honest with yourself and accept the compliment, Pandoria. After all, the active role you play is all thanks to you being in the company of such skilled investigator as myself. Where on earth does all this confidence come from? Just today you wasted all that time getting yourself stuck in the ventilation shaft. Should that be your voice? I don't know. Should it? Oh, sure. We'll just go with it. True. But sometimes you get the complete truth. But sometimes to get the complete truth, you have to take 1 step back and 2 steps forward. You know that, right? And the culprit almost escaping in 1 step is 1 step, I guess you take 3 steps back for that one. But even such an amazing investigator can make mistakes. This is just a theory of mine, but what's more important than finding the right way immediately is the ability to turn around when you're on the wrong path. Again with your theories. Though you do have a way with words. Still, sounds like a hard day at work, Johnny. I was just about to say Jimmy. I'm sure you two had a rough enough day as well. Is that it for the cases? The cases handed over to us? It looks that way. We finished quite early today. Great. As the Americans say, Dina, give me some skin. Oh, awesome. Hell yeah. Come on, you two, oh my god, he says Caucasus. Caucasus. How do you say it? He says his first name. Hold up. Caucasus. Okay. Caucasus. Damn. You say Caucasus. I didn't think anybody else would say it. Wait, he's American. Okay, hold up. That does change things. Indeed. And Pandoria. No thanks. Somehow it makes me look even less intelligent. A touche. John Madan. He was a detective who worked with us 3 years ago. Back when the Man of Affairs division was first formed. In the beginning, it was just him and I. At first, he was praised among those in the investigations department, but honestly, his detective skills were only a bit better than Brian's. So I didn't think he was all that spectacular. His penetrative vision skill wasn't all that unique either. It helped during investigations, but compared to the skills that everyone else had, it wasn't extremely useful. Still, he was oddly skilled when it came to leadership. Oh. Is this the case that you two solved today? God, wait, hold up. I haven't whipped out this voice in a while. Well, I'll be damned. Okay. What's wrong? Does something strike you as odd about it? Nah, you did good detective work. But about the victim's daughter, if you go check If you check a next of kin, it doesn't look like there'll be anyone left to look out for the girl. You're right. That fact bothered me too. There's this orphanage I know. You think I can recommend she be sent there? Of course. It has no connection with the bureau. Sounds like a plan. I'll go ask her opinion on the matter. But she'll probably like the sound of it. All right. I'll get in contact with the orphanage. Why do you always give us more work? It's been a while since we finished up early. Sorry. I was born with this personally. Indeed. And I was born with this personality. Personality. Okay, wait, hold up. It's coming. It's coming together. I swear it is. Just give it some time. Indeed. And it's a personality I've loved to emulate. Then where would that leave me? I'll call the little girl. Oh, thanks. I solved the cases. In fact, I can say with confidence that out of all the people I'd met, no one could solve a case faster than me. But John always saw the people behind the cases. He always did what he thought was best. Thought John, investigations would be no different from any of the other departments in the bureau. He made our division what it is today. I, on the other hand. Sorry to butt in like this. Oh, hello. It's been a while, Chief Inspector of Operations. Oh, who's this now, Chief? No. Is that really you, Tina? What's with that reaction? Sorry. To see such a playful grin on your face. I would have never imagined that after your time in probations. Fortunately, this division seems like a good fit. Yeah. And I'm glad I followed your recommendation, Chief. Thank you. How long are you going to keep calling me Chief? You've got a new chief now. I mean, the detective chief inspector doesn't really do all that much. But, I guess that makes you Bernard to me? Or, Bernie? If you ever call me that, I'll kill you myself. Just call me Madan. Bernard. It's coming together. Hold up. Just give me a second. Bernard. I'm Madan too. Wouldn't that make things confusing? Doesn't everyone around here just call you Johnny? Well, you got me there. Yeehaw. I haven't done that voice since Paranormal Slate. Well, I'll be damned. Well, you got me there. You've been stopping by quite a lot, haven't you? Here to see me? Not in your life, so don't even ask. I'm here on other business. Brian. Me? Yes, this is about the matter we discussed before. If you just follow me to operations. Sarge, I'll be right back. Understood. Ah, I should be delivering that message about the orphanage. Call me if you need anything. John. Yeah? What is it? Your name came out of a certain person's mouth. You should stop your digging. Yup, thanks for the advice. I'll keep it in mind. I certainly hope so. Stubborn as an ass. What's he talking about? What's you? Pandoria. Fuck. How do you do? I lost it. I can't believe I lost it. Yeehaw. Well, I'll be damned. How? Pandoria. Haven't you ever gotten curious all about this? I mean, what they do with the criminals we catch? What do you mean? We send them to the Bureau's detention facility, but we don't even know where that is. Do you remember the first criminal we ever caught? We brought him in for petty theft, right? Well, he was released recently, so I went to see him. I asked him what his time in detection was like, but he wouldn't say a word. It wasn't that he was hiding it from me. It was more like he didn't have a single memory of his time in there. It was like he fell victim to a skill. If there really exists a phenomena that wipes memories, that's at least an SDN class threat level, and in certain cases, an Oppenheimer could do it. There's gotta be something that would be capable of such a feat. If that's the case, I'm of the same opinion as your brother. You should stop digging into this. No goodwill will come from us, as staffers, getting too involved with the Bureau. Very sensible. But could I ask one favor? Could I ask you one favor? No. Read my brother's memories. I said no. How can you listen to people when they talk to you? Pandoria, I just want to help people. You're already doing that. You're right. You're right. I'm helping people who get caught up in these cases we investigate. But what about the criminals we catch? Are we really leading them down the correct path? And if we're not, they brought it upon themselves. That's true for most, but that's not everyone we bring in. There are others who are merely pushed out of society and meddled with things that they shouldn't have. You know that, right? There may be others apart from us, who can help those who get caught up in these cases. But who's helping the people who already fell from grace? That may be something only we are capable of. If the people we bring in for corrections are treated unjustly, I have to know. Of course, you always have to know. Yet, the finding out part is always my job. I'm sorry. I won't force your hand in this. It's your choice. My choice. Do you know what? Ever since my skill came to light, nothing in my life has ever been my choice. My life has been nothing but me being dragged around by people actually doing the choosing. It wasn't even my choice to become a sergeant. It should have been you, not me, in this role. I just went along with your choice. With the slightest touch, I could find out any truth I wanted to, but I had no idea what truth I was supposed to find out. But unlike the me from back then, I can help people, and I've never been happier. It's all because I went along with your choice. I guess this is nothing new. I'll do it. Thank you, partner. He's a partner! He said it! Alright. Bernard is in a meeting, so there's no one here. If we're going to do this, now's our chance. But why exactly am I reading the memories of the Chief Inspector of Operations? I asked him about this before. He's got a look of someone who knows something. Also, he recently started talking about the underground. He may have gotten an invitation to go down there. You should have told me that beforehand that this was related to underground. Sorry. You want to back out? Whatever. We've come this far. That's why you're my partner. What an absolute snake in the grass. So, let's get set up. My brother should be back soon. Is this really okay? We're pretty much betraying our flesh and blood. I mean, when it comes to Bernard, we've always been close, yet with a certain distance between us. We've been separated as children since I was sent off to staff a training facility. Plus, he's always been more interested in public good than family ties. So I'm totally fine with doing this much. Let's be quick. Bernard Madan knows vaguely of the skill I carry. If I touch him, he's going to suspect me. I'm going to have to make up some sort of excuse to touch him. I've got to touch a few things around his office to investigate. Then I can find a way to do this naturally. Alright, let's get started. John! Johnny! It's Johnny! Tea set. That tea kettle. We have one just like it in our office. It's even the same color, huh? Didn't Brian buy one just for our office? Now that you mention it, your brother really liked tea when we served him. We served him when we dropped by our office. No, our office. Shit, they're blending. I would have bought him one if he asked, but to stoop so low. Let's see here. Smells like black tea, just like the one in our office. It seems like it's been getting some use recently. We might be able to use that. These are all Bernard's jackets. He should organize them. Let's have a look. Out of all of his jackets, he only touches this one. It seems he's been using this thick jacket recently. It's quite cold for October. So, if you've got to touch him, it might be good to use his coat. This is Bernard's folder. I always see him carrying it around when he has a job to do. Is that so? Let's see here. Is your brother seeing a doctor? I don't think so. At least I haven't heard anything about it. There's a doctor's note in this folder. Should I read the memories from it? That's quite all. John, you really have to stop digging into this. You're about to open up the floodgates. Come on, floodgates, really? What's this then? A note from your psychiatrist? What are you doing with that? You got it. You were treated a bureau-approved psychiatrist, right? It's nothing private anymore. You don't need this paper to tell you that. Isn't that why you sought out treatment? Your compulsion is getting steadily worse. You care deeply for the people you have no jurisdiction over. You should be looking out for yourself. The Man Affairs Division is doing all right now. All right now, though. That should be enough to satisfy you. I'm satisfied with that. But I'm more than satisfied. My colleagues are different from the people in operations. They're special. How should I put this? They're like family to me. Yet I want to know more. The result of the work done to those people. I just can't stop. Even if it costs you your life. That's a given. John, you found out. How much did you hear? Just a little. That's a relief. Tempest flare out that day. Don't worry. Is that always the case with family? Then you heard everything. Yep, took one for the team. Bernard should be coming up soon. Let's get everything ready. If we overprepare, though, he'll get suspicious. Let's just pick one of those items to use. So, Pandora, it's time to choose. Put dust on his coat? Yeah, let's put dust on his coat. I'll aim for the moment he puts on his coat. I'll pretend I'm dusting off his jacket to make contact. Though I'm not sure if Madame knows I can read memories to clothes. He's coming. Sergeant. Sergeant John? Huh? Caucasus? What are you doing here? I was just about to ask you the same thing. What are you doing in operations? I have a meeting scheduled with the chief of operations. But he said he'd be late finishing up another meeting, so I should wait in his office. Come to think of it, Bernard did stop by our office to look for Brian yesterday. I'm concerned regarding what this meeting might be about, but I don't have time to fixate on that right now. I see you two have business with the chief as well. Yes, we did have business to discuss with him, right, Pandoria? Sure. I wonder how that needless lie is going to come back to bite me in the butt. Would you like a cup of tea while we wait? No thanks, I'll pass. Brian is likely to put a spanner in the work if he hangs around. What should we do? John, go get him. John, get him out of here. Huh? Brian, come to think of it, I wanted to tell you something. About the case. About the orphanage. Our methods are a bit more complicated than I thought. So I think I'm gonna need your help. Got some time? Yes, but now I've got... don't worry. I'll let the chief know something's come up. I'll leave it to you then. Good luck. Yep. Sergeant Redfins. Hello, sir. It's a first. To be coming all the way to see me. Have you perhaps seen Brian? He was called away on urgent business and said he'd be late. He sent me to pass along the message. Is that so? Were you going to make a cup of tea? Please excuse that. It's just so much like the one in our office, I accidentally moved it. The kettle was a gift from... The kettle was a gift from Brian. I do like it, but I try not to let it show. That man can be rather burdensome at times. Indeed, I do believe it not to be brown-nosing, but a genuine compassion on his part. Of course, he is the sort. I'd love to stay and share a cup of tea, but I think my next meeting is going to run long. I've come to pick up documents and be off. Could you tell Brian to swing by again at 2? Of course. Thank you. I'll be seeing you then. Your coat. Won't you be needing it? My meeting's indoors. My meeting's indoors. Though that should be rather obvious. Right, obvious. Obvious indeed. Let's share a cup of tea next time. There's something I've been meaning to ask regarding John. What's obvious is that I screwed up. Maybe if I had a better option. Yeah, so okay, so I remember this. I'm trying to remember what the correct option is, so I don't get it. I think John said Bernard always carrying his folder around. If we were to mess something up, this should be it. If we rip this edge right here. He's coming! Brian, is this the same? Sergeant John, Casas, what are you doing here? I was just what are you doing operations? He's gonna so I want to meet in office. Alright, he says, in Pandora? For sure, yes. John, get out of here. Skip. I've just come to pick up some documents and be off. Tell Brian. Ugh, bloody hell. I'm in too much of a rush. Let me help you clean this up. Thank you. Just like planned. Now I've just got to act like I'm picking these up and brush my hand against... yeah, there it is. I forgot about this one. Didn't you say you were going to help? What? Sorry. There's this urgent matter, and I just thought of a clue. I must be getting back. Of course. Hard at work as always. Indeed. Damn it all. Couldn't I have thought of a better excuse? I mean, I could have just left Bernard when Bernard left. However, if I had stayed in that room, the documents in Bernard's memory, could they be real? What on earth? What have I done? What on earth have I done? Pandoria, how'd it go? Did you pull it off? I don't know how to cope with this truth, but for John, from this point on, I don't want I don't want you to say a word. I just want you to listen. Right now, I don't think I can do anything but tell you the complete and honest truth. Okay. I mean, all of us in the Men Affairs Division, are part of a top secret project. It's a tyrannical project run by none other than the head of bureau, Herman Mond. It's all for this tetrapod project. The project's goal is to combine hundreds of thousands of phenomena into one skill that will target the entire world. A skill to extinguish mana worldwide. If they were able to pull that off, it would solve one of the world's greatest problems. But to accomplish the goal of their project, they need hundreds of staff and staffers at the very least. The project needs materials, and phenomena events most often manifest as staffers. They need to be able to freely experiment on them, and dispose of them when experiments go wrong. But even though this is the bureau we're talking about, they couldn't just grab staffers ranked STN or lower. Plus, the terrorists caught by operations and the staff disposed by materials wasn't just cutting it. To expedite the project, they needed more supply. To increase the supply, they established the Man Affairs Division in the London branch. The criminals we've been catching have been used as free supply materials for the Bureau's project. Why go through all this? Because they feel the need to hurry. For the sake of the project, they think it could end at any moment. They call the threat level Noah, and it exists. Noah. A phenomenon so great that it could wash over the entire world like a great flood. So they named it Noah. Thus, they wish to build several seawall. They wish to build their seawall as quickly as possible to stop that wave. Well then, from the very beginning of our world. Why are you saying this out in the hallway next to the office? John, thank you, Pandora. I feel a lot better knowing. Of course, he's unshaken. I finally know what the feeling I get when I'm around you is. It's not yearning, it's jealousy. That's why I feel all this hate for you burning inside. For leading me straight into the truth. I detest you. I'll take this case in stride and be better for it. Or you'll take this case in stride and be better for it. I'm not sure all about me though. I'm not sure if I can keep helping you. Oh! Oh! Holy shit! Huh? Oh my god. What the fuck? What are you doing over there? No. You're different. What? What happened? Now, show me. Pandy, what happened? Johnny? No. What on earth? Sarge, what is it? What did you see? Nothing. I see nothing. Nothing. Where am I? Pandy, you're awake! Thena, where's John? He's not there anymore. They took him to the morgue. Brian is with him, so don't you worry. Right. John is... They ruled it. Suicide. As punishment for causing too much commotion in the Bureau, security clearance for our division has been downgraded. What have I done? However... Here. I'm too much of a dummy, so I thought you should take a look at these instead. Case files. What's this, though? How did this happen? Oh, whoa, they fucking... It was basically Doki Doki. They basically Doki Doki'd us. Come in. Oh, back on your feet. That's a relief. We can't have you missing the funeral. What did you do? Well then, I guess you're not here to pay your respects concerning what happened to my little brother. Why are your prints on the rope John was hanging from? I think you've got the wrong idea. I'm sure I told you both, Dean and Brian. The rope was originally mine. Of course you're going to say that, but according to the documents I have... Oh my god, Jesus Christ. So you want me to tell you my prints were on that rope? It's simple. I used that rope before. No, you didn't. Oh, really? Wait, that wasn't it? Oh, it's the other lie. You did say in your statement that you lent the rope to John. Oh, so you knew this whole time. However, Dina detected an abnormal heartbeat during your testimony. An abnormal heartbeat? I see. That girl, Dina. She did say she figured out a new trick. I forgot about that. Have I crossed over to the criminal side now? What are you talking about? What do you think I'm talking about? Isn't this the reason you came? It was me. I killed John. Why? Because he tried to dig too deep. You've been at the Bureau long enough to know that. I shouldn't have to explain it to you. John made his choice. He wanted to know everything, even if it killed him. So I had to make a choice. At least with killing him, it prevented the truth from getting out. After all, it's the world's last chance for survival. In my family, we respect each other's choices. My God, what are you even saying? Go shout it from the mountaintops if you want to. After all, it wasn't my sin alone. Nothing will change. It'll only be your neck on the chopping block. I won't have any more business up here on the ground floor regardless. Yours will probably be the last face I see up here. Enjoy your stay, but I would recommend keeping your mouth shut the best you can. I see. That's why. What's going on? Why am I just standing here? Where am I even supposed to go? John's gone now. There's no one left to use me. No one left to lead me around on the leash. So now, is it time for me to make choices? I get it now. The reason you are laughing. If you can't laugh it off like it was nothing, this world becomes too painful to live in. Even now, I can't stop laughing. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've always lived like this. Every time the world let me down, I would laugh instead of cry. It's clear to me now. I never wanted this moment to come. Alright, we're here now. Back to the present. No more of that Doki Doki stuff. Let me get back to crime solving. That's the truth of what happened 2 years ago. Are you insane, woman? Even if you did know about the project, why would you just talk about it here? Do you want Do you want there to be a mass suicide? My apologies, but we heard about Noah's yesterday from the cabinet secretary himself. Notes finding out about the project just changes the number of reasons for us to kill us from 1 to 2. But what's this mean for you? The documents from a case you pleaded guilty to 2 years ago turned up in the late chief's secret stash. So again, what do you think this means for you? It's just as you say. My reason for resorting to killing went from 1 to 2. Appearing. You couldn't have. No. How could you? So what if I killed the chief? So what if I ended his life to shut his fat mouth? The 1 hour I promised to you is up. This is me you're talking about, though. A person from the underground. No matter how much you wriggle and writhe, you'll see no punishment from me. Sorry, for me. That's the truth for now, however. Is that really it? Pardon. No, where's this coming from now? You look like you're in when you're solving moods. It's just all strange. For both the case 2 years ago and the one right now, if nothing bad comes up from fessing up to the murders, why go through all the trouble of hiding them? There's no noble blood in my veins. Of course I have to hide my shady dealings. What is this anyway? On my side all of a sudden? Don't tell me. Are you about to say all of this wasn't my doing? No, you definitely fabricated the suicide 2 years ago. But you weren't acting alone. You had an accomplice. Didn't you? No. What are you saying? The documents from the case 2 years ago that the chief hid away were clearly pointed to Bernard Medan for this. But that's not the end of it. Within these documents, an odd contradiction is hiding. Twist number 3. Twist number 3. Wow. They gave us the doctor's note. Is this all that was in there? I think so, right? It was just, yeah, just these two. Is an odd contradiction. What, this one? Oh yeah, because if he used it, he would. Okay, no, never mind. I thought that one was right at this time. What comes sooner than later? Why? Nope, this isn't right. I'm okay though, there's no reason to be concerned. Okay, no, it doesn't have anything to do with this. We have concluded that this patient shows no signs of mental illness. So, you want me to tell you why my prints were on the rope? Simple. I've used that rope before. John asked me if I could borrow it this morning, so I gave it to him. Now that I'm thinking about it, that was the last time I had the chance to talk to him. I'm okay. There's no reason to be concerned. But, of course, it's not alright. But I predicted that this day would come. I mean, it's one of these, right? It just has to be one of these. Oh, he gave us the trace photo too. You had an accomplice, didn't you? One month ago. Left another one at 8. God, what a disconcerting photo. There is something so jarring about it. I can't put my finger on it, though. What is wrong with this photo that I can't tell? Up here and then... Oh... Is it in this photo? No. Nope. Now that I'm thinking about it, it was the last chance I got to speak with him. And it's not this? Nope. It's like an odd contradiction. Within these documents, an odd contradiction is hiding. But that's not the end of it. You had an accomplice. I predicted this day would come sooner. And wait, it's not? It's not these? It's not this? It wouldn't... Yeah, this is when he handed him the... This is when he handed him the rope. Right? Yeah. Head of Psychiatry, Psyche Clinic. It's for John. John asked if he could borrow it this morning, so I gave it to him. Now that I'm thinking about it, that was my last chance to stop him. Yeah, Bernard, was this your last chance to stop him? Nope. Oh. 2 years ago, you gave this statement right here. You said the rope Detective John Madan hung himself with was yours. I did? Yes, but during that part, an abnormal heartbeat was detected. Yes, I found a new rope to do the deed with. Is that so? If that were the case, why were your prints left on the rope 1 month before? Well, I couldn't tell you why for sure. No, it's not that I don't find that strange as well, but that contradiction means little in and of itself. Right, it means nothing at all. It has no bearing on the charges being leveled at Chief Madan. But why the contradiction? To put in other words, it seems like there's an error in this document. Dina? What? An error. That's right. It's either in the trace photo or the witness statement. One of the two of them's wrong. In fact, the error was probably a part of the fabrication. A fabrication is so good, the only detective who wrote it out would be able to tell. I think the falsified part must be this one right here. There seems to be a meaningless contradiction in 2 documents from the case 2 years ago. It seems like the contradiction stems from a fabrication in a document. I mean, it's just one of the 2, right? Man, really? Thina? The abnormal heartbeat detected here. That must be the error. Isn't that right, Detective Thina? What the fuck? Thina. The sergeant was just coming to after the shock, and it was Detective Thina who gave her the document. Something about what she said. It makes it seem like there's more behind the story. The abnormal heartbeat detected here is different from the ones Detective Thina usually notes down, huh? The day's finally come. Can't just pull wool over Note's eyes, can I? Thina, what did you do? What are you talking about? Messing up a document like that would only mean... That's right. Madan's statement was no lie. In the end, no one could simply murder Detective John. Thina. Sorry. I truly am sorry. If I didn't do it, Pandy, you would have thought you killed him yourself. Chief Bernard Madan, with the help of Detective Thina, you fessed up to setting up the murder 2 years ago, right? You fessed up, but you still left yourself enough room to wiggle out if need be. After all, you only admitted you did it to the sergeant. Even now, we're only pointing out the possibility you did it, but you're just playing along at being the culprit. Just like 2 years ago. To hide the truth. You ruined everything. And it was going so well. You're just like my damned brother. I was instructed by the Bureau not to punish the lot of you. All we had to do was disband this division, then no more punishment would be needed. Then, you say you've got to investigate, digging into the past, and here I am pulling my hair out, thinking I'm going to kill you myself for trying to get in your way. Do you know how shameful it was doing all of this to protect a culprit I didn't even know the identity of? But that's only if one of us is the culprit. If we're all innocent, you won't have to do that. Oh, but what? I wish that were the case. Huh? Yeah, right? Like... Anyway, Redfins, cut the crap. Seriously, stop with this nonsense. Do you think I'm going to believe anything you have to say? I'm sorry. I thought I could paint myself as an ill-fated protagonist, shouldering the burden, and I thought I was satisfied with that. You caught me the one time, so I didn't think we'd have to be pulled into this again. I was tired enough of it. Redfins, John really did kill himself. Seriously, cut the... Pandy, don't touch me. Right. We just need more evidence. I'll just have to investigate the crime scene once more. No, I'll leave this to you. Keep your spork flipped. Sergeant. It must be so painful to know that you were believing a falsified truth for 2 whole years. But for her, Sergeant, you're carrying out an investigation based on emotions alone. Aren't we supposed to be tools? No, that was something John told me. I was just following his lead. Clearly, I'm not who you think I am. Then, the person I met up on the balcony yesterday was not you either. Can't you just let me win a single time, Sergeant? No, even if I'm not around, you keep asking questions. A typewriter? Was that always there? Was this always here? And that's how things stand. Always so quick to act. I wouldn't have seen him again anyway since I was heading underground. Couldn't even respect his older brother enough to. I'm sorry. As his colleague, I should have suspected sooner. He hid where his head was from He hid where his head was at from me too. If you had figured it out first, then it would have just been sad. But seriously, even yesterday, it seemed like nothing was the matter. Yesterday, Redfins read my memory. According to Brian, she was with John. It was probably he who put her up to it. He discovered the secrets locked away in my memories. But he couldn't handle the truth. And here we are. Not the rarest of reactions. Then, Pandy... No matter how you look at it, she was the one who pulled his trigger. At least, that's how she'll see it. Pandy... I mean... That is a problem. But more important is her safety. What? Is Pandy in danger? A lot of documents I've been exposed to recently are of top secret underground files. If the boss were to suspect, and if he were to find out about Redfins... He can't. If that happens, and I lose Pandy too... Keep calm. I know what you're scared of. Thankfully, the situation isn't that bad yet. After all, Redfins couldn't read John's memories. If you help me out, we can ensure Redfin's safety and relieve her from the burden of her guilt. Will you help me? Sure. I'll just head back to operations for a while. Good. Then we'll make me the culprit. Yeah. Excuse me. What? You just took my statement, right? Manipulate part of it. Make it look like I lied to hide my crime. After that, show it to Redfins when she regains consciousness. Redfins won't be in the best state of mind, so she won't suspect the document, and she'll immediately suspect me as the culprit. She won't hold herself responsible for John's death, and she won't have any reason to spread the information she took from my mind. I'll head to the underground and stay there. I'll report to my superiors that John had to be taken care of because he stole classified documents. It's perfect. Why are you doing all this? For Pandy? I talked to John 2 days ago. He said, you're all like family to him. He said that right in front of me. His actual family member. I still wonder what he meant by that. But there's no way for me to figure that out now. It's just... I want to be included in that group. As that dummy's actual family member. I'll sacrifice my own life for the people he cherished. At least, that's what I want to think. Pandy, she would never... want me to do this, but your suggestion is enticing, only because I want to protect her. So, I'll play the criminal, and I'll become a traitor. As always, I'm simply the worst colleague. Sorry, Madan. I guess I was the worst colleague for you, too. You never did follow my orders. That's nothing new. Madan, why John kill himself? Ever since he was an officer in operations, John has had a compulsion to help people. During his time in operations, he was forced to bring harm to people. So it was probably defiance of his position that led him to be like this. He simply couldn't stand the paradox of it all. That's when he began to work to save as many lives as he could. That's actually why I sent it to this budding division in investigations. By that you mean the Man Affairs Division? That's right. There he was able to get along with you lot and help people. So it seemed to calm his mental illness. However, that's also when he began to sense that there was something odd in the way that the criminals were treated, and he relapsed to his old ways. That's when he found out about the project and the Noahs. Damn him. He just couldn't leave it alone. However, it's simply not something one man can have an effect on. What? It's simply not something one man can have an effect on. After all, it deals with the absurdity what this world is built upon. He couldn't stand it. That's why he gave up. I never thought of him as capable. Then that means you knew your brother was suffering from mental illness? Yes, that's what I just told you. Then, what's going on? If that's true, what on earth is this? Yeah, isn't this document a lie then? He has no mental illness, so you're either lying again or this is someone else's document. Then what about this doctor's note? A doctor's note? This was in the folder of the documents about the case 2 years ago. It's from the psyche clinic. Apparently, John went to see a psychiatrist. This is a record of his visit there. I've been thinking about this for a while, but take a look at this middle part. It says there's nothing wrong with him. Is that something the chief had? Something in his secret stash? How is that possible? Didn't you say John had mental illness? He did, and I checked it out myself, but this isn't John Madan's medical record. What? Then whose is it? There's only one person it could be. One person in the case 2 years ago with any sort of mental problem, and that person's name is... Who? Wait, who? There's only one person involved in the case 2 years ago with any sort of mental problem. Oh, fuck! That's Pandy's! Oh, shit. Red fins. My mouth won't open. Why was this doctor's note kept there? No, you froze. Does that mean no one comes to mind? No, I've got the person, but... Let's calm down. We don't know all the facts yet. We're still in the middle of an investigation. There's no time to worry about a future that's still up in the air. The sergeant received that shock 2 years ago and hasn't been able to touch people since, right? That's true, but note, why exactly are you bringing up the Sarge now? There's no one else here who might have a mental disease. Even if they did, it wouldn't be held against them as a sign of weakness. Note, but the sergeant being unable to touch people, that'd be considered a mental disease, right? Note, are you serious? When it comes to investigations, I'm always serious. You know that. I don't want to say it either. However, I can't help but entertain the possibility. After all, that's how the Sarge taught me. Note, that was something John told me. I was just following his lead. There's a possibility that the sergeant may lied about having mental illness. She may also be able to touch people. And also, she may have been threatened by the chief because of that. No! Do you know what you're implying? I do. I'm well aware. But if the Sarge really did lie about touching people, what's that mean for us? If we look at the big picture, we can find two reasons for it. Do we have a reason for it? Do we? But if the Sarge really did lie about touching people, what's that mean for us? If we look at the big picture. What do all these lies mean with the current case, all the cases, the current and the past? What truth lies in between the gaps? All an act. What reason did she have for doing that? Yeah, I don't know this one. This? No, this is not. This isn't it. I seriously don't know. Why would she have to lie? What? Because of the skills? Your skills? Oh, is it actually? Oh my god. Detective Thina, you're able to detect minute vibrations. With that skill, you're able to detect abnormal heartbeats. However, when you wanted to do that, you'd need to be touching all the same. No? What are you... So Pandy was avoiding my skill? I wish I was wrong about this, but if there's no information refuting it, there's no need to dig any deeper. Wait. With that skill, you're able to detect abnormal heartbeats. However, when you do that, you need to be touching the same thing. I see. If she needed an excuse not to touch you, that's no better than claiming a mental illness. The note. What exactly did Saj lie to Thina about? The part related to the second reason why she had to lie about having a mental illness. Also, it's about the sergeant herself. It connects to her claim that she can't touch people anymore, and the biggest reason she had for making it all up. Is it just their skills, so they never found out? No. Yeah, Brian. If she needed an excuse not to touch you, then there's no better. Why did the Sarge lie to Thina? That part is related to the second reason she had to lie about having a mental illness. It's about the sergeant herself. Her range? Or is it just her own skill? The sergeant's skill allows her to read the memories of anything she comes into contact with. Also, when she touches a person, she's able to see through the eyes of that person and gain their visual memories. And until today, she was quite adamant about that she couldn't see visuals. She said it was because she couldn't touch another person's body. But what if she can? It'd be like before. She could look back at the crucial moments of a case, right? Yes, perhaps. The departed chief of investigations was holding on to this doctor's note. And we have circumstantial evidence that he was threatening someone. In other words, you have a theory. You think Redfins is the one who killed the chief, don't you? I considered the possibility. Wait, hold up. Hold up, something isn't making sense to me. She said it was because she couldn't touch another person's body. But what if she can? It'd be like before where she could yes, perhaps. Aha. Until today, she's quite... Okay. I think I get it. This is confusing to me. I'm being a bit bamboozled right now. Don't be ridiculous. The trolley's already arrived at the station. I'm starting to sound like him. Listen carefully. If Redfins isn't your culprit, it's either Thina or Brian. Huh? Ever since you lot left the underground, I've had a man stationed at the entrance of to the investigations, instructed to track your movements. According to my man's report, you four were the only ones in that wing yesterday. That's why I was trying to block the truth from being revealed. John treasured these people, so I tried to make it look like I was the culprit, even though it wasn't the honorable thing to do. But you, what is your goal in all this exactly? Before, when I tried to interfere with the investigation, you didn't bat an eyelash. Now you're acting all sheepish? Whose side are you on? Madame, you're going too far. No, let's let him think. After all, time's almost up. Detective Thina. Well, let's put a pin in it for now. We're still lacking proof. You're right. There's a high possibility that Redfins was threatened, as you say. However, that doesn't mean she was the culprit. To return to our case, the culprit was able to enter the room by replicating the victim's footprints. But that's it. There were no footprints leaving the scene. It was Redfins herself that pointed that out. Also, as you know, hiding in that room was impossible for her because... The sergeant, she left the building with me last night. It's clear, from the documents we've gathered so far, it's impossible to put this crime on her. However, it's always as it is. The truth I uncover only changes the world for the worse. But why is that? However, if one of the people we've investigated is our culprit, even though I know that, even with all the anxiety filling my body, it's quite possible that one of the documents has already been altered or fabricated in some way. I'm not ready. I can't face my choices. If our culprit tricked us with this part, anyone could be the culprit. Is it the document? The memory survey itself? We only have one, right? Yeah. The flower actually was used. Oh, and then Brian said that my fingerprints and her fingerprints were on it. That's why. A dried flower. Yes, the dried flower that creates a replica. We thought no one had used it. We thought that way because the sergeant recorded in her memory survey that it hadn't been used in a while. However, if the sergeant made this part up, you'd think she's the culprit. Yes. And if that's the case, then this memory survey is a fabrication. If she made use of certain properties the dried flower carries, she could have carried the body into the room without leaving any footprints going out. The property that would have allowed her to do so is right here. It's the fact that it goes out after 30 minutes, right? Aha, ha, ha. Aha. Red fins. Lady, why? The fact that the replica disappears after 30 minutes. Using this, the culprit could have pulled it off. When our culprit went in for the first meeting with the chief, she secretly stole both the dried flower and the rubber ball that served as a murder weapon. How did she do that? Then at 8:30, the victim returned to the scene of the crime. However, it wasn't the real culprit. It was the replica created by the culprit with the help of the dried flower. It followed the orders the culprit gave, knocking on the door that led the victim out of the room. Then once the victim came out into the hallway, the culprit took the cloth off the ball, vaporizing the victim's heart. But the culprit grabbed the victim as he fell. The culprit lacked the strength to move the body, but that was no problem. The culprit just had to make 2 replicas. Then the 2 replicas moved the body back into the room. How did that... what? Since they were wearing the same shoes as the victim, the culprit prepared beforehand, and they were able to disguise their fingerprints to look like the victims. After that, the 2 replicas went over and where the victim hung his clothes and waited until they disappeared. If the replicas were made about 20 minutes before, they would give them about 10 minutes to commit the crime before they disappeared. So, after replacing the staff and heading to where the shoes were, the replicas disappeared. Then, the only thing left in the room were the victim's footprints. Okay, I can kind of understand that. Just with something unusual about the victim's stride. That's why the footprints were like that. Why does it seem so plausible? To the very end, you refused to name our culprit. So what are you planning to do about red fins? As I said before, bringing the investigation to a close changes nothing. But are the lot of you all right with that? Are you able to treat red fins the same way you've always treated her? I can't postpone this any longer. It's time you made a choice. All of you. Damn. As for me, I would choose to cover this up. Because I wouldn't see the person John opened his heart up to in prison. Considering the threats, her actions were justified too. The threats. After everything. I think this choice is out of my hands. If you don't decide for yourselves, you'll have to live with the regret for the rest of your lives. Then, in the end, it was her. Pandy. No. Isn't there anything else? Penny couldn't have done that. Athena. Isn't that right? This isn't the end. Just like always, there's always one more thing, right? Right? Athena, you've got to stop. Then, all that's left now is... Note. The threats. The chief threatened Sergeant Redfins. All because the sergeant pretended not to have mental illness. How could that be turned into a threat? Why was that doctor's note in the folder with the case files 2 years ago? Plus, what reason did Sergeant have for hiding the fact that she could use her skill on people 2 years ago? What was she thinking back then? What path did she choose to walk down? If, in the very beginning, she was able to read into a person's past, in all the cases thus far... No, what are you doing? That's where we gathered all the cases we solved. The murder at Trump Tower on October 20th. The murder at the woods at November 25th. Yeah, that was right. The event at the Miller residence at December 10th. And then yesterday's murder at December 24th. In each of these cases, the sergeant, she always... Ah. If it really was a suicide, well, I see no reason why I see no damage that causes. However, considering every staffer in the troop could be we couldn't have missed a single smidge of a clue. Now there's nothing left to investigate, nothing left to hide. Maybe we could predict that that could happen, right? Maybe we could predict where varying might run to next. That could happen, right? Why are you doing all this? Doug is able to create objects. He can't make the stuff in his novels become real. She's always like deflected it, huh? Oh my god. She's always like done something to like try to stop the convicted from happening. She's known every time who did it. Note, are your thoughts still a mess? No, that face. He's already reached a conclusion. Sergeant, are you listening? I figured it out. Sergeant, I know what you wanted. I see. Finally. You're seeing the real me. Pandy? Tina, I'm sorry about everything from before. And thank you. I've wanted to thank you for 2 years now. Bernard, I made you carry a heavy burden. My apologies for that. You can't. John always talked about you. You too, Brian. Thank you. It was nothing. Yes, I'm including that too. I just wanted to say thanks. No, come to me. We don't have much time, so I'll talk while you walk. Is that okay? Yes. But that's not the way to the crime scene. She's not at the crime scene. Pardon? I'll be back. Our conversation will continue by spoke. If you want to hear, just keep your spokes upside down. For those who don't wish to hear, then cover their ears. Neither choice is wrong. What's going to happen? One way or another. It seems that no one here truly knows the real Redfins. And that's my fault? Because 2 years ago, I lied to Pandy? I knew. There was no way not to. When Madame said it all, I could see it in your face. The part about changing a statement, I figured that out later. This whole time, I knew. And said nothing. And that's not it. The whole time, every minute of it, I've been deceiving you. That's what she thanked Brian for? I see. And then she knew Brian knew. Okay. I'm curious about one thing. Why'd you order me to investigate this case? If I hadn't ordered you to do it, would you have just sat there quietly and done nothing? Of course not. I knew that it was going to be like this, so I made it look like I was actively taking part in the investigation. Because of that, you were able to fool the mystery survey to hide the truth. Just as you've been doing the whole time. Sergeant, you've been able to touch people. Because of that, you've been able to see the images captured by the victims by touching their bodies. That changes everything. Not just with the case, but with the previous cases and the meaning of everything we've gone through. Right. Let me tell you what you're thinking. Or tell me what you're thinking. The case at Trump Tower was the first day I arrived. The one where the clown, Geller, killed the ringleader. There was one clue I didn't understand. The blood from the ceiling. That was the only clue not left by Geller's crime. Maybe it was a trap. A lure she constructed to interfere with our investigation. The victim used his propulsion skill. Thus, if the victim had actually used his skill to kill himself, it would have left a mark on that ceiling. And if the crime had actually been ruled a suicide, all the members of the Trump Tower would have been cleared of their charges. That's what Geller wanted, so she prepared her trap. But her trap was missing one thing. The victim's bureau file. We didn't have it, so we couldn't have known his skill. It would have been impossible to rule it as a suicide. But it just so happened that you went to the gambling hall and got your hands on the bureau file. I'm sure you knew that the clue you were holding in your hand had nothing to do with the facts of the crime. After all, you knew Geller did it with a single touch. You knew, but you didn't tell us a thing. You left the scene of the crime to get his bureau file. And then when the investigation hit rough waters, you reminded me that the victim was a staffer. In the end, you were leading me to the conclusion that the victim had committed suicide. Committed suicide. Isn't that right, Redfins? It's not that I wanted you to ignore Geller's sins. It's just, I wanted it to be the police, not us, who brought her in. I didn't think her evil enough to be forced to take part in the project. I saw everything in the victim that Geller did. His blows were only a small part of the abuse. Yet when Geller killed the victim, she was crying. Next, we went to the woods, the facility that handled the creatures. The culprit was Kendrick Hawes. He used the other suspects like a chess piece to kill his own boss. But Woods held on to one more secret, one unrelated to the truth of the case. The inhumane creature researcher being carried out in an underground lab. It was Nine Beck, the vice president who was in charge of them. You accidentally came into contact with Beck. That was when you found out about the facility. Those atrocities came as so much of a shock to you that you hit Mr. Beck 2 times. Sergeant, you were afraid of what might happen if those secrets were to be revealed to the public world. So when Detective Thena suggested we continue investigating, you tried to cut her off and end the investigation. In the end, you saw what effects leaking that information had. That was information that shouldn't have gone out like that. You figured that we could always arrest Hawes later on. Next was the accident really, at the Miller residence. It was a tragedy caused by the victim and his foolish behavior. The victim's own foolish behavior and a lack of communication between husband and wife. I'm not sure when it was you touched Miss Miller, but you had plenty of time to do so. Brian and I arrived to the scene late, and Detective Thena was investigating the second crime scene. You knew the pain the truth of the case would bring to Miss Miller, so you tried to hand the case over to materials. Then during investigation, Zad Varing ran off due to my mistake. The only thing you were doing was trying to get me to give you an answer. But Brian and I continued our investigation. When we finally uncovered the truth, you tried to convince Brian and I to conceal the truth from Miss Miller. I still think not telling her was the right answer. However, Brian knew the truth as well, and he made his choice. I merely decided to respect his choice. It's dangerous to think I'm the only one with the right answers. Then there was the case yesterday. The murder with the Oppenheimers in the underground. With that one, it was hard to find the truth, even with your ability to read the memories of the corpses. It was also quite difficult for you to naturally graze upon the suspect. But yesterday, you made our clearest move. When I was revealing the truth about Doug, you tried to deceive us by saying that there was a memory on the memo left in the crime scene when the memory didn't exist. All in an effort to cover up the truth. Did I really want to save Doug? I'm not really sure. But considering what I know about the Noahs, I had to do everything in my power to stop you. Yes, that was what was best for me. That's it. That's your secret. You find out the truth before everyone else. And if that truth turns out to be dangerous, you change it. You alter it. Until it's the ideal truth for you. For 2 years, Sergeant, ever since that fateful day, you've been carrying on just like this, haven't you? It's just like 2 years ago when Detective Dina hid the truth about the suicide for your sake. That's right. Just like Brian also knew the truth and said nothing. Just like the people most precious to me did for me. However, I knew everything. That day of all days. It was impossible for me not to see anything. I saw it all. I saw him tie that noose around his neck. I saw him swung back and forth like a pendulum. But because of this red light on my arm that won't ever come off, I couldn't continue on as if I knew nothing. But that was when I realized that there was something I could do. After all that pain I lived through, I was going to keep it from the others. Note, it was good to hear all your stories. When I heard the stories of the suffering your wounds brought you, I felt like I wasn't alone in this world. Finally, we could come stand face to face. I'm starting to get scared. Is the person behind this door really the person I knew her to be? I'm also scared. I'm scared. Red fins, hello. What's wrong, Note? You can start things off. Sergeant, aren't we detectives? Yes, we are detectives. But our job isn't about changing the world. The world doesn't change just because one person in this immense city feels despair. And even if we cling on to our hope, we can keep living. And even if we cling on to what hope we have to keep living, the world stays the same as it's always been. No, I'm not trying to do something as grandiose as change the world. I'm only trying to help the people I can. Those within my circle of influence. But that's not our job. That's right. But it's something only we can do. As the people who first find the truth and tell of it, we can help people. Even if the people don't want our help, the moment they want help is the same moment they find out the truth. But then we can't help them. We can't do anything but hold back the pain. We can find out the truth, judge it, and move on. That's the best we can do. Sergeant, that does help. But murdering the chief? Was that to help people too? It was. Once you learn the truth, you'll understand. Is there a single person in this world who deserves death? It's an interesting topic, but nothing we should be fretting about now. There's not a single person in this world who can truly hide a murder. There's not a single person in this world who can truly hide a murder. That's the only important topic for the likes of us. But for now, just trust me and wait a second. When the time is right, I promise I'll tell you. Trust, affection, emotion, turn turn logic in itself into illogical. The thought of losing one relationship is enough to send you down a path of no return. This is just a theory of mine. You can't mix people and reason. Filter all of those out. After all, only logic should remain. Trust me, Note. You don't always have to focus on the truth. We're detectives after all. One thing we believe in is the verified truth. Thus, The only thing I can truly say for certain is that the victim had lived for an additional 4 days. You will have to live with that truth too. Could you stop talking, please? Sergeant, I just have one more question to ask. Have we ever truly met? We met last night, right here. That was me. That time alone, that was me. I can't believe you. We're detectives. Aren't detectives supposed to find out the truth? Indeed. And you found out the truth. Now, to find the truth that lies beyond what you see. That's all I did. And in the end, John died. Note, you've dug up more in your 2 months here than anyone else in the city ever has. But all the truth you found, what did it bring? Note, you already know the answer. The truth is not necessarily noble or beneficial to anyone. The truth isn't always right. Some truths can hurt people. I idolized John because he was actually a weak person like me. Thus, his death. That's right. For us especially. Many of the truths we seek are dangerous. That's why after we found out, we have to make a choice. A choice? I'm not saying you should uncover the truth. I'm talking about the choice that exists on the other side of the truth. I want to become a person who handles the truth that are revealed in the correct way. In that way, the pain I felt, the pain we felt, doesn't have to be felt by everyone. If the sergeant I know is who she thinks she is, is who I think she is, she's more kind and caring than anyone I know, always looking out for those around her. And she's clever. I'm sure that this isn't just trauma that caused her to act like this. She probably thought about this again and again before reaching her current conclusion. In fact, the advice she threw out to those involved in those cases, even though it was based on lies, it definitely would have saved those people. Compared to that, all I did was... Note, you can choose a different path. You may think these painful truths to be necessary for the world. If you choose that path, then clearly, it's going to make things better. Because you're better than everyone. You may be able to change something I gave up on. However, I want you to walk with me. I want you to walk together with me. You're the one who knows my pain. I want you to know. I want you to stay by my side. Note, take my hand. Oh God, it's so scary. I think it should be obvious what the right choice is. So I'm going to take a bet and make the wrong choice. If I take her hand, I'll be walking down the same path she's on. From that moment, my life will change. Or will it? It feels like the world around me is speaking to me. It's telling me the time to choose is here. It's telling me this choice will determine the path my life will follow into the future. However, if an instant's choice really determines all that, then does that mean everything I've done up until this point means nothing? I've changed since coming to this city. I'm certain of that much. I've lost my ideals, and I found a goal. I lost justice and found people. I've lost trust and found devotion. I lost faith. And I've found hope. Fuck, I was gonna say I followed hope. Shit. I found. Every moment brought again about a change in me. Sergeant, if I take your hand, will that change me? If we don't let go, will we not change? Maybe, but I think not. Note, Sergeant, I took your hand yesterday, but that wasn't some huge choice. It was just because I wanted to know you more. Now that I'm thinking about it, it was the same at Trump Tower and same at the Woods, at the Miller residence, and yesterday when we visited the underground. I never made a single choice. I just found the truths that were hiding in each place. Each and every time, I found the truth lying beyond everything. I'm sorry. Asking me to join you as you reach your hand through the fog. Even now, I only see you in that fog. But past that fog, I think there exists something I sincerely wish for. Note, we've already seen through that fog. We know that the only thing at the end of it is regret. Yeah, you're right. So now, I want to see past those regrets. Why? Why try to go that far? Just take my hand and live for people. Together. Now, that's enough. But there's a contradiction. Even though I know it'll only cause more suffering, even though I know I'll regret it, still, I want to know more about you. If there's something unclear, I want to find the answer, because I'm a detective. Sergeant, are you any different? Why must you keep trying to move forward? Out of all the truths I've uncovered thus far, I can't point to a single good one. That's how it is now. But people change as they move forward. I knew nothing about this place and the people here, yet I became a person who could stand by your side. I became a person that Detectives Stina and Brian could rely on. I don't think the cases we solved are the end of this story. I'm sure there will exist something beyond that. And I want to keep moving forward to find out what that is. Also, even if I lose you now, I know I'll be able to find you one day. Then you knew. It's because before, when we were talking on the sporks, I knew you were hiding something behind the fog, so I couldn't see your face. You must have used the dried flower, didn't you? I'm sorry, but I wanted to meet you up here myself, but I already knew how things would turn out. After all, you never let me win. Sorry. No, I'm the only person who should be I'm sorry I showed you nothing but lies to the end. But I didn't want to get caught. The fog turned out to be too thin, and I've burned through all the cigarettes I had. Seriously, what a dumb precaution to take. When it comes to hiding feelings, no one's got more confidence than me. Aw, honestly, it's not even funny. Sergeant. We're not right for each other in the slightest. We're not right for each other in the slightest. I know you wanted to hide your face, but what I'm seeing now is what I've been wondering around in search for. That's why I wanted to hide it even more. I knew you'd come looking for me. Even if you say you'll come looking, I figure I'll want to let you find me. But I don't want to rely on anyone else again. If I try to rely on you, you might leave me too, so you have to run away from me, because I'll always be one step quicker, and I'll catch up to you, Sergeant. The day will come when I catch you. And I hope you'll be there waiting. Right. If you do that, it's always the same. It's always that way. You choose the path I don't want to follow down. Always. Always. Note. Open that sewer drain below you, under your foot. This is... the music box. Of course. You had it the whole time. Inside, I placed the truth I needed to hide the most. Whenever you're ready, you can open it. Ah, shit. Okay. What do you think? It's recording now. Sounds handy. I can think of a number of uses depending on the situation. Yes, you're right. It took me a long time to figure out how it works, though. Indeed. Certainly sounds like it would. Your reaction seems a bit lackluster. Indeed, it is. Apologies. Well, that's understandable. Sergeant Redfins, you've been a great help through the years. One day, a lot of you will stop listening to me, though. It actually turned out to be quite helpful for me to get my messages across. Indeed. I'm sure life will get easier for you when you don't have me lurking around. There will be no one like me ordering you about, but you won't be able to do whatever you'd please like before. I never know. You never know. I'll miss that cheeky attitude of yours too. However, I do have one final request. Ask away. It's about Detective Case. You won't need him anymore. We succeeded his plan in getting him noticed by the cabinet secretary. Now it's time for them to trim their losses. No Trick has become an integral part of our division. It's not a question of how useful he is to you lot. It's that I've got no more use for Detective Case. Thanks to him, I got my promotion. Case is now only a threat. That lad's so curious. He would give John Madan a run for his money. If I left him where he was, he'd probably catch me by one or two of my tails. I'm finally able to breathe, so I can't let that ankle biter be sniffing me out now. Speaking of which, do you have any good strategies in moving forward? A good strategy? What do you mean? I mean, are you scared? Are you going to scare the lad off? That's one method. Or are we going to take a more heavy-handed approach? Tomorrow, it'll be goodbye to the ground level for me. Not in my nature to be leaving behind possible threats. Though some methods may be a bit too extreme. Do you have to? No Trick has already attracted the attention of the cabinet secretary. Do we really have to go that far? If you lot can't think of a good way, I'll just do it how I was planning to tomorrow. What do you think? If your results are good enough, I might be able to return the favor. I can think of one good way. As expected of Sergeant Redfins, the ace up my sleeve. If you tie all this up in a pretty ribbon, I'll get rid of the files I've got stashed away. But I need to do a test run. Would it be alright if I bought a few pieces of staff you have here? My staff? I just need 2. Actually, I'll need this music box too. My test run will take an hour. And I'll give them right back. Alright. Well, I mean, what's an hour? They're nothing but a nuisance to have around without being used. Well then, I'll be back at 8:30. And would you mind telling me shoe size? I was thinking of getting you a farewell present. Oh, sensible to the very end. I was thinking, the ones that I've got here, let's see, are 9.5. It's time to say goodbye, and I'm actually quite sad to be going. Indeed, now it's truly farewell. Sergeant, the reason you killed the chief, it was all because of me. Sergeant, why? Why would you hide this from me? If I had known, I could have... Bye. Note. For now, I can go no further. So, if the day comes for you to catch me, on that day, reach your hand out to me. We found you! No, are you okay? Sarge, where'd you go? Detective Brian, Detective Thina, you were listening in. We were. Then the Sarge you met here. From the very beginning, she was talking through the sporks. The one up here was a replica made by the dried flower. Then, it was all a pack of lies. Yes, everything I saw, everything I heard, everything I touched, it was all a fabrication. However, I think she left behind a little truth. You mean the conversation recorded on the musical box? The fact that what Sarge did was to save you. Right. Though she wanted to hide it from me, the sergeant I trusted was contained in here. You think so? This at the very least, I won't let go of. No matter what. Note, you, no matter what happens, never. Right. It certainly seems that way. Mm-hmm. Of course. Because you, more than anyone, are a detective. Yeah, I remember this. I remember the CG. It is very nice. It's a very nice CG. Hey, Madan. So, get your things out of here. No, you really can't be disbanding our unit, can you? Wasn't the mood last night so nice at the end? Doesn't that call for a cancellation of the disbanding business? Such things can't be decided by mood. You found out the truth. But the culprit was the head of your division. And then your sergeant took flight and is now missing. If you think about it, things are worse now than ever before. You've got me there. If you've come to an understanding, clear out quickly. From today, this office is to be the headquarters of the Bureau's football club. Why a football club? That's so disgraceful. It's like we're even less productive than a football team. Don't discount our football club like that. We're really giving it our all out there. You remember too? Drats. Where's Note and Brian up to at a time like this? Well, surprisingly, they might actually do something of importance. And not discussing the football club with one of its founding members. Is this the right way? It seems to be getting darker. Don't worry. It's just a corridor a few people use. That explanation has made me more worried. Now, would you please tell me where we're going to meet? Who is this person who called for me? I can tell you, but first and foremost, apologies are in order. Huh? Note, a certain topic of importance was brought up during a number of times yesterday. Would you happen to remember that top secret project? You're talking about Project Tetrapod. Of course. You must be a part of that project, huh? Indeed. Actually, you knew? It's just that there's been a lot of weight behind your words these days. So when I saw that file yesterday, I just had a thought. You simply have a thought in all that chaos. I mean, it is you, so I knew you figured out on your own one day. 2 years ago, Madan, chief of operations back then, recommended me for the project. I guess keeping your word when someone asks a favor helps with keeping secrets. The purpose of the Tetrapod project is to completely eliminate mana. If the project were to succeed, it would eliminate the need for the Bureau and its control of phenomena. There are quite a number of employees within the Bureau who wouldn't find the idea pleasing. Thus, the project was kept confidential even within those within the Bureau. Are you okay with this? According to the sergeant yesterday, the project treats criminals in rather inhumane ways. Right. That's actually why I participate in the project. With me directly involved with the project, I can participate in experiments that may cross the line. I see. But why are you telling me all this all of a sudden? That's because you're not completely unrelated to the project. Cabinet Secretary. Are you the person who wanted to see me? That's right. I guess you weren't expecting me. What does he mean? Am I not completely unrelated? Caucasus Brian. Caucasus, my bad. Caucasus Brian, explain. Pardon me. Alright. If he was just gonna have Detective Brian explain, why make his appearance now? Note, the purpose of the Tetrapod project is to combine various skills, forming one regular, singular, powerful skill. We want to create one new skill with the power to wipe mana from this world. Acquiring the supply of staffers and staff to use as materials for the project is hard enough, but putting together all those skills and mapping out how they fit together is the hardest task. All of it would take a single misstep to cause a huge incident. That's why the cabinet secretary, needed a special person to be in charge of creating blueprints of what that skill may look like moving forward. Then, the chief of investigations heard a noteworthy piece of news. In order to get noticed by the cabinet secretary, the chief of investigations has been scouting out the right person for the mapping role. That's when he happened to find someone. Not a staffer, but a superhuman. A superhuman in his own right due to his powers in logic and deduction. That's you, no trick case. I have conditions. Note, were you not listening to my explanation? I heard you, and you're saying that you need my help with the project. Tell me. Pardon me. These conditions of yours, tell me. I'm really not following the two of you. I have 3 conditions. The first is that Detective Bryant said before, I want to be involved in handling the treatment of the staffers you use as project subjects. Alright, the only one with higher authority than you will be me. Next. Good, that was fast. I really don't want to work with this man, but I might as well be able to bounce some ideas off each other. Next is this. I was going to ask a favor from Chief Madame for this one, but I guess this is better. What is that exactly? It's about the Bureau's regulations for staffer threat level. It's about the Bureau regulations for the staffer the staffer with the threat level Noah, Doug Touchstone. Doug's skill seems omnipotent at first glance, but his changes are limited to the creation of objects and entities. Based on these particular characteristics, I think it's possible to lower his threat to a controllable level. If you handle him how I've written out, he should be able to safely use his skill until he is under control. If you're able to bring a Noah under your control, he could be a huge help to the project, don't you think? So you're asking me not to kill him. I feel like Doug is going to be a very important piece of the storyline. Right? I mean, if he can make a whole murder happen, he can erase mana from the entire world, no? He has the skill. Note, when did you do all this? You're getting sloppy. Controlling information he's exposed to and replanning his daily pattern. These methods are already implemented. Even with all these, there's still a 0.1% chance of the Noah becoming a threat, so it's safer to eliminate him. However, I am quite interested in this part of him, about using him in conjunction with another skill to suppress a skill's use. That could help us acquire a large amount of data for the project. I'll delay the elimination of the Noah by 10 days. You've got until then to write out a more detailed list of regulations for the subject. Okay. Quite splendid. As expected, Note. You're far from ordinary. Then it was worth staying up 2 whole days to write that out. You You all can pat yourselves on the back later. Our conversation isn't finished. What's your last condition? About that. What is it? Is it about reference? Who is it about? Oh, it's about the bureau not disbanding. No, the piano. Just let the piano stay. Why does an office of investigation need a piano in it anyway? Hurry up and get rid of it. If that thing's here, we'll have nowhere else to practice our dribbling. Why are you so serious about football? Note. What's going on in the head of yours? With my level of intelligence, I simply can't understand. In my opinion, I'm not quite sure either. No! What are we going to do? They've disbanded the division. About that. Just now, I talked with the cabinet secretary and advised him the cancellation of the dissolution of the Man Affairs division. Really? You're not lying? However, he rejected the proposal and said it was already decided upon. Then you were lying, huh? But in its place, the cabinet secretary created a new division of investigations directly under his supervision. We will all be transferring to this new Man Affairs division in the investigations department. Transferring? I mean, it's just a formality. We'll basically be doing the same thing as we were before. There's only one additional rule. We have to directly respond to the beck and call of the tetrapod project. Tetrapod? I heard a bit about it from Brian yesterday, but are we really going to be... So now you're an official member of the tetrapod unit too, Detective Thena. You may be called down to the underground from time to time. What? I guess it can't be helped. We'll all be working together though, right? That's right. All together. All of us. Whatever that means. Everything turned out as expected. Of course, this alternative is far more realistic than taking Case alone. Of course, things are how they are. Things are how they are. We'll be looking forward to working with you, Chief. What? No, you can't be serious. Why are you so surprised? I assigned you to the title of Chief of Investigations only yesterday. I thought that would all go away because of everything that happened yesterday. As long as Node is the architect behind this project, we're going to need people watching him. You've got to stay on your toes and act swiftly. Indeed. Things happen fast around here. Stop complaining. Damn it all. Hey, I get to call you Chief again. Or should we use this chance as my chance to call you Bernie? I said I'd kill you if you called me that again. I'll be counting on you, Chief. And on a personal note, I prefer you over our last Chief. Ugh, I'm losing it. So, who's going to be the new sergeant of this division? Of course, that should be Node. There really is no other choice. Huh? I mean, I've only got 2 months on the job, no? Still, you're the only one I can think of for a position. After all, you created this division. What of it? Don't think of it as too heavy a burden. We've only got 3 of us. The 3 of us, right. She's gone now. The title of sergeant. It still holds such a different feeling for me. I have no intent of carrying on what she was doing, however. I told her I'd keep moving forward. I'll do it. I'll take on the role of sergeant. Go get him, Note. Because it's you. I'm sure you do great, Note. Alright. I'm still inexperienced, but I'll lead the investigations team from now on. I guess I've been leading the charge in investigations up till this point, though, no? I guess very little has actually changed then, huh? If that's settled, let's get straight to work. From the looks of it, you've got quite a lot of work piled up. That's because we were detained for a whole day yesterday. It's to be expected. Speaking of which, there was a case I was supposed to solve by this morning. What? By this morning, you mean? 10 a.m.? We don't even have an hour left. Let's head out. To the parking lot, everyone. Hey, John. In the end, I'm here too. Why didn't you hold out? just a little longer. If you were still alive, one thing's for certain. As things stand, I'd be like family too. Case 5 Beyond. Reveal every truth. And yay! Is it going to take us to the title screen, or is it going to give us credits? I'll let the credits play out. Oh, nope. After checking out the floor plan for the 4th floor of the London branch of the Bureau, one might notice a room that looks out of place. When one heads in the direction, they might notice an iron gate that wasn't on the floor plan. A damp breeze slips in through the doorframe. Oh, the roof. My luck is good today. The fog covers the view. When the fog clears, the horrid view furrows my brow into a disappointed frown. I can see that the clock tower of my dreams was never there. But when that nondescript landscape is covered from sight, a multitude of people can be down there. On those days, most of what came through the thick puffs of cigarette smoke were lies. But even if there was just a tiny sliver, the truth I wished for remained. Just as it does so clearly, somewhere beyond the fog. Stafford case. That is technically the end of Stafford case. Yay. Created by Team Tetrapod. Oh yeah, they did end up being brought up. Directing and script. Nero. UI and character design. Gamza Bim. Whoa. Ging Dina. Yu Jun Young. Kniro Kud. That's in Korean. L Music. Kniro. Joshi. Oh. Translation. Albert Chen. Suja. Hey. Whoa. Hey. I'm pretty sure these are backers, right? These are backers. That's AI. I saw that. Hey. What an amazing project to back, though. Still, this game, it still gives me chills. Even this day. Even the second time playing it through. That last chapter, man, is so heavy. Hey. Oh, are those also were those also what do you call them? Backers? Those 4. Yeah, M did play a very small role, but yeah, she was. Is that a Hoshiyomi? Oh, look at all these Korean names. Wow, there's so many Shiaha. There's so many. Look at all these names. Look at all these Korean names. It is a Korean game. There's so many backers. Holy crap. Look at this. It's crazy. I didn't know the budget for this game was. I don't know what. I don't. These patrons could be like $1, right? But that's a lot of dollars. And assuming it's more than that. God damn, there's so many of them. Look at all these people. You can add me onto that list. Actually, no, I wasn't a backer, but they have my support. Also, are you kidding me? That was the whole staff? It's so impressive, man. It really is. It's so impressive. Okay. Wow. Stafford case. That was it. That's Stafford case. And we're gonna keep going, cause there's still more stuff to look at. You thought that was it? Hi, Red Fins. But before we do that, I need to use the restroom again. So give me 1 second. I just need to go. Give me 1 second. I've been sitting here for too long. Who's ready to crim? I am. Yay. So now we have to look at some other things. We have more stories to look at. Just, I don't know. I'm sure I'm allowed to do this. The only reason why I think I wouldn't be allowed to do this is, I mean, I can always edit it out if I'm not allowed to do this. If there's a part of the VOD that's missing, or if the stream just ends here, you know why. But we are going to just play these side stories, you know, and see what's up. I do kind of remember them, but like most of this game, I don't remember like the actual. I don't remember all of it. We're gonna start with new beginnings. We got new things to look at, man. This side story contains some spoilers for Case 3. Would you still like to view this episode? Yes, please. Play this episode. Hey, you. Stop right there for me, please. You're the Robin Hood sort of bloke that I've been hearing about, huh? We're from the Phenomenon Bureau. Thank you for taking the bait at how we've been hanging out for you. Don't resist. Just come quietly. Bullocks. I can't see a thing. Is this a skill or something? He's going to get away. Thina! I know. Yeah, this is old Thina. This is quite a shabby hideout you got here. Have you perhaps stashed away all the money you've stolen here too? You shouldn't be able to see anything yet. How? It's quite a useful skill you have there. But I must apologize. If you're thinking of getting away from me, you'll just have to kill off all sounds too. So, hands in the air. Hold your horses. There's no need for this. Shut it. Turn around and place your hands on your head. But my work. I'll have you know, I didn't miss on purpose. If you don't want to die, stay put. Or else I'll start firing blindly. Or you could test your luck. I won't be opposed. Haven't you ever once thought the city odd? The only one making the city odd is criminals like you. Because of filth like you, even us innocent staffers are always being watched. And so, death is cheap. Last chance now. Well, damn. I had my concerns, but to think you'd hide up in a place like this. Pardon me? Don't touch anything. Let's get out of here. This place is going to... Damn. The exit. Did that bullet really cause all this? Where'd he go? The whole building's shaking. I can't detect a thing. Ah! You bastard. You want me to kill you where you stand? This time I'll really... Huh? My vision's returning. What? No. Did he push me out of the way? This can't be. This can't be. You didn't. Dina. 4 years before No Trick's arrival in London. Damn, 4 years? So 2 years before the John incident. Huh? What was that again? You're looking where you're going, right? If I'm gonna die today, I'd rather not be in a car. I'd rather not be in a car accident, okay? Not sorry. Never thought I'd get sorry out of you. You're acting weird these days. I mean that. I know. I can also... bloody hell. You can't be serious. Is this really all about what happened in that collapsing building? It is. Of course it is. If you've been hurting, you should have told someone about it sooner. If it's bad enough, they could have given you off 2 days. I figured you'd say that, but you've got me all wrong. It's just the thief pushed me out of the way and got crushed under all that rubble. Don't tell me. You're not feeling guilty for his death, are you? If you are, you're sort of scaring me. It's not quite guilt. It feels like something more instinctual than that. Regardless, it's getting to me. To think that Dina, the human blender of probation's third vision, could be bothered by such human concerns. What? Is that really what people call me? No, that's just what I call you in my own brain. I mean, if it bothers you that much, I've got just the thing for you. Just your good friend with this one. What are you planning? I'll set you up with a nice boy. Ugh, that was dumb of me. For thinking she was actually going to comfort me after all this. How about instead, you open up that door and jump to your death? No, I'm being quite serious. Uh-huh. And I'm being quite serious about you jumping to your death, too. Huh. To be so cute and so dumb. We can't have you single your whole life. Do you know how helpful it would be if there was another person by your side? Don't you worry. I know about thirsty guys are crazy for blondes. Pick your flavor and I'll serve you one up in a heartbeat. You got a pretty enough face that if you laid on the cutie yet even a bit, they'd be falling for you left and right. Sounds like a recipe for one crazy night. Let's just kill ourselves. I could ram this into the telephone pole over there and do the deed. Oh, hold on a second. It never really feels like you're joking when you talk like that. Hold on, I'm sorry. Dina, let's put off dying for later. Head to my office. I need a word with you. Okay, understood. I'll be waiting. Why is the chief calling you in? Did you do something you shouldn't have? No, I didn't do anything wrong, I think. This is when he recommends her, right? To the main affairs division. Side 1, New Beginnings. Yay. Wow, this is basically exactly 2 years before all that happened. It's always October here in London. Chief, Chief, you wanted to see me? Ah, you're back. Have a seat. I'd rather stand. Do you have a job for me? I want you to head to the Man Affairs Division. What is that? Do you know where the London branch's investigation department is? There's a division there that looks into cases about of how phenomena comes into play. No. So that means you're reassigning me? That's right. If he's moving me to investigations, did I do something wrong? You've done quite a lot wrong. But this is no order, it's a recommendation. If you'd like to remain in probations, that's your choice to make. However, that would mean that the events you've been through may end up repeating themselves, no? Recently, you've become more and more passive, ever since that bank heist, that is. Before, I used to think that what I was doing was right, but now... If you transfer to the Man Affairs Department, you'll no longer need to resort to violence. You're losing it. It might not be a good idea for someone... It might not be a bad idea to do some menial tasks for a time, while you let off some steam. I hear. I'll go. I'll helm off to the Man Affairs Division then. Great. Then move your things. Huh? Right now? No. But we do need to get ready for your replacement. Just make sure you're finished by next Tuesday. Ah, and my baby brother works in that division. So look after him, will you? I feel like I've been tricked into this. I haven't, have I? Hey, trader. Call me what you will. I'm prepared to take whatever you got. Hey, Pipsqueak. Investigations are set up as an experimental department for a few years back, and it's already going down the tubes. I heard that about dismantle another division over there. After that, the Man Affairs Division is going to be all that's left. Yeah, I know. Then get a hold of yourself and cancel the transfer. Like I said, just one crazy night with the Muscle Man will make all those bad feelings go away. Uh-huh. Go crawl in a hole and die somewhere. I can't even joke at the very end of everything. You're not going to treat your coworkers at the new division this way, are you? What if I do? You said I liked how honest I was, didn't you? I mean, that's because we're a department full of macho men. But think of the wimps over in investigations. I bet they caught a tiny whiff of gunpowder. All that. They'd all think it was gas leak and flip their lids. Fria's actually got a point on this one. Their job is different from ours. So I guess it'd follow that the sentiments will differ as well. Regardless, it's going to be hard to change my tune now. Maybe I can just act like I'm her. Ah, come to think of it, that bloke works out at the division, does he? That bloke? Caucus O'Brien. Actually, you two went to the training facility the same year. We did. You did. He's a nice guy. Oh, yeah. Now that I think about it, now that I'm about to go in there, I'm feeling quite nervous. How do cheery people normally introduce themselves? Hi. Hello, everyone. Starting today, I'll be counting on the lot of you. Okay, let's go with that. Oh, shit. Hello, everyone. I'm Tina Hervinus, but you can call me Tina. Starting today, I'll be counting on the lot of you. Woohoo, I'm sure I'm excited to get started. Great. I want to crawl in a hole and die. Who is this exactly? New transfer. She came from probations. What? And you're telling me about this now? Sharing information is what being a detective is all about, isn't it? No use in making a big thing out of it. I myself just heard about 20 minutes ago. From the chief, no less. That makes more sense. I think I've made a mistake coming in here. Is it too late to head back? I couldn't believe when I heard the name. It's been a while, Athena. Ah, Roy, the nice guy. Now I remember. Oh, yes, it's been a while, Cocky. You know this girl? We were in the same year. You know, back in the training center. Ah, then you two must be close. No. It's not like that. Huh? Uh, I mean, we're super close. BFFs even. Her Venus. You said they call you Thena, right? My apologies, but you've caught us at a busy moment. If you got any questions, keep them brief. Right, of course. Okay, we'll just hear from everybody. Excuse me, but I'm Pandoria Redfins. Pandoria, so Pandy for her. Just so you know, I'll be your new sergeant. Ah, so you're the new sergeant. Ma'am? What do you know about the Man Affairs Division? Almost nothing, ma'am. Well, to put it simply, it's our job to solve cases the police can't. Probations is made up of people who are in charge of catching staffers. So you can think of us as the people who tell them which staffers to catch. I see. Ma'am, could you drop the ma'ams? I'm not a fan of any sort of formality that might slow down a reporting process. I see. Well then, I'm looking forward to working with you, Pandy. Great. I think that was a good shot at being friendly. Jamadan. Looking forward to working with you, Thena. Jamadan. So that make him Johnny. Then you're the brother of the chief of operations? Yeah, that'd be me. I heard you used to work in operations too. You were quite a name in around our department. Certainly seems like that. It certainly seems like that way. Though I'd rather not have to think about it my time over there. I see. Sorry. Is that perhaps what brought you over here too? To forget about the things that happened over in the operations? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that myself just yet. It could be. I had a feeling. Well, you won't regret transferring over here. The Man Affairs Division is a good place, though our chief can be a bit frustrating to deal with. Speaking of which, my old chief asked me to look after you. Haha, is that so? That's something he should be working on himself. Is that so? Cocky. If I'm remembering correctly, it was Cocky, right? It was, and if I'm remembering correctly, you had a habit of making pet names for everyone. Yes, that's because I'm bad at remembering names. It's better if I can bring them all to 2 syllables. Wasn't it you who made a pet name for our instructor, sending the uproar into a class, or the class into an uproar? Ha! Yeah, you're right. Right, well, our instructor believed in collective responsibility, so she punished the whole class for that. She did, huh? Sorry about that. No need for apologies. It's all just a memory now. Saying it out loud actually makes me miss those times. Indeed, all that happened back then. This bloke's got one hell of a memory. I've never actually been one to recall my time back at the training center. After all, the horrible memories outnumber the good ones by a long shot. Mr. Caucasus Brian, I remember he was so obedient that he was the teacher's pet on a number of occasions. Also, his obedience shouldered on submissive. Well, it seems like that's for our brief introductions. I'd appreciate it if we can get you right to work. Huh? Right now? Isn't there something you need to do or tell me first? I'm not the best at sitting back and teaching. Plus, we haven't had the time for that. On top of that, traditionally, it's the scene of the crime where the true investigator proves she's up to snuff. Is that so? Ryan, for the case, are you willing to... For the case you were just telling me about, how about we sub in Thena for me, and you two go check it out? That could work. The cases assigned to me are certainly easier than those assigned to you and Saj. then that settles it. From now on, you two are partners. Huh? Just like that? Just like that. Well then, let's see straight off the scene of the crime. Conversations here sure do play out quickly. Are these people always so swamped? Still, it's different from my time in probations. I feel a certain vitality in the air. Shall we head for the car? I'll fill you in on the details on the way. Ah, and Athena? May I have a word with you before you go? Why? I saw your bureau file. You're able to detect vibrations, yes? Yeah, and I imagine you usually use your skills to hunt down targets. However, such methods won't be of much help in our division. So what will your role be here? I'd like if you give that some thought. I hear you loud and clear, Pandy. Well then, we're off. Pandy? Don't you have a job you should be doing? Ooh, hello. So this is our crime scene. Why does it have to be here? Just reminds me of all that time before. What are you jotting down exactly? Can you make out anything from this far away? Of course. I can make out everything. Have you forgotten my skill? Sorry, but what was it again? Right. We were instructed to refrain from discussing our skills at the training center, so it's natural for you not to know. To put it simply, my skill allows me to spot trace evidence more easily. I can even make out what time said trace evidence was left. Oh, so you can see footprints and all the like. Sounds useful to me. Seems like we're able to track down our fleeing fugitive in no time. I hardly use my skill in such ways, but it seems like you got the gist of it. Right here, I see fingerprints, but the object they've been left on is transparent. Maybe ice? Or maybe a weapon made of ice. No, it's not cold enough. Is there something there? I don't see anything. A skill. A skill that allows someone to make objects transparent. From the size of the object, it looks to be a kitchen knife. There are prints all over it. On top of that, the time the wound was inflicted on the victim and the time the prints were left were identical. The culprit must have misplaced a transparent object, leaving it at the crime scene. Then we just need to find the person with the skill to make objects transparent. Sounds easy enough to wrap up. Let's go ask the Chief of Investigations to pull some bureau files. Well, I'll leave that to you. In the meantime, I'll check the area around the victim a bit more thoroughly. Huh? Alright. Why though? I should be done in about an hour. Who would have known it would take 4 hours to read through every single bureau file? Is it because the investigations is such a small department? No, it's probably because our chief is as lazy as they come. I never thought I missed the bluntness of the chief of operations, the day after I transferred out of departments nonetheless. From what I found out, the name of that bureau file belongs to a chef who worked at the same restaurant as our victim. According to the statements given by their co-workers, the two of them were quite at odds with one another. The chef lives... Ah, it seems like he lives right here. From the heartbeat I can detect there's only one person inside. Alright, leave the rest to me. Pardon? Hands up! If you move a muscle, I'll add one more hole to your head. Kia! What? Thina, hold on a moment. So, I couldn't just stand it anymore. He was always looking down on his nose at me, cursing at me. That's why I just thought I'd scare him. So cliche. That's a pity. But in the end, the victim lost his life. It's you who must pay for that crime. May I ask for one last favor? Huh? The cactus in my room, it was my mother's. Could you water it every now and again so it doesn't die? It would be all that often. Are you serious right now? You killed someone's precious little baby, and you have the gall to turn around and talk about your own precious family memories. This man you killed, he couldn't ask for one last favor. Alright, I'll take care of the cactus for you. No. Are you serious right now? Oh, thank you. I'm ever so grateful. Truly, truly. Is he really crying over a cactus? This murderer. I remember now. For you, it didn't matter who asked you for a favor. You always granted it, huh? All of our classmates called you the nice guy. But that was no compliment. Rubs you the wrong way, huh? Granting the last favor of a killer. Honestly, it does. Hearing a person like that thank me would make me feel so dirty. Indeed, that may be a natural response. Fortunately, having someone, even someone like that, be grateful to me and need me, makes me glad. Self-gratification, then. You really have me figured out. You must have fallen and hit your head on something. Who cares if someone thanks you? Does that mean you're going to help someone kill later too? Of course. That the who also must play a factor. I'll have you know that I do detest those who would abuse my odd personality quirk or the evil people who cannot be forgiven. Then murderers don't fall under the category of evil people who can't be forgiven. Call it a side effect of the job. When I conjecture about the motives the criminals have for committing their crimes, I unintentionally see them as people. The fact that said criminal committed said crime only speaks to one aspect of their personality. I'm not saying that their choices were morally right by any means, but I believe I exist so that they can have at least one person in the world who's on their side. After all, Thina, you've also committed murder. I've heard the rumors. Rumors of the habits that you've known to fall back on during your time in operations. Don't you dare compare me to criminals. Do you know how many of my fellow officers those miscreants slaughtered? My apologies. This was neither the time nor place to bring up such things. Of course, I'm not saying it's the same thing, and I don't mean to point fingers. I believe that you did what you thought was right. I doubt many people would actually admit it, but there are many in this world who think like you do. You're right. I did exactly that. I don't know though. Now, I'm not sure if I was ever really in the right. There was this thief. It happened right here on this very street. The thief crept into the bank's vault, cleaned out the cash with none the wiser, and redistributed the money to those in need. Then, those in need, mostly being staffers forced onto the streets due to discrimination. Of course, the papers started calling the guy Robin Hood, my bad. For me, of course, he was nothing more than a common criminal. I mean, it's not like he made the world any better of a place, right? A few beggars got lucky. If the bank were to go bust thanks to this, it'd only cause more damage. Then he realized his deeds will only further stain the image of staffers we have. I feared he was simply putting on a show because he couldn't cope with the fact that he was a common criminal. Or that maybe he was nothing more than a narcissistic psychopath. I couldn't stand the fact that he was strutting about, thinking himself a hero. But then, he saved my life. He pushed me out of a crumbling building, dying in my stead. That day, I was ready to put a bullet in him if need be. Actually, I had already fired a shot that day, but I missed its target due to me being unable to see from my skill. If my shot had found its home, I'd be crushed to death. Fortunately, really. Right when I was about to gun down a kind criminal, who ended up saving me, I missed. How's it even possible? I fired my weapon a number of times, but for that one shot, I mean truly, I pulled that trigger so many times, all without a moment's hesitation. In all actuality, was it just dumb luck? My gun. Was it supposed to miss its target just that one time? If the thief had survived, I probably would have arrested him. Regardless, I'd love to have given him a passing thanks for saving me. Even now, I still wish I could have said it. I began to have my suspicions. I knew that I couldn't stay in probations, which is why I came to this division. Yet, I only ended up frightening myself even more. If I have been wrong this whole time, then there's no real difference between me and the criminals I harbor. If I come to that realization, Right here, right now. Then you can use that as your chance to turn over a new leaf. Huh? On the other hand, if you do judge your actions up to the point of having been right, you can just go back to where you were. Are you even thinking before you speak? All these criminals I've caught to this point are paying for their sins. I've even killed a few of them. Yet I'm the only one free to start over without a care in the world. Indeed, if that is the truth, then you might have the greatest luck in the world, huh? Cocky, seriously. Your moral code has gone down to the dogs. You think so? Lucky. Me? I never thought myself lucky a single time. Can I really change? Can I just accept the fact that I have better luck than everyone else? About the side effect you said before, how do you manage? How are you able to view these low-life criminals as people? How do I? In my case, I think it happens when I listen to their sides of the story. Listening to their stories, like their interrogations. Come to think of it, I've always placed fists and guns before words. But how would I know if the stories I heard were true or not? I'm not really that intelligent. If someone were to decide if they wanted to trick me, I'd fall victim to their deceit in a heartbeat. There's nothing I can do. Flashback arc? Yeah. This is side stories now. We finished the main story already. Yeah, so this is a flashback side story, basically. 4 years before Note popped up. The Saj mentioned your skill before, yes? Yeah. I guess she did. She also said it would be of no use to us with the way I've been using it. If she really thought you'd be no use to us, she would have never taken you on. She would have fired you and kicked you out of her office. She said she would... She said what she did in regards to the way you've been using it. If you were using your skill in some other way, don't you think you could help out with our investigations? Some other way. If I were to use my vibration detection for the investigations... Ah! Did you come up with a good idea? I did. Thanks, Cocky. I feel like there's something I could do. No need to thank me. It's just in my nature to help people like this. Oh, right. Of course. It's not just me. This guy is as kind as can be to everyone. He's just that kind of man. Sort of frustrating, really. Why is that? Don't you know don't you know how helpful it would be to know there's always someone... What did you say? What was that flashback? You accept every favor that's asked of you, right? Not every favor, but, how would you like to be my boyfriend? Think you could come to accept that one? Sounds great. Huh? Well then, would you like to grab dinner after work? I know a place that cooks up some good Indian cuisine. Let's head that way. And then they ate biscuits and tea together. Well, apparently they're going for Indian. Now. 1 year later. Oh, thank God. Are they still dating at this point? We're back. Woohoo! It's good to be back. Good job, you two. That's the third case you solved today, yes? For some reason, we just got lucky today. After a bit of questioning, he caved and confessed to everything. I mean, we just had good luck. But we're still falling short of the bar you set, Pandy. So it's nothing to boast about yet. Come now. I was just lucky enough to be born with a skill that lends itself well to investigations. On the other hand, you've developed the use of your skill through training. In my opinion, you've gained the right to brag. Ah, hearing you say that, Pandy, it makes me feel self-conscious. The increase in the amount of criminals who merely give themselves up due to the work you've done on your skill. As things stand, I think you could carry out your work without me, don't you think? Huh? Do you really think so? Well, Dina's certainly learned how to apply a skill properly, but her logical deduction abilities are still lacking. Brian has also known to be quite unable to abandon one strict line of reasoning. It might be better for you two to stick together so you don't lock on the wrong person. You don't lock the wrong person up for the crime. Blah, blah, blah. Right. After all, I'm still lacking in number ways. That's nothing to get excited about. Dina. There's someone here to see you in the corridor. Oh, thank you. Well then, I'll be right back. All right. Brian, I was listening from outside. Why'd you have to say all that? In front of Dina, nonetheless. That's not like you. It's not like we're up to our eyeballs in work or anything. Did something happen between you and Dina? Indeed. I was getting a bit ahead of myself. These days, I feel like Thena has been trying to put some space between us. Nothing of note has happened precisely. I imagine perhaps she's grown tired of being stuck by my side all the time. Seems as though the honeymoon phase is over. I hadn't imagined the day would come for you two as well. It could be the other way around from what he's saying. Hi, Freya. Hey, it's been a while. Oh, Freya! Wow, how long has it been? Don't tell me. Are you here because you missed me? And who are you exactly? Huh? It's me, the Inher Venus. What are you trying to pull? If you take one step closer, I'll shoot. No, I swear. It's natural for someone's personality to change a bit after a whole year, no? No. This is too much for a single year. Honestly, you're kidding me. Are you sure a staffer with some sort of mind control skill didn't steal away your body? What's that supposed to mean? That is never and will never happen. Well, you certainly look better than you did before you left us. Have you made all of those bad feelings you had go away? Yeah, I've had some time to write my thoughts since coming here. And now, I think I'm more sure of what work I'm supposed to be doing. Is that so? Envy you. But you didn't come all this way just to tell me you envy me, right? God, I just had something. Yo, Cooper, what's up? How you doing, man? Just a quick reminder that this is like major spoilers for like the end of the game. Well, in this specific chapter, there's spoilers for chapter 3 in this game. So if you don't want to watch it, or you want to watch the other streams, go for it. But if you're fine with that, be my guest. That's just my point. That's just my warning. Basically, spoilers for the whole game. I just had something I wanted you to check out for the moment. Something to check out? I mean, just come with me. I'm on my way. Where are we going? Hi. Oh. You're the guy from the start. Leto. He's a shoemaker who sells shoes he makes in the streets. Single. Good reputation in his neighborhood. Distinguishing feature, he's missing his left arm. Also, it seems like there are people who've witnessed him working his skill. Did he get rid of his arm in order to ditch his staffer identification bracelet? I've seen the type. Though it's quite odd that he go all the way up to the elbow. I've thought the same and decided to investigate, but the problem lies in the skill he carries. His skill? What might it be? Ranged visual suspension. Visual suspension? By the way, by that you mean... Thank you for your patronage. Please spread the word to those who meet. Haven't you ever thought the city was odd? What do you think? That's the voice, right? It is right. Oh. Welcome. Woman's shoes are on the right. How are you alive? Pardon? Are you... It can't be. You are dead. The building was crumbling around us, and you pushed me away. Because of that, Was it all a pack of lies? Speak. It's the other way around. What? You couldn't see. So you couldn't know. That building housed staff. There was a piece of staff I moved through the walls, and when I pulled off my heist, staff. I was about to use that to move through the floor and escape through the basement, but right then, you appeared, waving your gun around. When the building started collapsing, all I could think about was getting away. That's why I pushed you and jumped through the floor. I had the staff set up at. When I made my way through the drain pipes and made my escape. But in that haste, I lost my arm. Was that really how it went? Because of this loser, That's when I heard you scream. I thought you died up there. I was just a common criminal. All I wanted to do was use my skill and the staff I happened upon to escape my life of poverty. It was never about some grand cause about giving away the money to the poor. All that. It was just to relieve some of the guilt. It wasn't until I thought of my actions that led to the death of someone that I realized that. But you're alive. I'm so glad that's the case. You may not believe me, but I've always wanted to tell you how sorry I am. It really is the other way around. I've always wanted to tell you how thankful I was. What? I was just so angry back then. With the way I was living and my colleagues who had died along the way. I thought it was all caused by criminals I had faced down. I thought the punishment dished out was too light, so the trigger felt so easy to squeeze in the name of making the world a better place to live in. But you can't lump everyone together. You can't lump everybody, think they're all the same, and label them all criminals. Yet I never thought to learn that fact, so I wanted to think just that and wipe them from this earth. Even you and I as people. The more actions we do that are less than honorable, the more we deceive ourselves just to justify them. People like us. We don't normally realize what we've done wrong until we lose something. In that way, we're both lucky. We both came to the same realization, and neither of us actually lost anyone. Now I know, you may be a criminal, but you're also Paris Leto. You're certainly not the person I expected you to be, but you are the person who gave me my opportunity to make that change. So, thank you. So, does that mean... Still... Ugh. If you really figured out what you did wrong, you wouldn't be hiding out here. You should have turned yourself in. You're not bad enough to you're not a bad enough person to kill, but you're still a criminal. Is this what you call personal growth? Is what he said all true? There are all sorts of guys that can spin an emotional tell. He's for real. Even though he was shaking like a leaf, I couldn't detect any abnormal heartbeats. Abnormal heartbeats? It's a new ability I mastered. I can tell lies from the truth by finding abnormal rhythms in a person's pulse. I've got a lot of work on. I've still got a lot of work on. I've still got a lot of work on to work on. Shit. But I'm an investigator now. Just saying, but you gained a new subscriber. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate you stopping by. What was it? Was it the voice acting? Was it the funny bits I was doing? Oh, gosh, thank you. No, but seriously, I appreciate it. Is that so? Well, that tells me one thing for certain. You're not coming back. You're right. Sorry. Should be fine. Ugh. Glad to see it all end like this. If you said something about blaming the world and the like, I still might have shot you.
Sleep well, Paris Leto. At the very least. The stuff of nightmares is gone. When you open your eyes next, it'll be time for a new beginning. And that's for me. I shouldn't drag this out any longer.
I just got here 8 minutes ago. I'm just so good at making first impressions.
Hey, Freya. There's actually this guy I like.
Oh?
That's the biggest surprise of the day. Little Tina's all grown up. Are you sure he's the sort of guy you want to be focusing on only you? I am, which is why I'm gonna break up with him.
Yes, and then the breakup happens. This is the no more cocky, just Brian. You're back.
Yes, I am.
That sure did take a while. I was thinking of putting on the kettle. Would you like a cup of tea? I got some biscuits that you like so much. I can't believe they're eating teas and biscuits and tea together.
I'll have some later.
All right then.
I just tossed out the case I was working on, but he doesn't even mention it. Then I turned down one of my favorite snacks he's prepared, and he doesn't even show the slightest hint of annoyance. That's why this has to happen. Even though I know how good of a man you are, and despite all the feelings I know I have for you, the more I fall for you, the more I suspect you. The feelings you so openly show for me genuine.
Or what is this though? It's a detective game. Stafford Case. Stafford Case is a detective game where you play as a new recruit in the Man Affairs Division, which solves cases that are related to magic people. But like I said, this is like epilogue stuff. I finished the game like an hour ago. And now I'm just looking through all the like side stories and stuff, which does contain spoilers, I will say. Sounds fun. I very much like it. It's very cool. It's frustrating sometimes, but very cool. I like the game. I like voice acting it too, so that's why we're here. I do recommend you check out, like, if you can't buy the game for yourself on Steam, which is like, it's like $10? I think it's like $10. I do have the series up on my channel if you would like to watch that. But yeah, I do recommend you play it yourself if you have the chance to. You certainly did.
Boy, are the feelings you so openly show me genuine? Or are you treating me like someone precious to you because you know that's what I want? I'm sorry, I just can't take it anymore. Hey, Kaki, how long are you gonna keep that up?
Keep what up?
Helping people without question whatever they ask for it. There must be some goal you're trying to achieve with everything, no?
I intend to keep going at it as close to forever as I can. But it may turn out to be difficult after I turn 80.
Are you serious?
Yes, there is a goal, as you say. But this isn't something I'm forcing myself to do. I'd probably be doing exactly the same thing if I wasn't born a staffer.
I mean, sure, probably.
If you're worried about my being used by someone, you really needn't be concerned. I have certain boundaries set as a minimum.
I mean, that wasn't my mind, but truly, as the woman you're currently in a relationship with, I can't help but be jealous. I wish you'd direct all that commitment my way alone.
If you're telling me to stop, I may be able to, but...
No, I'm not saying that. I don't want to force you to stop. But honestly, it was a rather dumb thought. I know how much this all means to you. After all, I've got aspects of my own personality that no one can come to terms with. And I'm sure you hate them, but choose to hold your tongue.
I wouldn't say hate.
I see how you tremble every time I resort to violence. I see everything.
I'm sorry about that.
No, from society's standpoint, I do believe that's something I should be apologizing for. But, of course, this is the only way. I can't take it anymore. Kagi, do me just one favor. Of course, anytime. From now on, don't do me any favors. I apologize, but what is that supposed to mean? Exactly what it sounds like. From now on, if you do me one favor, expect a bullet hole as payment. From you, that doesn't sound like much of a joke. It wasn't one. If there's one single person who's willing to help every other person in this world, wouldn't it be good for there to be at least one person he should be allowed to refuse? I'll be that person for you. Tina, don't you know what you're saying? If you're being serious right now, then everything between us... Right. It'd be hard to keep a relationship going. Still, this way, I'll be someone special for you in some regard. What do you think? Good, huh? It's a bit unfair. Tina, I need you to swear to me that you won't hurt anyone in front of me from this point on. Then, I can be a special someone for you in a different regard. And that way, it becomes fair. What are you implying? I knew it. You do hate that part of me. You're right. I do hate it. I hate it every time you resort to that. Good. I'm actually glad to hear that. Well then, thanks for everything. And I'll be counting on you, Brian. Back then, I was only half joking when I asked you to be my boyfriend, and you only accepted because I asked. We started off on the wrong foot from the very beginning, so I want to start over. Even if things turn bad between us two, if you ever need me, at that time, maybe once.
Ah, Brian. About that case you solved earlier today. Is something the matter?
No, it's just the end. It reminds me of the time I first met Dina.
At the end? Right. I was wondering if he was alive.
1 year ago, the CSI division of the investigations department was in charge of combing through that collapsed building. Why'd they file a false report?
You said that Paris Leto used staff to make him escape, right?
That's right. He used a whooping cloth, with the skill allowing him to move through walls to get away.
A piece of staff that lets a person move through walls. With something like that, you could bypass any security system with ease. That would carry a threat level of at least STN.
So they filed a false report to get their hands on it? Was it really just because of that?
I mean, I couldn't think of any other reason. After all, the money Leto stole found its way back to its owners. This is just a rumor, but I've heard that the current chief of investigations makes it a hobby of his to collect unauthorized staff. SDN ranked staff is hard to come by.
Wouldn't it be smart to inform the bigwigs of that?
It would be no use. The CSI unit was disbanded a long time ago. And the chief of investigations could sweep all that under the rug with ease. Besides, if that blew up, it could see the Man Affairs division disbanded as well, which would make things difficult for us.
That would only interfere with the project.
Indeed.
Why'd you send Tina over to that division anyway?
There are no ulterior motives behind that decision. I simply thought Tina was more cut out for that work. I mean, you've only just begun your work on the project, so it's hard for you to take me at my word. Don't worry though. I won't ask you to believe me. Speaking of Tina, is she doing well over there?
Yes, looks like she's flourishing. And it seems like she's enjoying her work that she's doing too. Though she has no idea what the work actually entails.
You need not worry about that. After all, there's no way Tina will ever find out about that. That is, if no one opens their mouths and tells her.
I have no reason to tell her.
About what the project is, right? That's just basically what they're saying.
Heyo! Why do we look so uncharacteristically glum today? When it rains, it pours. It's getting to me. And look at you. You sure are chitty for someone who just went through a breakup, no? Indeed. It feels rather refreshing. After all, it's good luck to be able to get a fresh start before you lose something. I see you learned some deep words of wisdom. Is that what happens when they join this division? But one part that does come as a surprise. Caucasus Brian, Since the two of you have broken up, you think I have a shot with him? Ugh. Ah, you scared me. You know I was just joking, right? No, that's not it. What if another woman does propose the idea? He's sure to accept. What on earth is that supposed to mean? I'm talking about Brian. Whenever someone asks him to do something, he usually does it. No, wait. I'm sure he's just being kind. No. I'm almost 100%. There's almost 100% chance that he'll accept. He did the same with me. You didn't know? Brian was quite popular back at the training center. However, he didn't form a single relationship until after he graduated. Huh? With his height, his face, and the personality of his, do you think the girls wouldn't fall all over him? No matter the level of seduction the girls threw at him, he cut them down with a knife through butter. There was even rumors he preferred men. Then what about me? Oh, you must really have little interest in other people's lives, and I know about that. Though, that does come with its charms. Dina? Huh? With men, he really does. For the first time in a few days at the training center, I squatted in a corner and did nothing during my free time. Do you ever get a lot of people coming to your streams? Not really, unless there's a raid. I've been raided a few times, and that usually brings in a couple, I'd say 10, 15 people. But, not really. What are my usual numbers? I know my usual numbers. I usually get 2 to 3 viewers every stream. Yep, that's usually it. You're the first new viewer I've had in a while. Brian likes his biscuits and tea with men. Look, we're learning about him now. For the first few days at training center, I just squatted in a corner and did nothing during free time, even when kids around me were playing their games. It was out of regret. I was doubting whether going out there on my own accord was the right call. Even with all the regrets, I probably should have waited for my parents to approve. At the time, there was this blonde girl wearing a hat who struck up a conversation with me. No, to be more precise, she kicked me before she even started talking to me. Hey, you. How long are you gonna stay like that? It's weird and sort of bothering me, you know? None of the kids here are because they did anything wrong. But there's no going back to the life before. So they're all just trying to get used to this. Think of this as a new start and adapt. If you try and still don't like it, just go back to squatting. You think you're the only one whose parents threw them out? Don't pretend you're the only unhappy one here. So, Thina already had her sharp temper back then, huh? That was when I lost my cool too and piped up. I came here by choice. What? She gave me a good whack in the head. Then you weren't thrown out at all. You're the luckiest kid here. Luckily, such a simple idea that could only be thought up by a child's mind. And she gained a new sub. At least I gained a noob sub. I never thought about it that way. I was lucky. It's rather embarrassing, but the fact that the others were suffering more than me gave me the strength to keep living. The fact that some envied me. That kid, she saved me. Indeed, from that day on. Yeah! What is it? Is it already? Cut. Freya, I am so dumb. Everyone knows that but you. I remember watching this for the first time and being like, God damn it. You guys are so troubled and so dumb. And then well, when you first watch the breakup scene, it's like, wow.
You guys are so troubled, but I guess if that's how it works out, it works out. And then you watch that one, and it's like, wow, both of you just need to talk. Both of you just need to know. Be smarter. Aren't you guys detectives? Really, it's extremely funny, that one. But it honestly, I like all the detectives. I was gonna say two of my favorite characters, but I like all the detectives. They're all my favorite characters. Okay, so there's one more, and then after that, we'll do the reflection thing, and then we'll end stream. Yeah. Preparations. I think this one is about note. Contains spoilers for case 5. Case 5 is the most climactic case in the entire game. Please, okay, this is my warning, all right? If you don't know what has happened in this game, do not do yourself a disservice and watch this, like, right now. Please watch the other streams, or at least play the game for yourself. Play the game for yourself, or at least watch the other streams. Because this is big. Chapter 5 is big. All right, enough of that. I say that so I don't have to feel responsibility for people being spoiled about this, but then I'll figure out someone did get spoiled from it, and then I'll still feel responsible. Good job. Good job, you two. Let's finish up the investigations there for today. We'll finish up what we've been preparing when you get back, Brian. Understood. No trick. Get ready for 6 o'clock. Don't forget, your Athena support. All right. Well then, I'll see you at the restaurant tonight, Brian. Indeed. See you then. Seems like things have settled into their places for a certain extent. There are certainly a good deal fewer incidents occurring at the Man Affairs Division compared to before. Has it really been a month since that case? So what is it? It's January 21st now, right? No trick. Company dinner tonight. What would you like to eat? How about we make it something special that we usually don't go for? Then that means we splurge and go for something other than chips or Indian for the first time in a while. Though I can't make any promises regarding taste. Yep, sounds good to me. I see the project's on his mind again. He should give his thoughts a break from time to time. Huh? Brian, was that? Ah, was that the Trump Tower Theater? It looks like they're getting ready to go again. Yeah? But last time I saw it, the banners were taken down. They were. However, no. Maybe it'd be better if I took advantage of this situation. We still have time before our appointment, yes? Pardon? Yeah, about 2 hours or so. Well then, how about we play hooky, as you say, Saj? Ooh. Brian likes his men. Playing hooky. No, we're going to see them, right? Side 2, preparations. These are faces I haven't seen in a while. Don't you think we'll have disputes regarding plagiarism? It should be fine, no? It's not like they pay us much heed anyway. What's the subject of discussion here? Yeah! My deepest apologies. We have no intention of ignoring copyright laws. Detective Brian, it's been far too long. I must thank you again for before. And who's this with you? Detective Case, yes? That's right. I had no idea you'd remember me, though. My apologies for barging in like this. I just saw the door open and... Just so I'm remembering right, the man in the particular hairdo is Frederick Vernon, making the woman hiding behind him Oz Aston. During Note's first case, upon arriving to London, these were 2 of our prime suspects. I see the 2 of you are still around. When I saw the banner had been taken down, I thought it was the end of Trump Tower. Actually, we haven't been here in quite some time. The process of acquiring the rights to the theater has been a long and arduous one, keeping us away until quite recently. We are thinking of clearing away the cobwebs with practice before starting the show once again. After trying this
trying out this and that. We found out that this is all we've going for us. Thus the particular look. I do remember Vernon despising this getup. Still, with all that happened, it's probably going to be hard to continue under the Trump Tower name. That's why we were just thinking of a new name for the circus. Since I handle ice and Freddy handles fire. A song of ice and fire. What do you think? It does sound catchy, but I think I've heard it somewhere before. There's a popular theater that goes by the exact same name. Then, a dance of ice and fire? Changing a single word makes it feel even more like plagiarism. No choice there. We'll just have to go with the name I picked. Huh? No, from this point forward, we are chaos, darkness, apocalypse. Doesn't feel like the best of names to me. Not good, not very good. Once you hear the philosophy behind the name, you'll think twice about it. No, I imagine hearing that will only make it worse. You think? Thank you. I almost became the white angel of chaos, darkness, apocalypse. Yeah, well, sounds like you two almost had a real problem on your hand. I guess I've got time to think about that name. After all, I've got a lot of things to prepare for the performance. A rather enjoyable concern to have in the end. So thanks to you, Detective Brian. Without the help of the Bureau employee, we would have never been allowed to use our skills for the performance again. I'm glad it's been a help. I'd actually love to continue helping, but it will be quite difficult for the foreseeable future. Busy with investigations, yes? No. Actually, the rate of phenomena-related cases has taken a steep decline, so we've been redirecting our efforts as of late. I see that your efforts are paying dividends then. Pardon? Rumors are circulating. People tell of staff investigators able to use their skills to catch criminals in an instant. I think it's acting as a deterrent, and that's why your cases are dropping. You think? There are, of course, those who speak ill of the people who work at the Bureau, but you've got people rooting for you too. Well, that's a reason to give thanks. Well, we'll keep you busy people far too long. From here on out, we'll rely on our own strength to pull through. So don't you worry about us. Indeed. Well, I wish nothing but success for the opening of your new theater. Shall we ask Miss Geller's opinion on the new name of the theater? Oh, that is a good idea. You can really do that? Detectives, is it possible for you to meet with Miss Geller? We can. Since Detective Case has recently taken charge of that business, he's involved himself in such things within reason. Then please do us a favor. We have no means of getting in touch with her. Of course. There'd be no way for an outsider to get in contact with Yulia Geller since she's involved with the project. Wait. Just a second. I have a letter that I wrote before. Could you pass it along to Yulia as well? Nope. That should be fine. Though you probably won't get a reply. Thank you. Just give me 3 minutes. Wait here. Wait, I'll grab mine too. On merely mentioning Yulia Geller, the cold atmosphere thawed. Seems as though they were deliberately avoiding the topic. If the new theater does well enough, maybe Yulia Geller will have a place to return to. That would be nice for her. Detective Brian, it seems like we're getting rather famous. Indeed. From the infamous Woods case and all the social ramifications that came with it to the increase in arrests since your arrival, I guess that's just sort of a given. Fewer cases is a good thing, at least. It seems the information regarding your skill and Detective Thena's skill may get out into the open too. From now on, even if we do uncover who the culprit is, we've got to stop info about your skills from leaking. That's certainly a possibility. I'll pass that along to Thena. This is all the fruits of our hard labor over a very long time. So we should be happy with this. So why think of the negative side effects first? He's filled with a lot of holes in his game since arriving. He's becoming a proper sergeant. But because of that, I'm quite nervous. Are they foreshadowing, they might be foreshadowing something's happened with Case.
something's happening with Case. He's gonna go down the Red Fins route or something like that. Even though that's exactly what he didn't say.
Detective Thina, any problems on your end? No, I interrogated the teacher like you asked, but she said she'd rather die than give her accomplice. What should I do?
Does it sound like she's afraid of this accomplice?
No, it feels more like she wants to remain loyal to whoever it is.
Then use those shoes from before and interrogate some of the students.
You think a student might be her accomplice? Wait, more importantly, what's this about shoes?
That's for you to figure out. After all, you've got to get used to working solo from now on.
You've gone full sergeant mode on us these days. All that cutie energy is gone.
I never was cutesy.
Yeah, I guess you got me there. Well then, see you at dinner.
So? Sorry, I only heard the last part. Could you say that again? So? I guess I heard you correctly the first time. Would you mind giving me the subject you'd like on my thoughts on? Those two before. Anything stand out?
Just, they seem better off than I imagine, and I'm glad for them.
I knew before, but it never stops surprising me just how much you keep in touch with those involved in our cases. Probably quite the chore. Well, as you very well know, it's more of a hobby for me. Come to think of it, there's 2 other stops I'd like to make. Are we not going to see the others? Are we going to see the others from past cases? We are. I just wanted to stop by and say hi before we leave the area. They're people you know. So I'd appreciate it if you would join me. Alright, no skin off my back. Thank you. So, the first place we'll head to is... Let's just go in order. We're going to see chapter 2. It's just Liza.
Can't hide, can't hide, can't hide. Yeah, you, I can't remember the words. Na 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 na. Wanna hold your hand, wanna hold your hand, wanna.
Hello, gamer. It's been a while. I see it's the both of you today. No, I'm not really familiar with that song, but I am quite the Beatles fan. Who isn't? And for your information, the part you forgot was... Stop! You should know what from what you saw before. I'd like us to pretend that the last 20 seconds never happened. Is there some other business that brings you here today? I told you I don't need your help anymore. That's good to hear. Liza Moko, the handler for the creatures and the person dragged into the murder investigation have been used by the criminal to commit his crime during the Woods case. Breathe. Miss Moko, I see you've continued your work here at Woods. Yes, as unfortunate as they may be, I haven't found a job yet. That's why the last time I stopped by, I connected you with the number of companies I knew. Did any of them work out? Those places. We failed to reach an agreement regarding working hours. After all, I have to be here once a day to manage this place. If I were unable to make it, all the creatures here would die. After all, the president, the vice president, even that the other despicable human are all gone. You make a good voice actor. Thank you. One of my few good qualities. The main appeal of this stream. I appreciate it though, thank you. It seems as though the investor who bought up this place has no intention of actually running it himself, so I've got no other alternatives. If that's alright, I could always... No, this isn't your job, detective. Indeed. Regardless, this job is not so simple if I could leave it in the hands of someone so untrained. I just hope the man sells these creatures quickly. I had no idea Liza Milko would be the one to take charge of this place. After all, Woods is the origin of the controversy surrounding the creature issue. I imagine she'd want to distance herself away from this place just as quick as she can be. I know the thought might be slightly rude, but it is rather surprising. That's rather surprising, Jesus. Surprising? why I'm not a good voice actor. That's rather surprising. I figured you'd be out here without hesitation the second you could.
Pardon? I mean, yes, I surprised myself as well. These beasts, I never thought their fate was any of my concern. In the end, though, I spent more time with these animals than I have with my own mother. So, I've seemed to have formed a hateful sort of affection for them. Or perhaps I just want to relieve some of the guilt I've been facing.
Guilt.
Are you sure I can't be of some help? Pardon? If you only take back what you said, I'll spread the word about these creatures to some companies that might be interested in buying them. Well then, I take it back. Actually, please, I could use the help.
Indeed, I'll send some letters off tomorrow.
Wow, the lack of responsibility I saw during the case has disappeared. That's why I brought note in the first place. But what could have caused such a drastic change in her?
Yay, on the date of President Thompson's death, 1 hour after the case closed. Ah, we're flashing back. Oh shit, you're still alive. Thank you for coming to see me, Miss Moko.
Why exactly did you call me in here by myself? They ruled that I was innocent for this. I have no intention of any of it. That goes for the crime Miss Hawes committed and what was going on in the basement.
Yes, I'm quite aware. Of course I am. That's why I wanted to meet with you.
Pardon?
Miss Moko, I have a favor to ask. I have a few reporter friends, and I would like you to make a statement to them, just as I've written it right here. It's nothing much. It merely says that the underground experiments were strictly a woods thing, brought on by pure dogma, and that our bureau employees brought the corpses to the light of day. Something like that.
I told you before. I knew nothing about what was going on in the basement. I couldn't have known whether it was dogma or whatever that drove these atrocities.
Of course you know nothing. That's why I was kind enough to bring you a script, no?
So you're asking me to put in a good word about the Bureau, yeah?
I don't really think I need to repeat myself.
My apologies, but I don't want to further involve myself with this. I have no reason for cooperating with you.
Do you really believe that?
Pardon?
You say you're innocent, but I do believe that it was on your orders that creature went for that victim.
But that Hajj tricked me.
Yet, you hid that truth from the detectives. Plus, are we supposed to just take you at your word as if you knew nothing that was happening in the basement?
No, it's God's honest truth.
Of course I believe you. However, what do you think the innocent civilians are going to get dragged into this case will feel? I'm sure they already know quite a lot about your sins, even if you claim you're innocent. You think they'll take that as the truth? Isn't it better to be conscientious objector than one defamed by false accusations? Thus, Ms. Moko, I only have one favor to ask. I have a few reporter friends, and I would like you to make a statement to them, just as I've written it right here.
You said the exact same thing only a moment ago. You think I've forgotten?
It's all right. The answer will be different this time.
If I do as you say, what will you do for me?
Miss Moko, I love people like you who have zero moral code. People like you are cheap.
At that time, if I had turned him down, would the case surrounding the president have just gone away? If so, then my little guy might have not been put down, and maybe I'd been able to forget about this place and start over. I can't believe he's helping me with employment and now creature buyers. Why is this Brian guy helping even? I don't get it. Seriously. I'm surrounded by people I just don't understand. Still, With his help, it'll be goodbye to this place. Really, goodbye.
The monkey!
Hey, Anderson. I told you to stop coming out of your cage whenever you want. Hey, stop following me around like this. Just stay back. Because of me, you're going to be sold somewhere. And you'll never know a life of peace. They're always going to judge you. Just like me. Just like the staffers. Hey, I said stop following me. I'm serious. Do you never do what you're told? You're a lot like your previous master, aren't you? Key. Key. Hey. The case at the residence left a lasting impression on me. Sorry about all that back then. No, I don't mean it was a particularly bad impression. Actually, I should like to thank you. I don't remember doing anything deserving of thanks, but I'm glad you feel that way anyway. But why are we here exactly? Elle moved out, and someone else lives here now. I didn't bring you here to go inside. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, peruse my wares. Treasures and goods that would make your deepest wishes come true. As expected, here once more today. I see we have no buyers interested in the powder overwhelming. Willie Montague. He's a man who provided us with the information during our case at the Miller residence. We did catch him in the act of theft, but his wife of the deceased took it easy on him, so he avoided prosecution. Been a while. Or a man attached with the sword of magic. Here! Wait, what are you two doing here? Mr. Montague, that's what I would like to know about. What is going on here? A small job I do on the side. As you see, I'm here on business. Doesn't look like much of a business from where I'm standing. Montague has been selling his collection at this spot every week. I have. Ever since that incident, I can't stand looking at staff. Thus, I've been selling the pieces in my collection on the side. As you both know, my pieces are rated unarmed, so it's far from legal activity. But why sell them at this spot in particular? Hasn't the new owner of this place had anything to say on the matter? The buyer went back on the deal. I'm not sure the rumors of the star Peter had were spreading. But the number of people interested in staff have been dropping by the look of it. It's been quite a long time since the old shed was demolished and a new one was built. But no one believes it. Thus, I'm here selling my collection to the people to come get a closer look. After all, tourists are more apt to open their wallets. I don't want to make money like this. After all, I'm going to buy this house. You want to buy this place, Mr. Montague? Peter was my friend, but I did things I shouldn't have. I can't stop thinking about that. I want to apologize, even if it's too late for Peter, and his wife is long gone. At this rate, the house is going to be demolished to make room for a new one, and I can't let that happen. In the end, I have far too little shame. Perhaps one day, Peter's wife would come back. I'd like the house to remain intact for her. I understand the sentiment, Mr. Montague, but aren't you quite poor? Have you seen this man? Look at his top hat. His bitten off top hat. You got me there, but not to the extent where it makes the purchase completely out of the question. After all, my collection actually fetches a higher price than you might think, and this house is losing value every time I visit. Recently, I heard a rumor that so many people looking about. So I think it's going to be even more affordable. Strange people. Excuse me. Indeed, I've heard people wearing strange clothes, saying rather strange things. And those rumors? Willie Montague, don't they think they might be about you? Mr. Montague, don't you think the rumors might be about you? Pardon? Then do you think if I do even weirder things, the price of the house will fall lower? The son's shifting his line of thinking. I'm not sure if there won't be legal ramifications. Pardon me? A customer, if you don't mind. Now then, I can see that you're a man of After a great deal of might, what can I help you with? You absolute tosser, the staff you sold me was a heap of scrap. Don't be absurd, my good man. There must be a mistake. This doll, you said it would respond to any question in a flash, and it starts just spouting gibberish. I asked where it might find some buried gold, and it named off an area that doesn't exist. Well, that happens when you ask the doll something it hasn't been properly trained in. What's that supposed to mean? It's speaking total nonsense. After all, after hearing such nonsense, why don't you go find yourself not motivated? Do you not find yourself motivated to get out there? Now, impossibly simple isn't a word in your vocabulary. A report. That's it. I'll report you to the authorities. My most sincere apologies. Perhaps there might be something that interests you instead. It's a cloak that makes you completely invisible. Let's have a look then. I think he'll find himself in jail faster than he finds himself in that house, don't you think? I was just having the same thought. Yay. Let's head back. Thank you for accompanying me on this. Is there no one else you'd like to visit? Indeed. The only person I keep regular tabs on are the ones you just met. That's a lie. Do you believe so? The people you call on the phone for your help almost every day, but the people today were acting as if they haven't seen you in a while. On top of that, those were all people involved in the cases I've worked. Specifically, they were involved in all the cases that our previous sergeant had tried to meddle in. Remarkable. And he always think I pulled the wool over your eyes for at least a few moments. Seems like I did nothing of the sort. So, your thoughts? What was all this for? What answer are you expecting exactly? Vernon and Aston are starting up the new circus. Moko is beginning to take responsibility. Montague is still too far immature, but he's decided to atone for his sins in his own particular way. Sergeant Redfins believed that those people were unable to accept the truth regarding their individual cases. Yet in each case, they're trying to move past this, just like you said. I just want to hear that you realize that. I see. Thank you. It does make me feel a little better. That's a lie. On what are you basing that on? Just a feeling. Not a bit of logic holding it up. I can't really refute it. So, which part rubs you the wrong way? I don't believe your line of thinking can be wrong. In the end, it's only a matter of dumb luck. But if I had hidden the truth back then, those people wouldn't exist right now. Just like I changed during my time here, they've changed as well. In essence, I may have made the correct choice regarding those people we met today. But that only goes for the versions of them we met today. We're here. Thanks for the ride. You're already looking out for Thena as well. So I couldn't let you drive on top of that. It's really nothing. I'll drive tomorrow. No, it's quite alright. It's already been decided that Thena's doing the driving. Is that right? Then I'll be headed underground for something I've got to see. I may be late, so you should head to the restaurant first. Indeed, we'll be waiting for you there. Oh shit, it's bro! Well, are you ready? Oh, is he on his way? Yeah, 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3. He's here. Mr. Elroy, state the password quickly. Venice! Yes, that is correct. This skill usage does not count towards your one every 15-day limit. Phew! Those moments are always so nerve-wracking. The time difference in predicted arrival is -2 seconds. The time it took between arrival and password transmission was 4 seconds. As expected, the window of error is for under 12 hours is minimal. We'll have to try it for longer next time. Then just leave it to me. Well, good work on this one. Anything crazy happen in the future 12 hours? You expect a change in a measly 12 hours? I mean, I'm healthy as ever. However, I've never tried to hone my skill to the second mark before. So it's been quite nerve-wracking, as I said. So what's the point of honing accuracy like this? Mr. Elroy's skill, if honed, can be used to prevent a number of accidents. However, this facility limited to use of his skill once every 15 days. However, when he uses his skill for public interest, we can give Elroy a code. The password corresponds to the time he's come back to. A password. Like the word Venice he just said. Venice is the password for 5:30 p.m. on this very day. We've got all the passwords written in this file. 5:30, Venice. 5:31, future. 5:32, intersection. The password changes every minute. So, using this, we can prevent Elroy from using his skill as he sees fit. Yet, this method requires the person who gives Elroy to memorize one password for every minute of the day, which is 1,440 passwords every day. We can't be having errors in the system, though. How many other eccentric people do we have like you are capable of such a feat? I initially had one password every 30 seconds, but the cabinet secretary insisted that it be one per minute. Then you concerned with the possibility that Elroy may exploit the system and overuse his skill? I mean, if this is the system that the man wants to set up, even if it takes some time, it can stop some dire situations from happening. That's right. That goes for the tetrapod project as well. We may have to design these systems so that they follow the will of the cabinet secretary, allowing none others to get involved. As expected, if it's ever going to be plausible to finish this job, I'm gonna need more people. What now? Source! Where's... of course. Mr. Elroy, when are you traveling back from? Oh, 10 days in the future. I came back as far as I could travel. Unfortunately, source is the password for 2 minutes from now. That's real unfortunate. You're hereby banned from using your skill for the next 15 days. And since you were off by 2 minutes, please know that even if you were to repeat a password in the next 2 minutes, it would still be invalid. If you were to make a mistake. I know. I'm the one who made a mistake. So what's it to you guys to look so down in the dumps? I know what's going on, so don't worry, bro. Right. 10 days. That's a big jump in timing. Don't you think you're rushing this? No, it's better than failing due to lack of commitment. Mr. Elroy is saying that nothing happened means that there's no dangerous incidents in the next 10 days of the 15 days that he's unable to use his skill. I see. If you were to turn back time 5 days, and something were to have happened during that, something were to happen during the one of the 10 days that he was unable to use his skill, he wouldn't be able to come back. No, actually, Morlo Elroy would be able to come back, but that the neurotoxin would kill him where he stood. I see. Right. However, our 5-day gap is still a threat to us. I'm gonna have to ask for a reduction in his usage limits to once every 10 days. I'll pass that to the top. It's time you headed along. This experiment, too. It's all to decrease the danger of what we're about to embark on, isn't it? It is. And I must be going. Hi, Barafin. I know, you don't need to glare like that. I know what I'm doing. I just use Mr. Elroy like a tool. Just like a tool. One to use, not caring whether it breaks or not. One that can die to the neurotoxins with zero repercussions. I know what's going on. That's what Mr. Elroy always says. It's no lie either. That takes some of the burden of guilt off of me. However, it doesn't change the meaning behind my actions. It's always been this way. And it continues with what I'm about to embark on. Of that, I'm sure.
Oh, no! Why are you back? Damn it, Doug. Hi, Doug. God, kids, man.
Miss.
Hold up. Give me 1 second.
Uh, 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 Mi- Mr. Inspector, nice to see you.
Doug, have you been a good boy?
Yes, I just read a book that was this thick. Here, look at the drawings I made.
Oh, look at this.
It's a tree, and this cake was really delicious.
Envy you.
But the book wasn't all that interesting, even though it was written by my favorite author.
Back to talking about books. I guess I'll eventually get used to this meaningless banter. Of course, the book wasn't interesting. Any violence or titillating content would have been censored out of it.
The stories you tell are much more interesting. What sort of case did you solve today?
All right, then. The story I have to tell you today is about a theft.
Oh, come on, theft again? The murder mysteries are so much more fun.
Doug? What did I tell you about the last time?
Murders are things that shouldn't be happening in real life.
Yes. And people killing people is something that we should be sad about. After all, we would be unable to meet those people again for the rest of our natural lives. When I die, it'll be off of the land in the sky to me. Then you won't be able to see me until it's your time to be off to heaven.
I don't want that.
Right? That's why we should hope that murders don't actually occur. That's why talking about or even recalling murders isn't a thing we should be doing. Not ever. Murder is only a thing for the imaginations of evil people. It's something that doesn't and shouldn't happen in the real world.
Right. I'm sorry.
It's fine. From now on, just be a good kid. Doug, you keep working on that. A laugh. This kid who's done nothing wrong is told to work harder at repressing his thoughts. And then he laughs about it. Here I am, relieved to hear the laughter, as if the kid in front of me is some sort of unimaginable time bomb. Besides, today's case was no ordinary theft.
Wow.
Royal jewels, passed down from generation to generation, was stolen.
Wow. Did you get them back?
Well, what do you think happened? This is my new daily routine. I've got to talk about the events that never happened and place myself into a hero's role in these stories. I've got to create these lessons and teach them as if they were the truth. All to this boy who I helped locked away. Back then, I said I'd move toward the truth, but now, I'm the one depending on a pack of lies. Now, even if that person were standing within arm's reach, I could do nothing but admit I was wrong. Every time I come down here, I totally and completely understand why Sergeant made her choice. Now, in this world, lies are the answer. All right, this should do it for the preparations.
The esteemed detective has returned.
Welcome back. From the look of her, she looked like she wrapped up the case all right.
No. I really do believe that my talents are just too late to show themselves. All this time, I've just been a lump of protein shifting around in a cocoon. However, right when the student I suspected started talking about the plaster bust, it came to me. There was white powder on the victim's shoes.
That's all based on the advice Note gave her earlier.
There's only one truth and nothing but the truth.
Have you packed your things? Indeed, I'm ready to set off.
I see. Well then, don't you be worrying about us. The gray matter in my brain has all begun to awaken.
Seeing you so confident makes me feel a bit relieved. My concerns instead rest with
Note?
Indeed. He's been seeming rather fidgety as of late. I'm worried he's going to burn himself out. I've tried my best to put his mind at ease, but I don't think it was enough. It's too big of a job for me.
Of course it is. There's no one person who could give advice to someone as insanely stubborn as Note.
I'm also aware, but said person...
Knock knock. Excuse me. Freya? What are you doing here? Dear me. Must we be so cold? We're all in the same boat as colleagues once more, are we not? You're right. We've been in the same... we've been in the same boat this whole time, and I'm the only one who's been ignorant to the fact for 2 years now. Ahem.
Oh, right, because we're all part of the project now, right?
No need to go that far. I even brought you a gift. A gift? Information on Pandoria Redfins. I'd have you know, it was hard to get a hold of. How were we supposed to know where she run down a path our skills couldn't check her through? In the end, it was just legwork that turned up a clue. Your previous sergeant, who got on a boat headed for Chartertown Harbor, thought that was 20 days ago now. Even though there's a big enough city that way, the Bureau's presence is rather lacking. So it's going to take some time to track it down. In the end, there's nothing better to do than some good old-fashioned Bureau boots on the ground. Huh? What's wrong? What do you think? Will it be enough? Will it be okay to pass this on a Note? If Note were to meet up with Pandy...
I don't need to repeat what's already happened, but there's no way we're going to hide this from him.
You're right. What is it? Is there something between Detective Case and Redfins? No, don't tell me. Are you serious? Whoa. Unlike what the opinion suggests, kid's a pro. Alright. That must be why he asked me to look for the passage back to North America, huh?
What was that?
Case asked for a favor. He said that there's a good chance that the old sergeant will make for her escape to somewhere of significance. He said we should look into New Mexico, since that's his home state. Note said that? He said if we were to find her, that we should refrain from violence. But he doesn't actually think we'll be able to track her down. What a jack.
Are we worrying too much about this? In the end, our new sergeant is never one to act out of moderation.
He's gonna get the truth, and he'll always get the truth. He never goes 50%. He's always 100%.
All done. Chief, were you waiting for me? Since you hadn't arrived yet, Dina and Brian are just sitting there, staring at the fruit in front of them. I was gonna starve alongside them, so I figured I'd come escort you there. I see. Then we should be off. This work with Doug. Are you gonna keep going at it? I told you before, there are many people besides you qualified for that job. Anytime you want to stop. Still, the cabinet secretary assigned that job to me. I think perhaps he's trying to crap my moral code with it. As I lied to that kid, I locked up in the first place. I'm supposed to realize my own complacency in all this. It's like he's saying, if you love the truth so much, go ahead and tell Doug a single time. After all, my tendency to pursue the truth, start to finish, can only be viewed as a threat by that man. I don't really understand, but if you know all this, why continue? I could probably stop meeting Doug face to face like that, and at least until I've got my own thoughts in order, I could put off meeting up with the old sergeant. Even with my eyes closed, I could still get to where I needed to go if my feet would carry me. Yet, I can't change my path, and I can't change who I am. Thus, I have no reason to continue on any further. This is no problem that can be solved by you alone making a change. That's why we must change the world itself. But, well, if we were to do that, we'd be playing right into the hands of the cabinet secretary, and that's rather upsetting on its own right. Seriously, I wish you wouldn't blow things out of proportion like that. After all, I'm a rather small piece on this board. Yet, you're the best chief I've ever known. Considering who you have to compare me to, excuse me if I don't jump for joy. Let's just go eat. Let's. What's on the menu? Herring pie and chocolate braised eggplant. Dear God, why? Because because a certain person agreed to wanting to eat something besides chips and Indian. I was joking, you know. They took you at your word, Sergeant. It didn't meet his taste.
That's all for my report.
Anchor cases and Cox's Brian.
He just left for the airport.
I see.
I hope he's able to find what he's looking for. It won't be easy.
Sending a larger dispatch would have drawn too many eyes, and they'd have limited mobility. It'll be more effective to leave this in the hands of one man with a knack for investigations, such as Brian. We're going to need more materials to finish the project. After all, Notrix's abilities as a David are strictly limited to computations. He has no ability to gather new information for himself. For that role, we're going to need a new David.
Oh, shit. You hear me? Don't get yourself caught up in all these strange happenings over nothing. Your job is to find that person. You think me that untrustworthy? Brian, if you're in the line at an airport and a lost someone comes up to you and asks for help, what are you gonna do?
Help them, of course.
See? Look, couldn't you have at least lied to me?
But the person may have an important event or on their itinerary that they couldn't afford to miss.
You got to stifle all that. Is that really how you want to begin your new adventure of yours? Besides, you've got to find this David or whatever and then rush back.
I understand. Indeed. Consider it a promise then. It's not a favor, it's a promise. Out of all the things I've realized after coming here, one of the most prominent is that the world as we know it is much more of a wreck than people would like to think. I'm sure of something else. That's not just because of phenomena. Even without the staffers, there is discrimination in this world, and without skills, there are still waves and waves of unhappy people. If the phenomena were to disappear, the world would still be messy and irrational. However, as long as phenomena and the nodes exist, I have no choice but to continue spouting lies. And I can't face the sergeant. And if all of this is because the world has been turned on its head, if I'm going to reach my hand out to her, I'll need to change the world in at least one way. So, will you just wait for me a little longer? The music box. Wait until I get rid of mana. I'm not stopping. I just need the slightest bit more time to prepare. I'll be faster than anyone else. And then I'll come find you.
And yay! Yay! And that is the That is it. That is the end of Staffer Case. At least the first Staffer Case. Well, the Staffer series. Staffer Case is the first game. That's the end of Staffer Case. Whoa. 8 hours. God damn it. I hate that these streams tend to be so long. Well, today's stream was specifically long just because we did the extra stories. The case itself was actually a lot shorter than I thought it would be. I thought it would be longer. But thank God, you know. So, yay, we did it, finally. So, what are we gonna do now? I do gotta end the stream. So, before we do that though, actually, it's time for this. Oh man, I have to do this. Let me just I turned off that music. I'm gonna turn on this one. I'm gonna actually turn this off too. Turn off the game. So, yes, that is the end of Stafford case. If you're new here, or if you don't know my feelings towards that game, that is my favorite game that I played in 2024. It is, I love that game to pieces. And I think playing those last few, the last case, as well as like the epilogue stuff, it kind of solidifies that. It's still a very, very good game. So let's reflect a bit. Let's talk about it. So, Beyond, which is the name of the fifth case, right? It is a very good. It is a very good characterizing case. It's a good characterizing case characterizing like, it's the bring it all together case. Because, they did this whole thing where each detective got a case for themselves, be it in the order Note, Thena, Brian, and then Redfins, right? They all got a chapter for themselves, and then this one kind of rounds it all out by putting them in. It finishes off by putting them in direct odds at each other, because now they're all being accused for murder. What's going on now? This is a segment that's specific to this stream, actually. This is a segment that's this is a segment where I just go over the game. I just talk about what I like about what we just played. It only happens during Stafford case streams, and it only happens during the end. But I do this section of the stream just because I've played the game once already, and rather than it just be me playing the game again, I would want to reflect on it, and maybe I'll take some ideas for myself, or maybe there's something to learn, right? But yeah, this is just a reflection where I'm just reflecting on the game that we played, right? No, yeah, this was a very good characterizing case and a very good bring it all together case. Let's get rid of another obvious topic. Redfins is such a good character, if not confusing at times. Redfins is given Redfins very extensive, I think is the right word. Extensive character development. Character. But I will say this, Bert. But presented, I don't know if it's supposed to be like this, or if it's intentional or unintentional or not. It might be intentional, but it's presented very what's the word? Nichely is not the right word, but very what's the word? It's very not clear, presented not very clearly. Not presented not super clearly. And what I mean by that is, there was a point. Okay, so you're going through the case, right? You really hit the notch in this case when you first learn about John. I have to talk about John too. When you first learn about John and the case 2 years ago, right? That's when the story starts to pick up, and when you start learning about Redfins more in the first place, and you learn about how she used to be. She used to be not more stern, actually, kind of. She used to be very a lot more not jokey. She was less jokey than she was before, than she is now, I mean. And that comes with and that mainly came from John and his events. But then you get her now after those events, and she leaves the room, which was very frustrating. I remember the first when I realized that she just left, and we just kind of let her leave, because reading it now was really frustrating, because you know that she was just leaving. you know like because she did it, and then we just gave her like a perfect like time to leave, and then that gave us the whole scene with her, and being like, what did she do? Oh, she always knew. She always tried to fuck up with the cases, which was a very good twist. That was a really good twist. And that's why it's such a good like bring it all together case. They brought all the cases from this game, and they tied it all together through not any like, oh, there was something at each, well, there was something at each crime, but it was more like the influence of Red Fins. That's what tied all the crimes together, and her trying to like fuck up with the crime, or the truth of the crime, because she wanted to help the people that might have been that may have been fucked up, for lack of a better term, by the truth, right? The way she said it, she tried to make her own truth in order to help the innocent people, not the innocent people, but to help them not get used by the Tetra Pop project. That's why she was doing what she was doing, right? And you start seeing like her flawed character, and I really like that. I really like that about Red Fins. She's always been a nothing. Not I don't want to say that. She's always been an enigma. Like, she cracks the quippy joke every once in a while, and then she just like just disappears for the most of it, and acts as like an over your shoulder like mentor, just like, I don't know, is this right? I don't know, right? And honestly, when you say it like that, she was doing that on purpose, because she wanted us to get it wrong, so that it would get an ideal result, And I really like that about her. But I'll be frank, towards the end, they started playing with this like really kind of not wish-washy, but very unclear like vocabulary when it came to like, so this is what you actually are. That's what I mean. They kept saying that, like, I can't accept you for who you are, and like I understood like the whole like, oh, she just wants the truth for the people, and stuff like that, right? But it wasn't, for me personally, it wasn't clearly stated, so I really didn't know what they meant by that, and I still don't know what they mean by like, this is what your true character is, and Brian being like, I knew the entire time that she was like this, and I was like, what the fuck are you on about? Like what? What is she like? They could be talking about her willingness to like fabricate the truth in order to help more people, or they could be talking about her wanting to go to Timbuktu 2, I wouldn't know. I believe both. I believe more one than the other, because one's actually true, and I know it. But it was just, personally, that was like my, I don't know about this. And while we're on the topic of flaws, I honestly, if I'm being honest, I really not dislike. Dislike's not the right word, but I really am not the biggest fan of the case in this case. Unfortunately, fuck the dude, right? I hate the dude. Not okay. I'm gonna put this here. Not the biggest, how do you spell biggest fan? fan of the case. I'm gonna say it felt very not simple. I don't. It wasn't simple. It wasn't a simple case, but there were like it felt very like almost like cookie cutter. Because to be fair, okay, let me type this as a separate thing. Some of the evidence and clues in case they feel completely unrelated. The way you prove some things are unclear. I'm just gonna say unclear, because my main problem with when I say this is when they were like, he told you to stand up, or he told you to sit down. They're different, so he couldn't have recorded it. And I was like, I sat there being like, couldn't he have just said that 2 different times? And it's mainly out of, okay, this mainly comes from a lack of proper explanation. Mainly comes from a lack of proper explanation of certain mechanics, of specifically about the music box and the duplicate, and it really was not, it wasn't amazing for me. And then, not the biggest fan of the case, and honestly, for how dynamic, not dynamic enough. Even despite the fact that, oh no, our chief died, despite that, it feels rather anticlimactic that that's the case. Not because, oh god, our chief died. That's like the most climactic thing about it. Whoa. Are we okay? Sorry, my OBS lagged there for a second. My bad if that came off weird. But yeah, the chief dying there is the most climactic thing, right? It is. Him dying. Like, oh god, the character that we've been seeing since the beginning of the game is dead, But then you look at the case, it's all contained within this box. Instead of it, all the other cases, we were kind of running all over the place. I think in terms of mechanics, 4 does it way better than 5, but the story relevance of 5 carries it so hard, because also let me just say this. Banger last scenes. Banger last scenes / CGs. I love the way this case ends. The way this case ends, despite the fact that I personally may have some comprehension issues when it comes to Redfins and her whole schnoz of problems and her whole thing, and me not really getting it. The way this case ends, I love it so much. It is so good. It ties everything up in a really nice, it leaves it open. I was gonna say it ties it up in a knot. It doesn't. It leaves it very open, but it gives you conclusion and closure for the characters that are already there. Nope becomes a part of the Tetrapod project. And then the epilogue, really. Let me say this too. The epilogue is really good too. I really like both epilogues, really good epilogues. Which one do I like more? I probably like the second one more than the first one, honestly. Despite the fact that I love Thena and Brian. Give me a break. I love both of them, but I really like the closure that the second one gave, mainly because I really like the very last scene where Note's like, yo, the world's fucked up, man, and I'm not gonna be able to see you until a very long time, but I want you to know that I
I will find you. You know, it's very romantic. And I don't like it because it's romantic. Fuck romance. I hate that shit. In my detective game, shit. I could barely handle Thena and Brian. You think I can handle Note and Redfins? Huh? Hate that shit. No, just kidding. But you know, if it's necessary for the plot, and let me be frank, I do not think the Redfins Note thing should be necessary. I like it for Brian and Thena because it's so like integral to their characters, and I really like their relationship. But for Redfins and Note, it feels very not forced, but very like I don't understand where this is coming from. Mainly because you keep saying this goddamn shit about Note knowing the real you, and I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Really? Like the real me. You met on the roof that day, and I'm like, what? We held hands and we might have kissed. Like, what? Sure, I know you. Like we've been together for the past. Huh? You like. We've known each other for 2 months. 2 months. What do you mean I know you, the real you? You spent 2 years with John, and he died. All right, there's like, if there's anything about the characters that I like, do not like, it is that specifically. The characters in this game really do make it, though. I really like the characters in this game a lot. Do not get me wrong. Please, do not get me wrong. But yes. But even despite the fact that I don't really get their relationship, I think the emotion that's carried throughout those, like, the emotions that are conveyed and the ideas that are presented in those last few scenes are so heavy and easy to understand that I feel like even if you didn't watch the rest of the game, you kind of understand what they're saying. It's kind of a whole package of things. It's really nice. It really is. But yeah, I really like the way this game ends. I really like the characters. I really like how the characters are given closure. I really like how, you know, they're also setting up for a bunch of like plot hooks. Setting up for a lot of plot hook setup for next game. You know, whether that be the main ones really being Brian's going out to find a new David, right? Freya being a part of basically being part of the new division, even though she's just a part of the project. You know, the Man Affairs division still going on. And the Pandy and Redfins. And Pandy, you know, going to America and trying to find out more about Note, because apparently their relationship is something that warrants that. Well, what else is she gonna do? She is a murderer on the run, basically, right now. So yeah. I really like that. What else about this case do I really like? Oh, let's talk about John. Let us talk about John. I think John is the Doki Doki master. Watch today's stream to know what that means. That guy, despite him not having that much screen time, and, you know, I think in a lot of ways he's very confusing. He still is very confusing to me. He is a very enticing character. He's an extremely enticing character, mainly due to his relationship with Redfins. I find his relationship with Redfins really, I can't read it, really, and it makes me think even more. She's constantly saying, I hate him, and I hate the way he, like, holds himself. But then she's always like, I'm taking orders from him. And then, you know, when the thing happens, you know, she breaks, man. She breaks hard, unfortunately. I think there's another thing about this game that, specifically about Redfins, man.
I'm gonna give props to this. Yo, the sprite, banger sprite art, man. Especially for red fins. Oh my god, especially red fins. I know, like she's been such a a chill, like nonchalant character the entire time, and then you see her start you know, she has a face of disgust now. She has a face of like, ha 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 ha. You're joking, right? You know, she has that face. She has, you know, a sincere like sad look, and then she has the full on despair look, and that those words or those sprites, along with the ideas and the words that were presented in front of my screen, they convey so much. That's why, you know, visual novels as a medium, you know, they benefit. They are beneficial. They help me read. I need a visual novel to read. Dog, give me like a Percy Jackson visual novel, I'll read it. But yeah, the sprite art in this game is so good. It is amazing how good it is. And then but yeah, John. I didn't even get to talk about John. Yeah, he's an interesting character. I like how he's portrayed as a character that is constantly hiding his emotions. That man, even though for a lot of I think, and for a lot of it, and even like to an extent, like recently, like when I say recently, I mean like today, like an hour ago or two, I was like, really, is he what he thinks he is? But you have to imagine that that's the point of his character. You know, like, he's a man who is presented to be very mentally ill, right? And then you look at him and he's like, I don't really see that in him. And then you know what happens, and then you're like, wow, he really did that. And then even now I'm like, really? That was him? Are you sure? Like, that wasn't anything else? And it was very shocking, right? It's shocking, and it was still a shock. I'm still in shock, really. But like, yeah, then you like continue to play through the game, and then you hear Redfin's commentary on him, and he's like, yeah, he has a giant effect on him. And like, to be fair, you're not really given much to care for him about, and I think they want you to care about the Madan brothers, like kind of bond. I don't really. I don't really care about Bernard and John that much, but you have to understand, like, their significance to the story is giant. In terms of the characters, at least. The overall story of this game, they pale in comparison to the rest of the detectives. But like, John, Bernard, both of them exist. And then, oh man, then you're given like, we continue with like they're at odds kind of like debacle, you know, Thina lying about the heartbeat monitor, and like getting Bernard to be John's murderer when John really just you know, and then and Redfin's then like calling out every single one of them because she knew that they were lying. Redfin's knew Thina was lied on the heartbeat monitor. Thina knew, or not Thina, or Redfin's knew that Bernard wasn't the real murderer. Redfin's knew that Brian knew for some reason. That's a flaw. That's one, like, not major, but it's very like, why? You know? How can we get Brian involved in this somehow is like, was what that felt like. Brian, Thina, I knew you lied. Bernard, I knew you didn't murder John. Brian, what the fuck? You know, like, they were like, they it was so like retconned in there. Like, it could have existed without without that being there, and it would have been the same, really. But yeah, I find that really funny too. But yeah, I think he's gonna have a much more prevalent role in the next game, which will come out sometime this year. I don't know when, but it will. It'll come out sometime this year, and maybe he'll have a more prevalent role, and maybe he'll be nice and fun. You know, as if he wasn't already nice and fun in this game, right? But yeah, is there anything else that I want to talk about? I'm trying to think. I don't think so, right? I don't think so. So yeah, what do we yeah, I'm trying to think. I talked about the epilogues, I talked about the case, I talked about everything that I needed to, really. Yeah, that's it. Those are my thoughts. If you want a final like tier list of the cases, in my opinion, oh man. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be down here. My tier list for the cases in this game is actually gonna be from worst to best. From worst to best. 2, 1, 3, 5. Money sign. Money sign. I think this is my tier list of the cases in this game. Which is so surprising. I really liked 2. I really liked 2 back then, but I guess now it's just, you know, it kind of pales in comparison to the rest of them. You know, you're given real stakes in 3. You're in 1 is kind of the beginning and how good of a beginning it is. 5 is so story heavy and story driven. It just kind of held back by the case, but even then it's really good for story. And then 4 kind of like presents, it's such a layered case, and it presents so many twists and turns and introduces the twist that'll happen in 5. So I think 4 is the best. I really like 4. But that's not to say that this whole game is really good. I really love this game. This game is so good, man. You could quote me on that. And actually, no. If Project Tetrapod does something really bad, don't quote me on that. I really like this game, but not to the point that if they did something bad, I'd be like, God damn it, you know. But as long as they're being good people and they keep making good game, I'll continue to be a good fan. And I'm always free, Tetrapod. You need a voice actor? you need someone? Lowers glasses. But really, that is a dream, huh? I brought that up earlier, like way earlier in the stream, because they announced Japanese voice actors for all of them, for all of the main cast. So I can't wait. I kind of want to listen to them talk. But yeah, I think with that being said, that's all I have to say about this chapter, and that's it. That's gonna be it for Staffer Case. So let's head back here. Hello, gamers. We're back. It's been 8 hours, or almost 9 hours since you've seen this screen. So I don't want to stall too much now. I think I'm ready to just go and do a little schedule recap, and then I'm just gonna get out of here. Really, seriously, I've been here for too long. So thank you everybody for watching. Today was Thursday. We played Staffer Case and we finished it. So that means there's gonna be a new game on Thursdays. Psych! I already know what game we're gonna play next. It's actually a spin-off game for Staffer, so we're not done with Staffer Case yet. You thought we were done with Staffer Case? No. 1 more week of Staffer Case and then we'll be done. We'll be done with Staffer until the next game comes out, or if I play Dice Eater, you know. But yeah, so next Thursday will be the next Staffer game. But the actual Scream schedule. Okay, but the actual stream schedule, the next actual stream will be on Thursday. Not Thursday. Wow, I can't believe I said the exact wrong thing. Will actually be on Saturday, I mean, in 2 days. What will I do? I have no idea, actually. I'm kind of struggling to find out what I want to do. I have some plans. There are some plans that I do need to prepare more for, but I have a plan. I just don't know if it's gonna happen, and if it does happen, I have a backup. So that's all you need to know about that. And then so that'll be Saturday, and then Tuesday what's happening on Tuesday? What do I play on Tuesdays? Kingdom Hearts, right? I can't believe I forgot. Finish Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, or finish up Terra, and then go to Ventus, and then start Ventus. Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, I don't want to stall for that much longer. So I think we're all good to go. Ready to get out of here? Why are there 16 of you? 16 of you guys? Jesus. What's up? What's happening? I guess, oh, this stream. Oh, what's happening? Hello, y'all. How are you guys doing? But yeah, I gotta get out of here now. So thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate all of you for stopping by. You know, watch an old man. I'm not that old. Just watch a man voice act for a little bit. But it's time that I got myself out of here. So thank you everybody for watching. I'm gonna go here. You know what it's like already. 3, 2, 1, loud music. Thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you guys when I see you guys again, yeah? Which is Saturday. I will be streaming on Saturday. So if I don't have a sore throat. My throat is very sore after today. I don't know if I need to say that. But comes with the job, you know? But seriously, get out of here. What are you guys doing? I'll see you when I see you guys again. Deuces. The fuck.